Marvel, reincarnated as Killian. I am the master of technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Controlled Nuclear Fusion Experiment. In such occasions with outsiders, their shyness was undoubtedly raised by several levels. Well, it's very good. How about the cost? After taking a general look, Killian nodded with satisfaction, and then asked the person in charge beside him. As for the intelligence level, with the learning software of DAB itself, plus the iteratively updated learning CPU, Killian is not worried at all. As long as it is a robot-like product under Pioneer technology, even including DAB, it will be connected to the internet 24 hours a day and regularly update the background data. This is to collect the customer's experience, optimize it, and make the customer's experience better. On the other hand, it is also to upgrade DAB's software. Nowadays, if DAB's hardware is to be substituted into a mobile phone for comparison, it is basically the top configuration of 10T memory and 512G running memory in the mobile phone, but the system is still using the first generation of Android, which is too old. There is still a lot of room for subsequent updates, so it is necessary to collect user data in a timely manner to feed back and summarize big data, so as to feed the company's DAB and make it iterative updates. Therefore, because DAB can update the software of the machine at any time, Killian can save a lot of labor costs in the later maintenance and real-time update. It can be said that DAB alone has done the work of dozens of teams, and even works part-time for various other companies. This is also the reason why Killian only expands the R&D team and basically has no investment in later maintenance. With ready-made artificial intelligence, only fools would do those thankless things. In terms of cost, we originally intended it to be a civilian companion robot that everyone can afford. So, we have made some cuts in the placement of technology. In addition to artificial simulated cell skin, it has a relatively low-cost rechargeable graphene battery, a convenient, low-end processor, and a complete set of internal cleaning systems. There is also a touch simulation system, etc. The cost of a set is $5,000. If the network can be fully covered in the future, the processor and touch simulation system can even be completely abolished and replaced with a network method. After hearing Killian's words, the person in charge at this time also thought about it and reported. After hearing the man's words, Killian nodded with relief. Although the brain control chip can ensure that the loyalty of these people in charge will not be a problem, their own abilities and attitude towards work are uncertain. Obviously, although the man in front of him was not very good at developing combat robots, he had unlimited potential in these civilian companion robots. There were some things that even Killian felt that he had experienced so many old drivers in his previous life, but he didn't think as much as the man in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed. However, Killian also had the idea of changing the person in charge. After all, the robot project was too big for the man. He couldn't let him be responsible for the development and testing of the entire biological weapon like Samuel. Let alone whether the man had the energy. In terms of ability alone, the man didn't have the ability of Samuel and Otto. If the same problem was replaced by the two of them, they would definitely find a solution by themselves, instead of pulling him over and telling him how difficult it was. He is the boss and has enough funds. Since the project has been handed over to you, you just need to be responsible for the whole process. If there is a problem, find a way to solve it. If he has to deal with everything, then what is the point of you being the person in charge? But Killian didn't blame the other party. He gave him unequal expectations of his ability. Just make the best use of people. Very good. After you complete the final test and confirm that there are no problems, submit it to the office and prepare for the next product launch. After patting the man on the shoulder, Killian also gave the final instructions, and then walked out alone. At this stage, although the Terminator cannot bring him objective income, the service companion robot derived from the Terminator, according to the company's planning, will bring them even more reputation points than Baymax. Especially at this stage, with the coverage of medium and large cities, although Baymax's sales have not decreased, they will gradually begin to level off. After all, the quality of Killian's company's products is too good, and a product can be used for decades, while the previous company with such quality has almost gone bankrupt. But for Killian, these don't matter. Since a product is produced, it must be done to the end. Instead of selling a version that is constantly cut, a deleted version of the deleted version, and then iterating and updating the software to make the hardware unable to keep up, so that customers change equipment, so as to repeatedly harvest leaks. It would be better to do the best from the beginning, so that customers will switch because they really want to buy. Besides, for that little money, Killian would have wasted such a big black technology system. Can't any random technology gain a lot of reputation points? Not to mention the T0 series of strengthening potions that have passed the medical review but have not been officially released. Killian is sure that once this thing is released, its sales volume will not be inferior to that of Dabe. But for Killian, leaks. Oh, no, it's time to hold the press conference. And as Killian finished here, time began to pass little by little. The entire Pioneer technology also began to develop rapidly and orderly. During this period, because of the products of Pioneer technology, almost every city has been transformed once, such as New York and Washington, all ushered in a transformation. However, the most rapid development is Miami, a city under the Florida state where Pioneer technology is located. Because of the location of Pioneer technology, more and more people around are gradually heading here to settle down. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that Pioneer technology is developing here as its base camp. And if that's the case, then Miami will definitely be the city where it prioritizes the popularization of technology. Didn't you see that before the 5G signal was officially released, many locals had already posted news on the internet, but at that time, because Pioneer technology did not make a statement, everyone also regarded them as people for fun. But now it's different. After the second press conference of Pioneer technology, more and more people know that the place where Pioneer technology is located is a golden platinum. It's better to move here early while few people notice it now. Even if you don't live there in the future, you can sell it for a considerable price. And according to some people, Pioneer Technology's headquarters has recently imported a large amount of steel-like materials, suspected of producing new robots. It is also because of this that Miami and the GDP of the entire Florida state have once again ushered in a surge. The most exciting thing here is that Pioneer Technology has announced that it will hold a new round of product launches at the end of the month. And this time, even before the invitation letter of Pioneer Technology was sent out, the editors-in-chief of major well-known news media around the world had already rushed here with their teams overnight, fearing that they would not be able to catch up with a better position if they were late. Moreover, the hotel nearby also offers a package for a month. For a time, the hotels nearby were in short supply, and even the tents were sold out in the end, which shows the influence of Pioneer Technology now. Fortunately, with lease's coordination and the full support of the local government, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner without any major chaos. However, compared to the upcoming product launch, the progress in the laboratory is firmly grasping Killian's heart. Boss, you are here. At this moment in the laboratory, Dr. Otto is standing straight and speaking to Killian, who has come to the laboratory with a serious face. Well, how is it? Killian asked immediately after hearing Dr. Otto's words. I failed to live up to your high expectations, boss. I failed twice. The first and second experiments failed because I was not familiar with them and made some mistakes in some places. This technology is still too advanced for us, especially the ready-made room temperature superconducting materials. Before you, boss, gave me this cooperation, I almost didn't believe that this material could be synthesized artificially. There is also high confinement advanced control technology. With this technology, although the previous ignition experiment failed, there were no other serious consequences. Excuse me, this is incredible. Sometimes I even wonder if there are aliens behind you, boss. But don't worry, we have deeply summarized the lessons of previous failures and eliminated any suspicious hidden dangers in advance. I believe that this time, we will succeed, and by then, with it, it will be enough to make our and even the entire human technology leap to the level of interstellar civilization. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto on the side also said apologetically. After all, each of the raw materials needed for controlled nuclear fusion requires huge funds, and almost every failure means that hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars will be burned. Not to mention that if he continued to fail like this, Killian might not believe him in the end. Even if he still believed him, he himself was a little doubtful. It's okay. You've done a great job. It's also amazing that you can enlarge and restore it into controlled nuclear fusion energy in a short time through a controllable nuclear fuel cell. After patting the other party on the shoulder and indicating that it was no big deal, Killian spoke comfortingly. That's right, the controlled nuclear fusion technology they are studying now is reversed from the controllable nuclear energy battery on the T-800. Although both are energy sources, it is also very difficult to enlarge a technology that was originally reduced. It's like you know how to make a battery, but suddenly you are asked to build a power station, which is different. And Dr. Otto in front of him can reverse the original nuclear battery drawings within a month, and then make it into the large controllable nuclear reactor he sees now. At least in Killian's opinion, he has done a good job. And according to the data of DAB-A, the probability of success this time is very high, more than 90%, and this is why Killian wants to come and check it out. After all, the energy problem has always been a headache for the global human race. Although there is still a lot of oil now, with the pollution of the Earth's ozone layer and the environment by exhaust gas, people also want to find a clean energy source. And the controllable nuclear fusion reactor is like this. Not only will there be no pollution, but there will also be no risk of nuclear reactors that are completely uncontrollable in case of nuclear leakage. It can be said that Tony Stark in Marvel in the original book led the company to catch up with the huge losses caused by the Stark Group, abandoning the weapons department in one fell swoop after mastering this energy. As for the money from the failed research now, a little loss, Killian can still afford it. It is no exaggeration to say that even if his company's working capital on the books is gone, whether it is the military Ross or the government Kennedy and others, they will be eager to send money to him. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto just smiled slightly, and then according to the adjustment plan that had been drawn up long ago, he began to make the final pre-test adjustments to the huge superconducting tokamak device in front of him. After everything was ready, following Otto's order, deuterium and tritium materials were immediately injected into the vacuum chamber at the center of the tokamak device, preparing to start the third experiment. Fuel injection completed. After a while, with everything ready, an assistant at the main console reported to Otto. Laser igniter preheating, power locked, ready to ignite. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1 ignition. The other assistant also looked at Dr. Otto at the same time, and then at Killian's signal, accompanied by Dr. Otto's nod. The assistant immediately pressed several complicated buttons on the main console in front of him, and spoke while pressing. Buzz! In an instant, everyone felt an irritating humming sound coming from the huge superconducting tokamak device in front of them, but this feeling disappeared completely in an instant, replaced by a low, almost inaudible rumble that continued to spread. It was like the sound in a newly assembled silent computer host, and apart from these, there was no other abnormality. Ultra-high temperature ignition is successful, and the fuel plasma is now starting. The temperature display is gradually rising, the reaction inside the device is intensifying, and the data is improving. Everything is normal. At present, the core temperature of the vacuum chamber has reached the first predetermined temperature, and the first critical point has reached an energy gain factor Q value of 0.006, and it is still rising. With a successful ignition of the superconducting tokamak device, the assistant in front of the data table at this moment seemed extremely nervous. Even the simple report of a few data made him sweat profusely. Chapter 102 The experiment is successful. The press conference begins. The first critical point has been reached. The energy output is stable and the conversion is normal. Now we will start to increase the output 200,000 degrees Celsius, 300,000 degrees Celsius, 500,000 degrees Celsius, 1 million degrees Celsius. The current energy gain factor Q value has exceeded 0.500. According to the data, the current energy output can be self-sufficient, but the Brownian motion of the fuel in the vacuum chamber is very intense, and the longitudinal field strength of the D-shaped superconducting longitudinal field magnet is insufficient. Please continue to increase the energy output. As the various data continue to change, at this moment, the researchers in the laboratory also began to continuously report the data they were responsible for. Allow to increase the energy output. The data group should pay attention to the data changes at all times. Begin to fine-tune the energy output. At this moment, Dr. Otto looked at the scene in front of him with a calm face. Under his little words and commands, the atmosphere of the people present could not help but stabilize a little. Received. The energy output has been increased, and the device is now very stable. The temperature of the vacuum chamber has begun to rise again, the energy has reached 10 million degrees, and the Q value is also steadily increasing. In the following, although Dr. Otto was in control, for these researchers, it was only a dozen seconds, and they were still as if they were facing a great enemy. However, even so, they still reported all the progress professionally. The temperature inside the device has exceeded 100 million degrees, the energy gain factor Q value has exceeded 100, the magnetic field reaction is stable, and the coil and equipment detection are normal. Energy output is stable. We succeeded, we created a miracle. When it came to this, the researchers present couldn't help but shout out loud, and even at the end they all cheered. Everyone, regardless of gender, hugged each other as long as they were close at this moment, and everyone's face was now full of happy and excited smiles. Okay, don't rush to celebrate. Keep going. According to the current data, it is possible to continue. And if we really want to enlarge our original goal, we are still far away now. Continue to increase the energy output, continue to increase the magnetic field reaction, maintain the overall horizontal and vertical field coil temperature, and the liquid helium cooling system continues to output. While everyone was celebrating, Dr. Otto frowned and spoke loudly to everyone. Although it is a great success now, since there are no problems with the instruments and data, we must continue and try the theoretical maximum output of controlled nuclear fusion. After hearing Dr. Otto's serious words, everyone present immediately put away their excitement and began to lower their heads to continue their work. Now start increasing the energy output. The magnetic field reaction is maintained normally, and the temperature parameters of the horizontal and vertical field coils are normal. The equipment is normal as a whole. The liquid helium cooling system is continuously outputting, and everything is normal for maintenance. The temperature of the reactor device is currently increasing at a rate of 1 million degrees per second. The increase process is normal, and it is expected that the pressure inside will exceed 100 billion atmospheres. 700 million degrees, 800 million degrees, 900 million degrees, 1 billion degrees. Report. The ultra-high vacuum chamber has now reached 1 billion degrees Celsius, the energy gain factor Q value has reached 10,000, and the products of plasma density and time exceeds 100 trillion. The entire device has now entered a stable state. Doctor. We really succeeded. As time passed, in the control room in the middle of the reactor, when the researchers present saw that the control panel had normal data, they shouted like roars. At this moment, everyone could no longer hold back and cheered. This time, even Dr. Otto, who had been strict with himself from beginning to end, did not say anything, but looked at the people present with a look of satisfaction, and looked at Killian next to him with a look of fulfillment. Congratulations, you did it. Looking at the man in front of him, Killian exclaimed sincerely. In another world, Dr. Otto died for the sake of solar energy. Unexpectedly, in this time and space, without the help of tentacles, he could also complete the controlled nuclear fusion energy in disguise. At this moment, Killian couldn't help but want to see the scene when the two Dr. Otto met in the future. Thank you, boss, although these are all technologies provided by you. But I don't know why, after completing this experiment, I feel that my obsession has dissipated. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto at this moment spoke to Killian with an extremely relaxed expression. The most important thing is your hard work. The technology I gave you is very different from this technology. Unless you tell me that I will give you the technology to capture dark matter, and you can build a dark matter engine for me, then I can think that my technology has contributed a lot. Looking at Dr. Otto in front of him, Killian smiled and joked. Before he crossed over, the world's cutting-edge laboratories could capture dark matter, but they could only capture it. If he wanted to further develop and research it, it would take decades. Dark matter would have a huge effect. But these were still very far away. Ha, boss, that's too big a challenge, unless you let me spend a few years studying academic materials on dark matter. Dr. Otto smiled and replied to Killian's joke. Not everyone is like Tony Stark, who can spend one night to study someone else's entire academic paper and get a degree. Normal researchers basically only study in one direction throughout their lives, not to mention that dark matter is a new topic. If you want him to do this project, he would not dare to start it without at least a few years of preparation. Unless the design drawings are completely placed in front of him. Otherwise, even with the current drawings that can be reversed, he thinks it is not something that can be done in a short time. Nuclear fusion technology is mainly a process in which two lighter atomic nuclei are combined into a heavier atomic nucleus and release energy. The easiest fusion reaction to achieve in nature is the fusion of hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium. This reaction has lasted for 5 billion years on the Sun. This is why in Spider-Man, Dr. Otto calls it the energy of the sun. Because the principle of the sun is nuclear fusion reaction. And nuclear fusion reactions mainly rely on hydrogen isotopes. Nuclear fusion does not produce the long-term and high-level nuclear radiation that occurs in nuclear fission, does not produce nuclear waste, and of course does not produce greenhouse gases, and basically does not pollute the environment. People first learned about thermonuclear fusion from the explosion of hydrogen bombs. So scientists hope to invent a device that can effectively control the process of hydrogen bomb explosion and allow energy to be continuously and stably output. Because nuclear energy itself is the largest energy known to mankind today. It mainly includes two main forms, fission energy and fusion energy. Fission energy is the huge energy released by the fission of atoms of heavy metal elements, which has now been commercialized. However, the development of fission energy is limited by the fact that heavy metal elements, such as uranium required for fission, are scarce on Earth, and conventional fission reactors will produce long-lived and highly radioactive nuclear waste. Another form of nuclear energy is fusion energy, which has not yet been commercialized. Deuterium is abundant in the seawater of the Earth, up to 40 trillion tons. If all of it is used for fusion reactions, the energy released will be enough for humans to use for tens of billions of years, and the reaction product is helium without radioactive pollution. In addition, since nuclear fusion requires extremely high temperatures, once a problem occurs in a certain link, the fuel temperature will automatically drop, and the fusion reaction will automatically terminate. This means that fusion reactors are subcritical reactors, and accidents similar to the Chernobyl nuclear fission power plant in the former Soviet Union will never occur. It is safe. Therefore, fusion energy is an unlimited, clean, and safe new energy. What Killian and his team are using now is the latter, relying on the current mainstream tokamak device, which belongs to magnetic confinement and mainly uses hydrogen isotopes deuterium-tritium as fusion fuel. Moreover, the most critical parameter for the realization of controlled nuclear fusion is the output-input ratio Q1, self-sustaining stage. To achieve commercial power generation, Q must be greater than 10, maintaining the balance of payment stage, and to achieve absolute superiority over traditional power generation modes, the Q value may reach more than 80. It can be said that the larger the Q value, the higher the energy utilization efficiency. Now, after their experiments, the Q value has reached 10,000. This means that in the process of energy conversion and output, there is almost no energy loss, and a 100% efficient conversion can be achieved. If after this, the power supply of the entire laboratory is replaced by a new nuclear fusion reactor, then its daily power generation can even reach 200 million kilowatts per hour, which is equivalent to the same power generation of the entire Three Gorges power station. The main reason for this is that the energy release of nuclear fusion is greater than that of nuclear fission, at least 4 to 8 times that of nuclear fission. For details, please refer to the comparison between hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs of the same equivalent and volume. It can be said that from today, Killian's pioneering technology will no longer worry about energy issues. Even more energy can produce unlimited controlled nuclear fusion batteries for T-800, and one battery can maintain the functional activities of T-800 for 120 years. At this moment, Killian seemed to be able to see the shock of the people of the world at the press conference that will be held soon. A few days later, with Killian's rest. On the other side, the press conference of Pioneer Technology was once again opened in front of the public. But this time, what made the public satisfied was that although they might not be able to go for various reasons, Pioneer Technology had already opened a live broadcast on the company's official website. And according to Pioneer Technology's external publicity, 100 lucky viewers will be selected in each country and region to give company gifts. Because of this, the number of people in the company's live broadcast room once exceeded 8 figures. And you have to know that this is still the era when the popularity of smart devices is far less than that of everyone in the future. It can be said that almost all people who can access the internet and have the conditions to access the internet have come to support it. Moreover, according to Lease's backstage display, the proportion of people who have purchased Pioneer Technology smartphones who watch on their phones is more than 70%, and this number is still increasing. It is expected that by the time they start, it will reach 90%. At this moment, the flow of people on the side of Pioneer Technology Company is no less than that on the internet. In front of the Pioneer Technology building, at this moment, there is a lot of traffic. Originally, This is just a science and technology industrial park. In addition to angel investors, most of the people who come here are employees in the park. Because it is originally located in a remote area, it takes more than half an hour to drive to the nearest city. But today, there is an unexpected scene of a sea of people and vehicles. The last time there was such a flow of people was during the Spring Festival. With the arrival of 12 o'clock at noon, in front of the main entrance of the Pioneer Technology Building, at this moment, there are already countless news vehicles and media from all over the country. Many reporters and hosts are facing long guns and short guns in the crowd, and began to report the content of the scene to the camera. Hello, dear audience friends in front of the camera. This is the New York Times. I am your old friend Eliza. We are now in front of the headquarters of Pioneer Technologies in Miami, Florida. I believe you can see that there are already a sea of people here. In addition to us, there are also reporters from dozens of news media here. And today is an extremely special day. The product launch of Pioneer Technologies, the largest technology company we call a black technology company, will begin here today. You should know that as one of the most influential technology companies today, Pioneer Technologies has been quite low-key in its development, but every time its product launch conferences are held, the whole world pays attention. Since the company appeared in people's sight, it has held 2 product launch conferences in a year, and each of them shocked the world and everyone's eyes. For the first time, the personal health assistant Baymax came into being, allowing mankind to officially enter a new era of medicine from that day on. People can check their health anytime and anywhere, and prevent and eliminate the occurrence of various major diseases from then on. As for the second press conference, I believe everyone who has used Pioneer Technology's smartphone has spoken highly of it. At least now all my colleagues around me are fans of Pioneer Technology. Chapter 103, Gathering of Goddesses. And with a 5G signal, people can download a movie of several gigabytes in an instant, and then save it for viewing. It is an absolutely revolutionary invention. Add to that the 3D projection technology that can now be seen in major cities. I have to say that when a reporter went to decorate a room some time ago, he simulated the furniture environment in advance and selected it for several days. The final effect was simply better than ever. In general, every press conference of Pioneer Technology can be said to be a technology promotion conference for the entire human civilization. And now, with the third press conference of Pioneer Technology held here, I believe that everyone is looking forward to the specific content of the Pioneer Technology product launch conference like me. At this moment, the New York Times reporter holding the microphone was talking to the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Ethan, a reporter from the Washington Times. Today, in front of the gate where I'm standing is the headquarters of the famous Pioneer Technologies. Speaking of this legendary company, I think everyone who loves surfing should know that they invented the high-tech robot, Baymax, and there are even various different models of Baymax derived from it, which can be said to have brought great relief to everyone. And today, Pioneer Technologies is going to release another new product. I think everyone is still wondering why I mentioned the above item. After all, everyone should know the above information, but this is the point. According to the information I have received, among the new products that Pioneer Technologies is about to release, there will be a new robot. Now there are rumors that Pioneer Technologies secretly acquired 2 domestic high-tech special metal manufacturing companies and their factories a month ago, and the steel of these factories is used for high-tech equipment and robot production, etc. This means that Pioneer Technologies' new product is likely to be a brand new and different version of the robot from Baymax. Now, with a press conference about to begin, our reporters will lead the audience into this press conference to answer everyone's questions. At this moment, similar remarks made by reporters such as the above can be said to be a variety of opinions. The version that the audience heard had already covered everything from robots to space battleships. Although these speculations were outrageous, this was Pioneer Technology, which had created countless miracles. In front of this company, which netizens called Black Technology Company, these speculations were taken for granted. As time passed, more media reporters and representatives of major companies that wanted to cooperate also arrived at the scene. Even many media reporters from other countries came and broadcasted for the people of their own countries in a language that others could not understand. And the most surprising thing was that this time, the presidents of 6 medical institutions came, but they were all specially received in the banquet hall of Pioneer Technology. At this moment, the flow of people on the scene once again reached its peak. It was just because they had experienced it several times before. The local mayor of Miami, who is already very skilled, also asked all the police officers to rush to the scene early to cooperate with a robot Dabbe in the park to maintain order. According to Killian's opinion, there was no need for the help of the police officers, and Dabbe was enough to maintain it. But according to the mayor's idea, this time it also reflects the best scene of their police and the public helping each other. So Killian did not continue to insist on this. 10 minutes before the press conference started, the staff of Pioneer Technology finally began to arrive downstairs of the company one after another, and quietly waited for the arrival of Vice President Lisa in front of the seats that had been vacated long ago. In the whole scene, except for a few media and companies that chose to take the initiative to cooperate with Pioneer Technology's publicity because of the invitations in the previous few times, the other media were arranged to stand and watch. They may ask questions later, but for Pioneer Technology, the priority is always the partners who supported them at the beginning. Because of this, Jameson, who was able to sit at the front of the press conference for the first time, was a little flattered. He straightened his suit, and then turned around to look at his mortal enemies who were looking at him with envy and jealousy, and couldn't help but feel a little flattered. But he didn't care about them in the end, but sorted out his interview manuscript and began to prepare for the questions he would ask later. After all, compared to these mortal enemies, getting first-hand explosive news is much more important. However, for the reporters present, this press conference seems to be different from usual. In the first two sessions, Pioneer Technology would at least preheat the product and even pre-sell it. But this one is just like a simple ordinary press conference. If it weren't for the projection of the words Pioneer Technology Product Press Conference displayed on the back of the podium, everyone present might think so. However, this time, the most special thing is that in addition to Apple, Microsoft, Hammer Industries, Loxon Corporation, Osborne Group and even Stark Enterprises have sent people to visit. You know, in normal times, it is harder than climbing to the sky to get these big corporate representatives together. Now these corporate giants are sitting here, and they all look solemn, looking at the next press conference as if facing a great enemy. On the other side, with the press conference about to begin, at this moment, in the company's office, Lisa is standing there with several staff members, constantly handing over the matters that may be encountered later. There were also several makeup artists on the side, making the final adjustments to Lisa's clothes. Although she was used to big scenes, and even the lineup of the last press conference was no smaller than this time, Lisa still looked serious and a little nervous. At this moment, she understood why the boss did not show up. If she was not just a vice president, she would have wanted someone to help her host the press conference. But this was impossible, and she would not want her boss to find someone else to replace her. Soon, time passed by minute, accompanied by the countdown on the field. With the cameras in the hands of the reporters flashing continuously, Lisa strode out of the company in a white suit. After arriving at the podium, she scanned the entire venue with a smile on her face. Although she was very nervous inside, for her, these negative emotions were suppressed to death, and the whole person was like a lioness with a strong momentum. As Lisa came on stage, the audience burst into warm applause. Everyone present was familiar with this beautiful vice president of Pioneer Technology. Because except for the first press conference, Pioneer Technology personally appeared. At other times, Pioneer Technology's external contacts were all handled by this beautiful president. Even because of this, Lisa's personal resume was once exposed. Although the resume of an intern at a prestigious school is high enough for most ordinary people, it seems not very qualified compared to this position. You know, Lisa is too young, just in her early 20s. It can be said that for most people, they have not even graduated from school, and at most they are just graduated. And at such an age, the other party has become the vice president of a large technology group with assets and influence comparable to the top 10 in the world. All these things can't help but make people think more. There was even a rumor that Lisa was Killian's mistress, and the reason why she was placed in this position was because she had Killian's child, but Killian was a playboy like Tony Stark and liked to play outside, so the two never got married. Of course, similar news was just gossip. After all, let's put aside the private relationship between Lisa and Killian. In the previous Pioneer Technology press conference, Lisa's aura was full and she suppressed it steadily. There were no twists and turns in the press conference with tens of thousands of people gathered. This is the most admirable. You know, the gathering of tens of thousands of people, even a small incident, can often cause huge riots. Don't you see that there are many stampedes every time there is a demonstration next door? and there are only a few thousand people. This alone is enough to show Lisa's ability. And this time, Lisa is different from the dress she wore at the last press conference. This time, Lisa appeared in front of everyone as a female president. Because she herself is a very charismatic type, coupled with the general pride of Western women and the confidence that her figure brings her, Lisa, who is wearing a white suit this time, gave everyone a sense of pride and sexiness, giving people the feeling of a stunning beautiful president. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our new round of product launch conference of Pioneer Technology from all over the world. I can assure you that Pioneer Technology's products will never disappoint you. But before introducing the products, I have seen many new friends and I believe you are still unfamiliar with me, so let me introduce myself here. I am Lisa, the Vice President of Pioneer Technology, responsible for Pioneer Technology's external and sales affairs. Of course, I am also honored to be designated as the host of this conference by the chairman, Mr. Killian. Then in the next 2 hours, I will lead you to the third round of new product launch conference of Pioneer Technology this year. As Lisa's voice fell, the big screen behind her also lit up, and Pioneer Technology's unique AIM logo appeared on the screen in the form of 3D projection. Then, accompanied by the grand live band sound, everyone subconsciously applauded. At this point, the press conference officially started. First of all, to thank everyone for coming, this time we have spent a lot of money to invite many heavyweight beauties from all over the world. At the same time, in order to greatly take care of everyone's hobbies, there are also various two-dimensional characters to serve you, and later, we will cooperate with the explanation when the new products appear at the on-site press conference. Believe me, each of them has been professionally trained by our company, and the professional knowledge is even better than mine. Now please invite the ladies representing our etiquette team. Then, with Lisa's introduction, one after another, the beauties with special styles and charming styles walked out of the Pioneer Technology building and appeared in front of everyone for the first time. And accompanied by the real-time playback screen displayed in the air by the 3D virtual projection on the scene. At this moment, the people present held their breath and felt a suffocating beauty coming at them. It was as if it was the Western goddess of wisdom Athena, the goddess angel of faith and God, the Eastern goddess Change, the succubus who fascinated all living beings in hell, the goddess of war Sif in Norse mythology, the goddess of love and beauty in Greek mythology Aphrodite, and so on. Even each one who stood out alone was definitely a goddess at the level of bringing disaster to the country and the people. And now they are appearing in groups in front of everyone. My God, I seem to see angels themselves. Oh my God, if one of these girls is my girlfriend, I would be willing to live 50 years less. My only request is to give me 1 year. Big deal, big deal. This time I really believe in the sincerity of Pioneer Technology. Just these beauties, even if it is a world-famous modeling company, if they want to gather them together, they will not be able to get tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars. You know, these are not much less than the current international big stars. I'm a director. To be honest, if I had met these girls earlier, even one of them, my box office would have been over 100 million. I believe what the above said. For beauties of this level, even if their acting skills are poor, just relying on that face is enough. Woo woo woo. Did you hear clearly? The beautiful CEO of Pioneer Technology said that these beauties would accompany the people present and explain the products to them. Why didn't I go? Can we have a time machine? I could have gone, but I thought that at most it would be like last time to draw a mobile phone on the spot. Now that I can draw online, I didn't go. As a result, Pioneer Technology, you misled me. I'm going crazy. If I had known, I would have booked a transfer to go. I have searched the whole world for this level and haven't met many people. At this time, not only the people on the scene began to talk about it, but the tens of millions of viewers on the internet also began to talk about their feelings at this moment. You know, regardless of gender, beauties are always talked about and the enthusiasm never fades. Above beauties, there are real goddesses. Especially in the current situation, when the myth shines into reality, whether it is boys or girls, they are completely crazy about the goddesses on the live TV. It's like someone told you that there will be a product launch of a company soon, and there will be real change, Zai Shi, Diao-chan and other beauties present, and they will interact with the crowd. Will you regret it and be excited? The answer is, of course. Jarvis. To be continued, thanks to the 10,500 points rewarded by buying a $2 lottery ticket last year, And thanks to Jing Jing Defeng for the 100 points reward. Thank you for your support. The author was coding until midnight yesterday, and just woke up and felt such a large reward. It's the first time I've seen it. Woo woo, so moved. Thank you fans for your support. Chapter 104 Tony's Pride, Amphibious Weapons. Helicopter. Where's my helicopter? 1 hour, no, half an hour, I'm going to fly there right now. For example, Tony Stark, who originally disdained avant-garde technology, was dragged by his uncle Abadi Aston to watch the live broadcast of avant-garde technology reluctantly. After seeing this scene, the whole person was like taking stimulants, and he jumped up on the spot and said, for Tony now, the company's business is controlled by his uncle Abadi Aston, and he is very relieved. In addition to occasionally studying some new age high-tech weapons, his biggest interest is to communicate and talk with beautiful women. And his most intuitive way of casting is the beauties on the cover of major model magazines. You know, the beauties who can be on the cover of these magazines are almost all top-notch, and ordinary ones can't make it. But after comparing the beauties at the avant-garde technology press conference, he now finds that his first half of his life is simply lived in vain. There are so many unheard of beauties, and he didn't know about them before, and they didn't even talk to him. It's simply the biggest regret for both parties. Hey, Tony, calm down. We are in New York. Even if you fly a fighter jet, it will take more than an hour. By then, they will have dispersed, not to mention that you haven't yet. On the other side, although Abadi Aston was also surprised by the beauties of avant-garde technology, he was not as out of control as Tony. When he saw that the other party was about to run away like Teddy, he stood up and grabbed the other party's arm and began to persuade him. Good suggestion, Stan. It seems that we should study new aircraft next. How about starting with the engine? Well, energy is also a problem, but I can think of a way to solve this problem. After hearing Abadi Aston's words, Tony came back to his senses and looked at the beauties in the video with regret, and then changed the subject. Of course, no problem, but have you forgotten that the focus this time is avant-garde technology, Tony? I have received intelligence that the military personnel are now in close contact with avant-garde technology. Even at one point, a large sum of money was transferred to the account of avant-garde technology. We should pay attention to this company, otherwise we may capsize sooner or later. Looking at Tony Stark's dissolute and careless look, Abadestin couldn't help but look helpless, but he had to suppress his restlessness and then patiently spoke to Tony. Sometimes, he really felt a headache for this child who never grew up. He thought about it and said whatever he wanted. It's okay for him to play outside and basically don't care about the company's affairs, but when there is trouble, he has to run out to clean up the mess. To be honest, if it weren't for him, he believed that the current Stark group would be surrounded by enemies. After all, Tony Stark's mouth is unprecedentedly strong, the kind that no one can stand. Tisk, Stan, believe me, the boss of this company is a genius, but if they want to get involved in military projects, then I just want to say that they have found the wrong person. And I have recently done new research based on their robot Baymax. Believe me, you have to thank them for the inspiration they gave me. I have developed a brand new war weapon, the Patriot robot. A real combat robot that can be remotely controlled to carry out war strikes. Tony Stark said with a contemptuous smile about his uncle's emphasis on avant-garde technology. He admitted that the guy at avant-garde technology might have some cleverness and ideas, but in front of a true genius, these would be nothing but clouds. He developed a brand new combat robot based on Baymax, which will be the main force of future humans and even the space age. Really? Similar to the one in the Terminator movie. After hearing the huge surprise given to him by his good nephew, Abadestin originally wanted to discipline him because of his careless attitude, but it turned out that this was not carelessness at all. This was clearly, how to say it in the idiom of the East? He was confident. That's right, he was confident. At this moment, Abadestin even used Oriental idioms to describe Tony. Of course, believe me, it's even stronger than the Terminator, and it's easier to control. After seeing Abadestin's shocked look, Tony couldn't help but smile smugly, then stood up and took him downstairs. That was his exclusive laboratory. Usually, no matter what kind of technology, it was born here first, and then it would be handed over to the engineers in the company to produce according to the drawings. Just like in the movies, Abadestin was naturally familiar with this. It's just that he rarely came down, because sometimes Tony's inspiration disappeared with this sudden intrusion. After a few times, he rarely came down again. You know, Tony is the old hen that lays his golden eggs. Every inspiration is worth tens of billions. In other words, when Tony's inspiration disappears, it's his money that is lost. But because of this, Abatistine didn't know anything about Tony's recent robot research. After arriving at the basement, as Tony entered the password, Abatistine saw a large robot of the class III class, which was even more powerful than the Terminator in his opinion. On the side of the road were densely packed with various parts. You can imagine how messy the room was when Tony was doing the experiment. But it was no problem for him to drag you, and the whole person walked leisurely on the ground full of parts. Abatistine also followed Tony's footsteps carefully, fearing that his old body would be handed over here if he stepped on the air. After a while, under the leadership of Tony, Abatistine finally witnessed the robot Tony mentioned with his own eyes. After being extremely shocked, he used his hands full of calluses to tremble and touch the robot. At this moment, for Abatistine, he was completely sitting in front of a gold mine with the same volume as the Himalayas. With this, pioneer technology, Microsoft, and America will all kneel at his feet and suck his toes. Tony Stark on the side was very satisfied with Abadistine's expression. You know, the robot in front of him was developed by him based on Baymax. It can be said that every technology on it is the world's cutting-edge top technology. Only one soldier needs to sit at the main console to remotely control dozens of robots for long-range strikes. Each robot is equipped with super firepower. I divide it into 3 types: sea, land and air. Each type of mecha corresponds to different environmental combat capabilities. The Navy is made of military-grade steel for nuclear submarines. It has a special internal pressure adjustment, which allows this robot to fight below 1,000 meters under the sea. The weapons can also be freely configured, and its maximum speed can break the speed of sound. The Army has a special giant mortar mouth. It is positioned as a mobile tank robot. The cannon can easily blow up a bunker, and it has the ability to fly. The Air Force is made of professional aerospace steel, with a maximum speed of Mach 2, and is equipped with a 6-barrel machine gun and missile lock. The weapons can also be freely matched. It has the flight speed of the current cutting-edge fighter jets, while ensuring its own flexibility and super firepower. After that, Tony's introduction to these robots completely refreshed Abadistine's 3 views. It can be said that these are simply the real black technology of mankind. He couldn't imagine that if the current US military was really equipped with these, that would be. Wait, why do we need the US military to equip them? At this moment, some thoughts that shouldn't be thought of were like seeds, deeply rooted in Abadistine's mind. For a moment, he looked at Tony and the portrait of the president not far away with a look of something wrong in his eyes. So how mature is their technology now? Can it be mass-produced? And, if I'm not mistaken, the energy required for these things should be very huge. What are you going to do? Use aviation kerosene. After hearing Tony's words, Abatistine walked behind Tony slowly at this moment, and asked with complicated eyes. Of course, but it's not traditional aviation kerosene. Speaking of this, I have to admit that pioneer technology does have something. But they are like having a treasure mountain without knowing it. Without noticing Abadistine's eyes behind him, Tony continued to speak with a smug look on his face. What do you mean? After hearing Tony's words, Abatistine couldn't help but ask. Their latest pioneer smartphone. As soon as I got it, I took it apart to study its structure. What surprised me the most was that they actually developed graphene battery technology. And they use it as an energy source for mobile phone batteries. In my eyes, it's like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Tony also spoke at this moment. Graphene battery technology. Really? Can you copy it? When Tony Stark heard that pioneer technology had broken through the graphene battery technology and put it into use, he was extremely shocked, but he was excited because it meant that they could also use it, and then he said to Tony. Of course, but picking up other people's technology to use. Stan, I'm Tony Stark, a double genius student at MIT, not a roadside junk collector. Don't worry, although I'm not interested in their graphene battery technology, I also have an idea. I added graphene technology to aviation kerosene, and now the energy providing efficiency of aviation kerosene has reached 140% of the previous one. It means that the overall energy has been increased by nearly half. So my good partner, don't worry, even without graphene battery technology, our position in the military industry is unshakable. Looking at Abatistine, who was eager to say something because of his 2 words, Tony immediately continued with a confident face. After hearing what Tony said, Abadi Aston's original idea of being angry at him for not fighting back slowly dissipated. After all, he is his own nephew, and it is understandable that he has a little quirk occasionally. As Howard Stark's brother and an uncle who has watched Tony Stark grow up since he was a child, what can he do? He can only let Tony go. However, at this moment, the corners of Abadistine's mouth, which were harder to suppress than AK's, could not help but curl up under Tony's gaze. The mere graphene battery was not valued by their Stark Group at all. Abadistine positioned the Stark Group as a multinational arms company. The money they made from selling a missile could not be earned by selling a truckload of graphene batteries. At this moment, after a brief look at each other, both of them could not help but smile from the bottom of their hearts. On the other side, in the live press conference of Pioneer Technology, all the peerless beauties had entered the crowd under the advance arrangement and came to the circle surrounded by red lines that had been circled long ago. But what made the people around excited was that no matter who greeted her, she would answer enthusiastically, just like a professionally trained etiquette lady. From top to bottom, no matter her language, conversation or walking etiquette, people could not find even the slightest mistake. Even the fragrance that continued to emanate from her body made the men present excited. It's just that because of the several security guards next to him, no one dared to turn this impulse into action. Okay, next I will introduce to you the latest product of our Pioneer Technology. This time we will bring the most shocking drug in the history of medicine and even in human history, T1 virus antibody serum. I believe that everyone here will have all kinds of questions. Why did we develop a virus antibody serum, and what is the role of this serum? Then here, please allow me to explain to you that it is a real serum that can be used for various major diseases. The diseases it treats include not only various viral diseases such as influenza, parvovirus, rabies, but also Ebola virus, AIDS, early to late stage cancer, infectious diseases and tumors, serious terminal illnesses. Yes, you heard it right. Here I can solemnly declare that our T1 virus antibody serum can be used for all the diseases I mentioned above. Thank you for the 500 points rewarded by the Little Cat Club. Thank you for the support of fans and readers. The author wrote 15,000 words in one breath today. I feel no pressure at all. I hope everyone will support me. The author's goal of 10,000 views a day and half a month remains unchanged. I also promise everyone here that as long as everyone likes it, the performance of this work keeps rising. Then, after half a month, maybe the author can still evolve. Exclamation mark. 20,000 beasts a day. Go for it! Exclamation mark. Chapter 105 The shock brought by the T-virus antibody serum. For diseases such as advanced cancer, advanced AIDS, and the fatal Ebola virus, only one injection is needed to completely rid you of all the pain and suffering. 2 injections can completely cure you, and 3 injections can make you fully recovered and return to your best physical condition. Yes, our T1 virus antibody serum can not only cure your body, but can even fully restore your body that has been overdrawn due to the disease while curing it. Not only that, the focus of this serum launched by our company is on national prevention. Yes, just as you think, its original intention of design is the same as that of DAB, and its purpose is to free the whole nation from the pain and suffering of illness. If your physical fitness is very poor due to the lack of popularization of DAB, or due to congenital development, then you don't have to worry. Your savior T1 virus antibody serum is here. It can comprehensively optimize the host's body genes and bring you to the most perfect level. Even if you have congenital paralysis, you can also use it, because essentially our T1 virus antibody serum optimizes the host's body genes, strengthens and restores your own body cells to deal with foreign viruses. Of course, after all I have said, you may have different opinions, or even think that I am making empty promises. I also understand this very well. After all, when I first saw this project, I also felt that it was simply a fantasy and out of reach. Then, let's take a look at the relevant treatment videos. Friendly reminder, the following videos were shot with the permission of the parties involved, and there is no infringement. After saying this, Lisa smiled at the technical department on the side and signaled them to start playing the video of the patient before and after the injection of T1 virus antibody serum. These videos were also displayed in front of everyone and the audience in the live broadcast room in the form of live 3D projection. At this moment, everyone present in the live broadcast room, without exception, slowed down their breathing and looked at the screen in front of them with concentration every second. From the beginning, the patient was skinny, skeletal, with fist-sized injection holes all over his face. He looked like he was in great pain but pretended to be calm in front of his family. He was forced to accept the interview. In the middle of the injection, the painful struggle and the medicine were clearly visible from the patient's arm, which was thinner than firewood. Even the direction of the flow could be clearly seen. Then he gradually got better, and even at the end, he jumped on the ground with a torch-like look in his eyes. All of this was a video that looked like reality but also like science fiction, and it was presented in front of everyone. After a while, the 40-minute documentary ended with a scene of tens of thousands of people in front of him and the tens of millions of people watching in the live broadcast room. Even for a long time after the end, no one in the live broadcast room or even on the scene spoke, as if someone had pressed the pause button. In addition to the 3D projection image being turned off, when Lisa picked up the microphone again, the scene once again burst into warm applause that had never been seen before. You have to know that Pioneer Technology has even published all the medical records and identities of those patients. In this case, even if an ordinary person wants to check, it is as simple as it can be. There are as many as dozens of people in the video. It is impossible for everyone to be fake. Moreover, although everyone does not say it, they know very clearly in their hearts that the styling in the video can only be reflected by people with real terminal illnesses. You have to know that for an ordinary person, although beautiful women are the focus of discussion, it is only a topic of conversation after dinner, and it is when everyone has free time. But if you get sick, I am afraid no one will have the heart to see beautiful women anymore. After all enjoyment is achieved on the basis of your own health. If people are gone, what's the use of putting a stunning beauty in front of you? So before the important moment that concerns their own life and property in the present and even in the future, everyone's attention to T1 antiviral serum has increased by 1000%. And now, this kind of thing that can save your life in the future has been researched out. For a while, people all over the world, after watching these videos, felt as if they were dreaming. They couldn't believe that there would be a drug that could be effective for all major diseases. Although there may be some symptoms that Lisa didn't describe, it was just the known names of the diseases that the other party said. As long as these can really be cured, then from now on, what else can defeat them in the future? From now on, everyone will no longer be troubled by any disease except natural disasters and accidents. So far, some people have been surprised to find that the problems of physical diseases in people's lives have been completely covered by Pioneer Technology. From inspection, discovery, investigation, treatment, recovery to prevention, the one-stop service was actually done by Pioneer Technology in such a simple way. At this moment, it can be said that the impact on the entire human race is too great, although everyone's dream was to live without disease and disaster until natural death. But that is just a dream, and it is a dream because the dream cannot be realized. And now? Question mark. Hello, President. I want to ask a question. Is that okay? At this time, after everyone reacted, Jameson was the first to stand up and ask Lisa a question. Even at this moment, he found that his attitude was not what it used to be. Of course, please. In response to Jameson's question, Lisa smiled slightly and gestured. Is the video released by your company true? And if it is true, how much do you plan to sell this serum for? At this moment, Jameson asked a question that everyone was concerned about in a concise manner. As Jameson finished his question, everyone looked at Lisa with a sigh of relief. Although they all knew that drugs like this that can fight cancer would often cost a fortune, not to mention this all-powerful serum, which could cost 8 or 9 digits, but this is pioneering technology, maybe it can really give them a little surprise? That's a good question. Let me answer your first question first. We are playing the original video, which can be verified by any organization in the country by any means, word by word and frame by frame. We also gave each person involved $500,000 and obtained lifetime authorization. All their medical records and medical records, even hospital outpatients and treatment records, will be completely transparent and disclosed in the public notice column of our Pioneer Technology official website, and anyone can check them. Now let's answer your second question. As for the pricing of T1 virus antibody serum, I believe you can tell from the name that this antiviral serum we launched has an extremely special number. Because of the public's consumption, we divide the T1 virus antibody serum into 3 different levels, T1, T2, and T3. T1 includes all major levels of treatment, prevention, and physical recovery, and the dosage is increased. It can be said to be the one with the highest recovery, so we price it at $10 million per shot. Although T2 is not as targeted and therapeutic as T1, it can treat known advanced cancers with up to 2 to 3 courses of treatment, depending on the condition. That is, for the general public, T2 virus antibody serum is completely sufficient. So we priced it at $1 million per shot. According to preliminary clinical trials, if it is in the late stage, even if you only have enough money for one shot, its efficacy can ensure that the patient is free from the virus torture within 10 years, and can fully suppress the virus in the body. If it is in the early or middle stage, only one shot is needed to be effective. And T3, which we call a preventive vaccine, can treat most of the currently known early lesions and strengthen the body without any damage to the body. It can be said that even if you are a sub-healthy person, one shot can restore you to a healthy state. The price of T3 is $100,000 per shot. Believe me, this is definitely the most convenient price that everyone can get. If you still think it is too expensive, then we may reduce the price further only when we make a breakthrough in the later stage of technology. After all, the philosophy we have always followed at Pioneer Technology is to give back to society, benefit the public, and make the world a better place. So if possible, we will try every possible way to break through the existing technology and further reduce the cost space to give back to the public. At this moment, as Lisa finished her explanation with a smile, the people present and even those who were watching this live broadcast before the live broadcast could not help but find that the previous one was not a fairy, but a goddess who truly saved the working people and always cared about the safety of the people. She and Pioneer Technology did not try their best to show off like those hypocritical politicians, but from the beginning to the end, they have been working hard to create the best technology to give back to society and benefit the people. From the beginning of the Big White, to the subsequent 5G signal, smartphones, and now the T1 virus antibody serum. At this time, everyone realized that Pioneer Technology was the real light of mankind. From the first product of the first product launch conference, it was laying out for the entire human race. For a time, everyone could not help but praise the greatness of Pioneer Technology and Killian's sense of social responsibility. If it were not for the fact that major governments now do not allow the creation of gods, even countless people would want to make Killian a real god. Hello, I want to ask, I saw that the presidents of 6 major pharmaceutical companies were present in the invitation seats, so does it mean that your company has a deeper cooperation with the representatives of the pharmaceutical companies invited today or even the companies behind them? At this time, a reporter wearing glasses, after pushing his glasses, immediately asked a question that surprised everyone. After all, although they have more or less seen the representatives of these pharmaceutical companies coming, no one has combined the two. But now it seems that fuck. It immediately gave everyone a feeling of waking up from a dream. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the amazing discovery of this colleague. And some representatives such as Microsoft and Stark Enterprises cast strange eyes on the presidents of pharmaceutical companies sitting in the first 2 rows not far away. After all, each of these pharmaceutical companies has a good corporate size, and facing such a cross-industry competitor, not to mention fighting each other to death, like fighting in a ring, you come and go. At least you dislike each other, and then quietly develop your own. As a result, they hooked up like this? And judging from the performance of several pharmaceutical presidents this time seems to be quite long. At this moment, the representatives of the major companies present and even the vice presidents could not help but express their sincere admiration for the 6 pharmaceutical presidents. Ask yourself, if they were in the same situation, it would be difficult for them to smile and ask for cooperation with an outsider who wanted to stab their territory and grab their territory. Of course, the purpose of our company is to seek all cooperation and develop in unity. We believe that only by uniting major companies can we usher in a better tomorrow. It is precisely because of the common ideal that several pharmaceutical representatives have reached a strategic cooperation with our Pioneer Technology and jointly invested. After combining the core information of several major pharmaceutical companies, we have developed the antiviral serum that everyone sees now. All this also perfectly proves that unity and cooperation are the standard of win-win. And we at Pioneer Technology also hope to have deeper cooperation with companies in various industries in the future, and then work together to benefit the people and give back to society. Build a beautiful home together. After hearing the reporter's words, Lisa answered the reporter's questions with a smile and without any panic. After all, before going on stage, They had already prepared answers for various possible situations, and she wrote them all down. So even if it happened suddenly now, she could answer confidently. As Lisa's voice fell, as expected, under this extremely perfect and beautiful speech, everyone present spontaneously applauded. The waves of applause came one after another, as if to drown Lisa. After hearing these positive feedbacks from the scene, Lisa's condition became better and better, and she was even more confident and dedicated than before. Hello, President Lisa, may I ask, what is the principle of this virus antibody serum? After all, as far as I know, there may be drugs with similar efficacy as your company on the market, but they are almost all for a single symptom without exception, and I have never heard of drugs like your company that can eliminate almost all major diseases at one time. At this time, as the questions continued, a reporter also raised his hand and was picked up by Lisa, and then asked. Since the price of the medicine has been mentioned by others, she will start with the nature of the medicine. She believes that with this piece of news, their newspaper will be able to produce an excellent article after taking it back. Chapter 106 The Shock of the World. Controlled Nuclear Fusion Reactor. Of course, I believe that if I don't explain it clearly here, my colleagues in the medical field and the patients' families may not be able to sleep at night. The main principle of this T-series virus antibody serum launched by our company is that we cultivate a super symbiotic virus, and the main ability of this virus is to strengthen its own cells after entering the host's body, and optimize and transform it, so as to further strengthen and give it the function of engulfing foreign cells. And because of this, as long as it is in the host's body, all viruses that are recognized as foreign invasions by their own cells will take the initiative to engulf them and turn them into nutrients to supplement themselves and feed back to the host. It can be said that with the blessing of the virus antibody serum, the more severe the virus in the body, that is, the disease you suffer from, the stronger the feedback, and this is also what we can promise that after taking 3 shots, you can completely recover to the best condition. The principle is that the invading virus in the body will be engulfed and fed back by the virus serum. On this basis, the body's own immunity and cells are strengthened. And that's why our company dares to identify it as a treatment for most diseases in the world, because we all know that no matter what disease it is, the main problem is the lack of human immunity and virus invasion. And our virus antibody serum can make up for this very well, and strengthen the body's own immunity in all aspects. Therefore, we sincerely urge everyone, if you have the ability, please don't be stingy to make an appointment for yourself for even the most basic T3 virus antibody serum injection. Because it will make your body cells and your own immunity stronger. To use an old saying, it will make you immune to all poisons. Madam, I think my answer should be able to answer your doubts very well. Looking at the reporter in front of her, Lisa answered while confidently facing the reporters who kept pressing the shutter in their hands because of her shocked words. This is incredible. I have never heard of such a virus existing in nature. Amazing, this is simply God's creation. For a while, as Lisa's voice fell, the people present began to talk about it. After all, Lisa's words are easy to understand, even people who have not studied medicine can understand them easily, but it is precisely because of this that it is clearer that the virus in Lisa's mouth is magical. Not only can it eliminate the virus in the body, but it can also feed back its nutrition to strengthen the human body. It's like you have a pet that can not only spit out gold coins for you every day, but also turn into any woman you like, and every time you are done, it will also increase your physical fitness. The result is not bad at all. It belongs to the kind of good things that have nothing to pay, and only exist in ideals. Oh, by the way, they paid expensive medical expenses. Think about it this way, the cheapest T3 antiviral drug costs $100,000. If they work hard without eating or drinking, according to the current mainstream monthly salary of $3,000, they can save $36,000 a year, which means that they can save enough in 3 years. Although it seems exaggerated, if you think about it carefully, it can guarantee your health for the next few years to decades, and everyone's originally restless heart can't help but ease down. What's more, they have credit cards and loans. Even if they get sick in advance, they can still use the credit cards in advance. For a while, this medicine seemed to have no shortcomings. Some people even wanted Pioneer Technology to start offline injections right now, just 2 injections to quench their thirst. After all, according to Lisa, the beautiful vice president of Pioneer Technology, even if there is no disease, after injecting the virus antibody serum, it will improve physical fitness in all aspects. Okay, Please take advantage of the little time we still have to calm down your excitement quickly. Believe me, because the products of our pioneering technology that will be released later will bring you even more intuitive shocks. If our T-series antiviral drugs are pulling the entire human race towards perfect evolution, then the next products will lead us to open a new chapter in the entire technological era. The entire human race will enter a new era from this moment on. However, because the equipment to be displayed is very large, we can only select a small number of on-site audiences to experience it up close and personal. But other audiences don't need to regret it, because our on-site 3D virtual projection will bring you a 100% on-site restoration, and the perspective you see will even be clearer and more intuitive than theirs. Now I will invite 30 audiences from the scene to take a close look at the new products that everyone will see next, led by our etiquette ladies. Are you ready? Then, before everyone could recover, Lisa dropped another bombshell, and spoke to everyone present with great excitement through the headset in front of her. Because of being too excited, Lisa's cheeks, which were originally as white as snow, also had a blush on them. However, no one cared about Lisa's face at this moment. Everyone was immersed in the invention that was even more shocking than the T-series antiviral drugs. After experiencing all the pain and the huge impact of bidding farewell to the human era, they could not imagine that there was anything more important to the human era than this thing. Unless aliens came? Or God appeared? At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but feel confused and dazed. Me. However, no matter how confused they were at this moment, everyone at the scene was very active in raising their hands. In order to make themselves more prominent, they even kept jumping up and down. After all, according to the usual nature of pioneer technology, close observation is definitely worth it. Okay, then I will randomly select a few people next. First, this kid. This handsome guy, and then, under Lisa's roll call, lucky audience members were selected one after another, and everyone's face was filled with excitement at this moment. Yee. Ned, we were selected. Oh my god, I feel the goddess of luck is smiling at me. Today is definitely the luckiest moment of my life. Especially the blonde child who was still in elementary school was so excited that he spoke incoherently to the fat boy who was selected with him. Just like the little boy named Ned was also so excited that his face turned red and he couldn't speak. In the end, he was taken away by the parents of the two people and led by the staff on the scene. Peter, be obedient and don't run around, okay? At this time, when the little boy was about to leave with the staff, a man with gold-rimmed glasses said lovingly to his son in front of him, and the blonde woman beside him also looked at the child with great pity. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I will definitely be obedient. Just wait and see my performance on the screen. After hearing what his parents said, Peter answered excitedly. Then he took the initiative to pull the fat boy next to him and followed the staff to walk inside. Wow, Ned, this is so cool. Look, the thickness of these steels and the layout of the construction are completely built according to the current top biosafety level laboratories. My dad's workplace doesn't have any of these. After entering the elevator, looking at the internal facilities and decorations, little Peter was like an excited groundhog, constantly telling his friends beside him everything he saw. Although he was very young and only went to elementary school, because of his interest in science, he has already done a lot of related research. At least he has a complete understanding of the level and layout of the laboratory. Yet, there are these facial recognition devices. Other companies have just started using fingerprints, right? Too advanced. I can guarantee that Pioneer Technology is definitely the most sci-fi company I have ever been to. Ned, who was standing by, was also a genius boy who was proficient in science and technology physics like Peter. After looking at these sci-fi technologies in front of him, he also admired them sincerely. At this time, some tourists who were traveling with them also cast a praiseful look at the two children after seeing their amazement, but after a while, they retracted their eyes and continued to look around. After all, these technologies of Pioneer Technology were rare even for them outside. Who would dare to believe that in the elevator going down, you can actually see the underground scene outside through the glass, and inside the elevator, the original elevator floor buttons were cancelled, replaced by a transparent glass electronic screen, and on top of it was a communicating artificial intelligence, explaining the current progress to everyone. After the elevator arrived, everyone realized that they had arrived at the 6th underground floor. Looking out through the open elevator door, they saw a sci-fi corridor with a blue light at the edge of the corridor, providing light for the underground laboratory. Then, Under the guidance of the staff, after walking for a few minutes and passing through several security doors, they finally arrived at a very large laboratory. And right opposite the laboratory door, what caught everyone's eyes was a huge super device composed of many rectangular iron sheets, which was flashing red and pink light through the glass and kept running. Oh my god, I know this. This is a superconducting tokamak device, controlled nuclear fusion, but how is this possible? This should only remain in theory. Even Stark Enterprises, the only company that claims to have achieved controlled nuclear fusion, can only operate it for demonstration, and it definitely doesn't have the effect you see in front of you. At this moment, after seeing the huge device in front of him, Peter was no longer calm. He began to pinch Ned's arm with his excited little hands, and spoke with a shocked and excited face. You should know that the superconducting tokamak device is recognized as the most effective way to explore and solve the engineering and physical problems of future steady-state fusion reactors. Therefore, anyone who has some research or knowledge of nuclear energy can understand that this huge device in front of him is 100% a nuclear fusion reactor after seeing this thing. And Peter is not the only one in a similar situation. At this moment, through the live broadcast on the scene, everyone outside also saw this device. For a moment, an unbelievable emotion once again exploded in everyone's mind. You know, this is the controlled nuclear fusion that is known as the king of energy for mankind in the future. As long as this thing comes out, all mankind can completely get rid of the constraints of energy and no longer need to exploit other non-renewable Earth resources, such as oil as energy reserves. You know, many American scientific research groups have published relevant papers in the world before, claiming that as long as controlled nuclear fusion is unlocked, humans can generate electricity continuously by adding tritium in seawater. You know, deuterium is abundant in the seawater of the Earth, up to 40 trillion tons. If all of it is used for fusion reactions, the energy released will be enough for humans to use for tens of billions of years. In such a market, from the initial proposal to build it in 1954 to the present, nearly 50 years have passed. Except for Stark Enterprises, which built one that can only be watched, no one else can accomplish such a feat. And now it has been completed by Pioneer Technology. This is simply a miracle. You know, this year the industrial electricity consumption in the United States is as high as 1,064.2 billion kilowatt-hours. If we calculate it based on the current price of 10 cents per kilowatt-hour, which is $0.01, then 1,064.2 billion kilowatt-hours is $10.6 billion. And this is just industrial electricity consumption. If the electricity consumption of the entire population is included, this number will have to be multiplied several times. This is just the profit of one country in 1 year. For a controlled nuclear fusion reactor like Pioneer Technology, let alone the technology, even if you build the equipment in those countries and let them pay for it, there are countless countries that want to cooperate. After all, everyone knows the interests of a nuclear reactor and a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. At this moment, all industries in the world are in an uproar with this video. Especially Lisa, the vice president of Pioneer Technology, began to explain this device outside. As you can see, this is the third product launched by Pioneer Technology today, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor. With the unremitting efforts of the entire scientific research staff of our company, we have finally successfully realized the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Using tritium to generate electricity, its energy conversion rate has reached 10,000, which means that our entire human race will no longer have to worry about turning on the heating in the cold winter due to energy crises and insufficient power supply, and no longer have to worry about turning on the air conditioner even 1 degree lower in the scorching desert because of the preciousness of electricity. With it, even if you are in the desert, you can build an open-air air-conditioned shopping mall without worrying about the waste of electricity resources. From today on, everyone can arrange their own electricity use without any scruples, turn on the air conditioner when they want, and adjust the temperature as many times as they want. And the electricity price, starting from today we will announce that we will 100% guarantee that the electricity produced by our Pioneer Technology controlled nuclear fusion reactor will be at least 50% lower than the global market price. We solemnly promise here that we will never let you spend a penny more in vain, and let every citizen deeply experience the great convenience brought by technological development. At this moment, Lisa once again mobilized the emotions of everyone present and spoke. Chapter 107, Another Wave of Trouble. The President Takes Action. Although the audiences present and around the world have lost count of how many times they have held their breath, roared and cheered, and enthusiastically encouraged in just 1 or 2 hours, if Pioneer Technology always releases products like it is now. Even if they clap their hands red, their voices hoarse, and suffocate on the spot, they are willing. Pioneer Technology. Pioneer Technology. Pioneer Technology. For a moment, no one knew who started the shouting, and everyone in the tens of thousands of people at the scene began to shout the name of Pioneer Technology. At this moment, the 4 words Pioneer Technology have penetrated into the hearts of all the people, not for anything else, just because everything Pioneer Technology has done and every technological product released so far is beneficial to the people. Even many people can imagine that after the launch of a T-series virus antibody serum, many pharmaceutical companies wanted to kill Pioneer Technology. Now that such a controlled nuclear fusion technology has been promoted, especially those oil-rich countries in the Middle East, don't they want Pioneer Technology to fall even more? Just as everyone thought, the representatives from Locks & Company present at this moment had become extremely depressed after Lisa finished speaking. You have to know that the reason why their Locks & Company has grown to such a large scale is because they have the right to exploit a large amount of oil. It can be said that in today's world, holding energy means holding the lifeline of most countries and mastering the way to make money continuously. And now, the oil and natural gas that would have brought them trillions or even quadrillions of revenues have instantly fallen to the bottom in this press conference of Pioneer Technology. Even now, he can already imagine that after the press conference of Pioneer Technology, the stock price of their Locks & Company will fall like a Waterloo. Originally, he came here with the company's mission and wanted to contact the company on the Pioneer Technology side to see if the two sides could reach a friendly cooperation. As a result, now, before the cooperation has even started, he has been stabbed in the heart by the other party. At this moment, the man can be said to have thoroughly experienced the thoughts of the presidents of Johnson & Johnson, Merck, and Pfizer. With such a troublemaker who can directly mess up your entire industry, no company will survive. Haha, Mr. Jones, it seems that your company is going to face a cold winter. Justin Hammer couldn't help but laugh meaningfully after glancing at the embarrassed face of Jones, the representative of Locks & Company. To be honest, the two companies have always been at odds. Although Locks & Company claims to be an energy company, it has also invested a lot in arms and has secretly snatched many military orders from Hammer Group. Now, after seeing the other party's base camp being smashed by Pioneer Technology, Justin Hammer is naturally very happy, and even the lollipop in his hand has become fragrant. Haha, Sir Hammer, you don't have to worry about that. You should manage your territory well, otherwise someone will swallow you up and you won't know why. After staring at Justin Hammer fiercely, Jones stood up and walked out angrily. After Pioneer Technologies announced the so-called controlled nuclear fusion reactor technology, he had no interest in staying. The problem facing their company now is that unless Pioneer Technologies is completely eliminated, they will either start to transform or continue to operate until the day of bankruptcy. But before that, the man knew that no matter what, at least Pioneer Technologies must not be allowed to deploy the nuclear fusion reactor so quickly, and at least give them time to maneuver. On the other side. This is incredible. Controlled nuclear fusion has actually been created. At this moment, in the Trident building, Nick Fury was gathering several cutting-edge scientific researchers and his confidants to watch the avant-garde technology press conference. One of his veteran researchers took his glasses and looked closer, trying to see the device in the video clearly. After watching it, the researcher couldn't help but sigh. Although it was hard for him to believe whether the appearance of this thing was real, looking at the tens of millions of people in the avant-garde technology live broadcast room and the tens of thousands of people at the press conference, all these signs showed that the avant-garde technology thing was real. In addition to sighing, the researcher was also slightly excited. You know, he has been in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long. Although he has been responsible for hundreds of scientific research projects of all sizes, it has been a long time since such a big event that made him excited. So what do you think now? After pausing the video, Nick Fury said with a calm face, then looked up and stared at the ceiling for a while, rubbing his eyebrows, trying to ease the fluctuating emotions in his heart. I think we can cooperate and buy their technology. At the very least, we must get the equipment. In this way, there will be no other concerns about the energy aspect of the plan. After Nick Fury finished speaking, another senior researcher also spoke decisively. After all, The project they are currently responsible for has been in operation since 1982. 18 years have passed. Although most of the problems have been solved, the energy problem is still a headache. After all, if a nuclear reactor is used, then people will inevitably consider issues such as explosions. Now there is a better choice. No matter what the reason is, the current one should be given priority. And compared to nuclear reactors, the energy supply intensity of controlled nuclear fusion reactors is 4-8 times stronger than that of our established nuclear reactors. If we have this, then the endurance energy of that big guy can even allow us to realize the dream of a truly mobile fortress that never falls. At this time, a researcher also added, after all, for the issue of controlled nuclear fusion reactors, everyone present, even those who are not in this field, knows the comparison of the energy intensity between the two, so they strongly demanded the purchase of this technology from Nick Fury. Even if they just buy the whole thing, it's fine. Okay, I get it. You guys go do your own thing first. Natasha A. After hearing the scientists constantly asking him for technology, Nick Fury was also forced to have a headache, so he had to agree first, but in the end he still kept Natasha. After hearing what the director said, the scientists no longer had any other pressure. After all, one of the few remaining difficulties has been solved, and the others can be dealt with slowly as they are now. Sir. After everyone left, the only remaining Natasha looked at Nick Fury in front of her with a puzzled look and said, "How are you recovering now? Can you still remember what happened before?" Looking at Natasha, who had fully recovered in front of him, Nick Fury asked with concern. After all, when he first brought Natasha back, he heard the accompanying medical staff say that Natasha's blood had been directly drawn out by someone, and her face was pale. Before returning to the base, they had someone start transfusing Natasha on the spot. This barely avoided the danger of her possible death. For this reason, Nick Fury even wanted to destroy AIM as a terrorist organization. But reason told him that this was impossible. The only thing that made him feel relieved was that he could expect Natasha to bring back some information about AIM. Unfortunately, just when he wanted to wait for Natasha to wake up and ask about AIM, he was shocked to find that Natasha didn't remember anything about entering the AIM island. Even the professional EEG instrument did not detect any problems. In the end, the researcher could only say that the other party might have been cleared of the memory of that period by an extremely advanced memory modification technology. Even Nick Fury did not take Natasha out for a while, but did many full-body examinations. More than a month has passed, and Natasha was finally able to come out to watch the live broadcast of Pioneer Technology, wanting to try to see if it works. "Sorry, sir, I still can't remember anything now. I wouldn't even notice it if you hadn't told me." After hearing Nick Fury's words, Natasha couldn't help but touch her head and spoke. As an intelligence officer, being arrested is a particularly serious matter, not to mention that someone is suspected of having her memory deleted. And if even the memory can be deleted, then do you think the other party can check the memory? Natasha, who also thought of this, was very cooperative in accepting various inspections in the base, and even prepared herself for Nick Fury to transfer her to a civilian position. "Go back and have a good rest first, don't have any psychological burden, and I will arrange other tasks for you in 2 days." After hearing Natasha's answer, Nick Fury did not express anything, but gave her a good warning, let her go out, and then he was alone in this empty office, thinking alone. SHIELD is indeed big, but SHIELD also needs to deal with various forces. Otherwise, how could it have grown into the world's top spy agency in just a few decades? However, every force that comes into contact with needs to be carefully screened. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D's allies must be extremely powerful. And now, he must begin to carefully examine the possibilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avangard. Mr. President, first. Avangard, they have achieved controlled nuclear fusion technology. On the other side, in the White House office, the president's secretary, after knocking on the door awkwardly, got the president's consent, and then opened the door anxiously and said to the president, who was looking at him with dissatisfaction, "Hasn't nuclear technology been realized long ago? What's the fuss?" "Wait, controlled nuclear fusion. The one I understand, the one that won't explode even if there are major problems." The president, who was originally dissatisfied with his secretary's recklessness and was thinking about whether to change people, suddenly reacted and looked at the other party with a shocked face to confirm again. "You know, A former talent from the U.S. Department of Energy came to him to introduce the benefits of controlled nuclear fusion to the future of the United States, and wanted to ask him for $50 million in funding. As a result, while he was still considering it, a company actually developed it first? Yes, Mr. President. And it's Pioneer Technologies, the one funded by Senator Kennedy. After hearing the president's words, the secretary at this time also answered very responsibly. Great, prepare the plane for me, I will fly to Florida tonight. I want to meet our American star company, Pioneer Technologies, in person. In addition, call Senator Kennedy to come along, he is really good. After hearing the secretary's words, the president straightened his clothes and said to the secretary in front of him, "You know, at the previous Pioneer Technology press conferences, he had the idea of meeting the person in charge of Pioneer Technology, but it was postponed for various reasons. This time, Pioneer Technology actually made a big wave without making any noise, so he went there all at once." Okay. The secretary did not say anything about the president's words, but after he finished speaking, he turned around and went out to arrange the itinerary. After all, it was the president's trip, and many steps were extremely cumbersome. In addition, he had to arrive in Florida within a few hours. The entire United States and Florida were also busy with a Pioneer Technology press conference. At this moment, Killian, who was still enjoying his rare rest time in the villa, was disturbed by a burst of urgent phone ringing. "Sir, it's a call from Senator Kennedy. According to data analysis, there is a 90% probability of a controlled nuclear fusion event." At this time, the voice from Dabe also rang in Killian's villa. I know. Killian had expected this call. After all, as his ally, he didn't even tell him about controlled nuclear fusion, so Kennedy's call was only a matter of time. Mr. Killian, congratulations, your company has successfully broken through the technological shackles of modern humans and successfully mastered such a cutting-edge technology. After Killian answered the call, as expected, Kennedy's question about controlled nuclear fusion came from the other end of the phone. Congressman Kennedy, you are not saying that. You should know that this is our company and you also have a share of the company's shares. It's just that I've been too busy with work recently and have no time to take care of that. If you don't believe me, we can have a video call. I'm still sleeping in my bed at home. I don't want to care about the company's affairs anymore. Isn't it nice to be a rich and handsome man like Tony Stark? After hearing some dissatisfaction in the other party's words, Killian said with a smile. Is that so? Then it seems that I have to sincerely apologize to you for my impulsiveness just now. You have to understand that as an old man, I will naturally pay more attention to some things. After hearing Killian's words, Kennedy on the other end of the phone seemed to have just reacted and spoke tactfully. Chapter 108 Companion Robots Redefine Your Life? Of course, no problem, Congressman Kennedy. To be honest, listening to your tone just now, I seem to be reminded of my grandfather, who used to care about me like you. At this moment, Killian said a series of insincere words with a smile on his face. I don't know if it's because his status is getting higher and higher. He found that when he said these obviously disgusting words, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Killian, has anyone ever said that your mouth is even better than your company's products? By the way, after seeing your technology conference, the president has decided to come tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he will come to visit your company in person. Be prepared. After hearing Killian's words, as expected, Kennedy became even happier. Then, after praising him, he talked to Killian about business. Okay, don't worry, Congressman Kennedy, we will definitely be fully prepared. Killian smiled at the news revealed by Kennedy, and then said, okay, then I won't disturb your arrangements. I still have to go and arrange a welcome reception ceremony with several senators and governors tonight. Looking forward to seeing you tonight, Mr. Killian. Goodbye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, the phone was hung up. At this time, Killian was squatting on the bed with a smile on his face, playing with his smartphone from time to time, as if thinking about something. Dabe, how is the contact about the materials going? Then, Killian asked Dabe. I have contacted Mr. Ulysses Claw, but he said he needed to meet him to discuss in detail. Dabe answered Killian's question directly. It's interesting, Dabe, get ready for tomorrow's flight, let's go and meet this lucky guy. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. As for why Ulysses Claw was so cautious, Killian naturally knew that the other party had stolen such a large amount of vibranium from Wakanda and had been hunted down by Wakanda all over the world. The internet is no exception, and there are people monitoring it 24 hours a day. Ulysses Claw, who knows this, is also very cautious. He is afraid that they are members of the Wakanda capture team, so he proposed to meet offline. As for why he is not afraid, it is mainly because the armed forces there are estimated to be at least one regiment, not to mention that the other party is originally selling arms in Africa. Unless Wakanda is willing to expose its combat power to the world, it is basically impossible to capture him back with the power of the capture team alone. And he is also sure of this, so basically the transaction has always been only on his territory. But for Killian, these don't matter. Before welcoming the arrival of His Excellency the President, he still needs to prepare. So, after arriving outside the door, Killian, escorted by a group of security personnel, began to drive towards the experimental island. The target is basically very cautious. Except for the company and home, he never goes out easily. The bodyguards are all professionally trained. They are suspected to be ace mercenaries, and the security is particularly strict. However, a man thousands of meters away saw this scene through a telescope and sent it out through a message. As for what the employer wants to do, it is none of his business. On the other hand, with a constant discussion among the major forces. At this moment, the on-site press conference of Pioneer Technology also ushered in the final third round of products. However, this time, facing the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Lisa did not bring out any product. Okay, after introducing our third product, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, let's go back to the beginning. The surprise that Pioneer Technology showed everyone at the beginning, Pioneer Technology's first product. Instead, after speaking to the crowd, as her voice fell, various goddesses who had just appeared in the air through 3D holographic projection. What does this mean? Did they agree on a good product? How did it become those goddesses who just appeared? Wait, what Pioneer Technology meant, it can't be these goddesses. Oh my god, they won't switch to the sex trade, right? That's so hot. If all of them are goddesses of this level, I will support them even if I have to take out a loan. It's nothing else, just to support Pioneer Technology's technological development and to contribute my own little bit of strength to their future launch of new products. Let's go together with those upstairs, and then we will form a group loan. I know a classmate whose parents are bank presidents. If we have more people, maybe we can borrow more. Please, have some common sense. Pioneer Technology, such a big company, how could it be possible to engage in the sex trade? And now 49 of the 50 continents in the United States have declared it illegal, and the only one that is legal is Nevada, and looking around the world, there are very few countries that have declared it legal. How could Pioneer Technology do such a thing? What do you know? This is what it means to truly give back to society and benefit the people. After all, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a goddess in the video. For a while, the topic of Pioneer Technology's latest product was discussed online, even drowning out the previous discussion on controlled nuclear fusion technology. It can only be said that without external pressure, humans are absolutely concerned about the fun in eating, drinking and having fun. However, even the most normal people, after seeing Pioneer Technology's products this time, can't help but think that Pioneer Technology is floating and starting to go into the marginal industry. Okay, I believe that everyone has discussed for so long and has almost explained their views. Then please listen to my explanation next. First of all, I solemnly declare here that our company will never do any marginal industry chain, which is what everyone calls illegal transactions. This is absolutely not the case. Looking at the people present, Lisa naturally heard all the previous conversations, and then answered the public with a positive and serious face. However, after Lisa finished speaking, it was obvious that the men present could hear the sighs one after another. Dad, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so disappointed? Even little Peter could see the disappointment on his father's face, and asked innocently. It was just that little Peter's performance was innocent to others, but it was like a naked knife stabbing into his heart to old Peter. He turned his head away, and his wife, who had originally had a gentle face, looked at him with a livid face and anger in her eyes. At this moment, old Peter believed that if this place was not outside, he would never see the sun the next day. It's nothing, Peter, it's just that Dad feels that he has been too neglectful and caring for you, my good son. At this time, old Peter had to maintain a stiff smile and picked up Peter, and then his rough big hands kept touching little Peter's face heavily, and even made little Peter feel the deep fatherly love in his father's big hands. On the other side, after seeing everyone's lost emotions, Lisa's next words instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. But, the products we released today are these ladies you see now. There are even men like those shown in the pictures. And they are the first truly intelligent companion robots we launched today. When you are sitting alone at home, watching others living in harmony and happiness, when you are sick and lying at home alone, but no one cares about you, when you are paralyzed in bed, but no one takes care of you, when you return home tired after get off work, but there is no hot food or comfort, our latest product, the intelligent companion robot, will solve all your problems. The robot itself is loaded with an intelligent learning chip, and users can freely upload the required information for it. French dinner, American pizza, Indian curry, Chinese cuisine, as long as there is information, it can all be perfectly made, and from now on, your eating problem will be perfectly solved. And it also has an intelligent emotion simulation learning system, which can customize all relationships such as parents, siblings, classmates, etc. according to your needs and settings, perfectly making up for the negative emotions caused by the lack of various relationships. Because it is 100% restored to the human body structure, it only needs a cup of hot water every day to clean itself internally, which means that it will meet all your needs and be your true partner until you find the one who truly belongs to you. You can choose to return it or change its identity. The company will recycle the return goods at an absolutely fair price, and the person concerned can also decide whether to clear its memory. Really welcome your own life. With it, you will have the most perfect partner and experience married life in advance. After explaining the product, Lisa looked at the audience with her iconic professional smile. To be honest, when she first saw this product, she even wanted to buy one herself. It was so perfect. Can you imagine the shock of a woman being able to perfectly restore the male god in her heart and give him personality memory and come into her life? But for Lisa now, she knows that she doesn't want these cold robots. After a brief heartbeat, she turned her attention to work. But not every woman is Lisa, and not every human has her self-control. After Lisa finished speaking, the comments on the internet began to explode. Fuck, I thought I saw my goddess, but you told me that they are all robots. Woo woo woo. Thank God, thank Pioneer Technology, and thank the guy at the last press conference. I seriously suspect that Pioneer Technology developed this robot after seeing his comments. This is so cool. I decided to go back and customize a companion robot for King Arthur. 1. I want to buy 10 at a time. The dream of the ancient emperor can finally be enjoyed by me openly. Ha 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 ha. Excited. Is the spring of us men finally coming? Finally. We don't have to rack our brains to chase girls. After spending hundreds of thousands, we can't even get a single kiss. Girls. Our spring is here too. I want to customize a Tyson. Big and bold version. At this moment, netizens were also excited, imagining the future of having their other half. Hello, I would like to ask, what is the price of this product? And will your company's products involve ethical issues? According to what you just said, can I assume it is a complete partner? Does this objectify women? The reporters at the scene seemed to understand them and stood up and asked a question that everyone was concerned about. To answer your first question first, the price of this product is $10,000 for the basic model, and it is covered by a 3-year warranty. If you want to DIY a specific character image and unlock other modules, the price will be adjusted to $30,000. Of course, there is a problem. Considering its convenience, our internal settings for the companion robot may not be as perfect as Baymax. It is as fragile as real humans, so you need to be careful when using it. Every maintenance costs money. As for the second question, the gender of the robot is constructed by people's traditional concepts. People can also construct the gender of robots with non-traditional concepts. What I need to emphasize is that couple robots are not the patent of men. Many women can also use couple robots, so there is no such thing as objectifying women. Lisa had already prepared for the reporter's question, and she smiled and calmly solved the other party's topic. After hearing Lisa's perfect answer to the second question, everyone present couldn't help but be encouraged. After all, this companion robot is not a robot that can only do the kind of thing in the traditional sense. This is just an additional benefit. What they value is the ability of the other party to cook, do housework and take care of themselves when they are sick. Defining robots too singularly is itself a kind of prejudice and objectification. After Lisa perfectly explained the questions from reporters one after another, the third technology conference of Pioneer Technology came to a perfect end. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Emotions of the Clone. However, with the end of the press conference, the discussion on the internet showed no signs of calming down. Not only the current internet, but also the news media at various countries began to publish all kinds of words such as Pioneer Technology Companion Robot, Pioneer Technology Nuclear Fusion, and Pioneer Technology Cancer Savior. Every Pioneer Technology product makes all internet users amazed after seeing it. Now Pioneer Technology can appear almost anywhere on the internet in any country. A few netizens can see its discussion of Pioneer Technology, perhaps virus antibody agents, or perhaps companion robots. At this moment, Pioneer Technology once again topped the world's hot search list without any suspense. In the face of such a hot situation, Pioneer Technology also ushered in another crazy expansion. With Lisa's arrangement for the subsequent sales, Killian naturally didn't have to worry about anything. At this moment, dozens of manufacturers have already found Lisa and wanted to seek the agency rights of Pioneer Technology's new products. On the internet, the number of orders for the T-Series virus antibody serum and companion robots has already exceeded several million units in an instant, even after the reservations have just begun. Everyone started to make reservations like crazy, and many people even made reservations for several at once. For Killian now, these are just tools to increase his reputation. Not to mention that although he set the profit of these products low, even if it is low, there is still a double profit. He can make $5,000 for a companion robot. Today, more than 3 million units were sold at one time, and he made almost $15 billion in one day. And you have to know that this thing is just like a mobile phone. If it is not good, the accessories will be replaced. Not to mention that they will update the character template from time to time, which is the same as the game skin. He doesn't believe that after the skin is customized, these people will be reluctant to buy a cute skin for their wife. When all the companion robots buy clothes from him, he's equivalent to controlling the clothes of robots all over the world. Killing two birds with one stone. If those people knew that Killian, the CEO of Pioneer Technology, who they thought was conscientious, was planning this, they would probably spit at him. On the other side, Pioneer Technology Experimental Island. In the research room on the 30th floor underground, Killian, led by Samuel, came to the research and development side of the new project. Boss, according to your request, our superpower project is progressing smoothly. We have cloned hundreds of clones. After erasing their original memories and attaching the memories of the Black Watch team members, they are now a perfect superpower army. At this moment, after bringing Killian to the observation room, Samuel pointed through the window at the clones who looked like Purple Man and Jessica Jones, and said excitedly, "You know, after combining the extremely terrifying combat awareness of the Black Watch team and the extraordinary abilities of the superpowers themselves, these clones can no longer be defined as ordinary humans. Almost every one of them has a terrifying deterrent power of 1 against 100. Even if a clone like Purple Man is released into a city, it can cause an uproar. It's not enough. How do the Extremis virus and the T-virus match? Find a way to add all of these to them. What I want is a real army of gods. A team like this can only be called cannon fodder. Not only that, I ask you to find a way to integrate the superpowers of the two together. This is the most critical. In the future, we will take in more and more superpowers. I can't form a single army of superpowers. This is not in my interest. What I want to do is to form a superpower army that can integrate all abilities into a single individual." Looking at Samuel's excited eyes, Killian calmly poured a basin of cold water on him. "You know, the best in this regard is the Skrulls, who gather all the superhero abilities together through instruments to become Super Skrulls. In the original book, the Super Skrulls, who combine the superpowers of various superheroes such as Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Captain Marvel, etc., can even be called a truly terrifying existence. Such power, all gathered together, is simply terrifying. Since they, a mere alien refugee, could gather the abilities of superpowers in this way, he didn't believe that he, with his system, could do worse than them. Although he knew that if he developed technology purely, he could also rely on the terrifying power of technology to kill these beings, but which man could escape the temptation of becoming a god in the flesh? He was still a human being, and as long as he was a human being, he wanted to have the power to control everything. No one could be an exception. The matching degree of the Extremis virus and the T virus is very good in female clones, with a matching degree of 93% and 95%. And the male clones are only 75% and 81%, but these can ensure the smooth progress of the experiment. As for the superpower DNA of the two, it is still under preliminary analysis, but for the superpower of the purple man, we already have a general idea. Boss, please see, his superpower is brought about by the change of special genetic tissue in DNA. This genetic tissue allows his brain to release special electronic fluctuations, thereby affecting intelligent creatures within 10 meters around him. Anyone controlled by him will accept a brainwave consciousness transmitted by him. I believe that this difficult problem will be thoroughly solved soon. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel answered Killian's first question first, and then with a wave of his hand, a figure tied to the laboratory appeared on the big screen. The shocking picture was that the purple man was tied to the bed by the machine with a painful face, and the area above the corner of his eyes was covered by a white cloth. Above that, the screen showed the purple man's brain tissue completely exposed. At this moment, the researchers controlled a mechanical arm to constantly stimulate his brain, and the clones in the laboratory also responded differently to this stimulation. It was precisely because of this brutal research method that Samuel broke through the purple man's DNA in a short period of time and studied the secret of his ability. But for Killian, there was no discomfort when seeing this scene, as long as he knew the purple man. I believe that no one will have even a little pity for him. This guy is a complete perverted scum, even more disgusting than Hannibal, who can even let a family slaughter each other to death for a momentary desire. The pain now is not even 1,000th of the sins he committed. Of course, it is mainly because Samuel also noticed that his boss hated this scum, so Samuel did such a cruel method. If it were any other experimental subject, he would not even think about it. After all, he still knows more or less what his boss is like. Otherwise, he is not stupid. How could he let his boss see such a bloody thing? Very good, you study well here, I'll wait for your good news. After seeing this scene, Killian smiled slightly, and then praised Samuel on the side. Please believe me, boss, this day will not take long. Looking at the boss's satisfied smile, Samuel also smiled knowingly and replied, arrange a few clones for me, I want to take them away. After saying that, Killian showed his fangs and ordered Samuel directly. Boss, you promised me before. Samuel, who was originally happy for his boss's good attitude, was confused and wanted to talk about the other party's promise to him after hearing Killian's words. Okay, I promise it will only be this time, and you still don't trust your own product. Samuel. Looking at his chief researcher in front of him, Killian was ready to explain in a good voice, but he was interrupted before he finished. I know, boss, you trust me. But you. According to the company's product safety requirements and management methods, this is still your own decision, you have to abide by it yourself. At this moment, Samuel looked at the boss in front of him with a headache, said what he had not finished, and popularized the rules he set for him. For such a boss who doesn't even follow the rules, he really has no way. Don't worry, Dabe is here, there will be no problem. And these clones can be used to test their combat effectiveness in actual combat. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian said with a smile, actual combat. After hearing these two words from his boss, Samuel was really confused. It's okay to take them out, but also to fight in actual combat? The other party simply doesn't take his life seriously. This is just like ordinary people playing with grenades. Although everyone knows that this thing will not explode easily, who has nothing to do? Sleeping with a grenade together. And now in Samuel's eyes, his boss is no different from the idiot who sleeps with a grenade. Of course, this time the situation is special. I need to lead the team to take a look. The Black Watch team cannot bring too many people, otherwise it will have an impact on the follow-up. And each of the experimental subjects number 1-3 is too big, and they can't meet the standards for conversation at all. So after thinking about it, I can only use your cloner. After all, I trust your product. You are my chief researcher. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian patted the other party's shoulder heavily, and then spoke. Okay, but boss, I still have to make it clear again that similar operations have serious safety hazards. I really can't do it again. His boss has said this. What else can Samuel do as an employee? He can only compromise with a wry smile. But he still persuaded his boss earnestly in his words. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Just like that, with Killian's full promise, Samuel also began to personally select bodyguards for Killian. Killian followed quietly without saying anything. After all, at first glance, these clones basically all looked the same. As for the specific combat differences, only Samuel, the person in charge of the experiment, could tell them apart. After being assigned 6 clones, Killian couldn't help but cast his eyes on a girl in the corner who was obviously smaller than the others. What's your name? At this time, Killian couldn't help but think from his heart and walked over to ask. Report, my name is number 1. Sister and the others said that because I was the first one to be born, I'm called number 1. Although he didn't know who the man in front of him was, even the usually ferocious research uncle greeted him with a smile, and clone number 1 still answered with his clear voice. Boss, although she was the first one to be born, because she was a mature creature, her comprehensive physical qualities were inferior to those of the clones produced in batches later. Although he didn't know why his boss stayed at clone number 1, Samuel still walked to Killian and explained. She's the one. You can call her Alice from now on. After listening to Samuel's words, Killian couldn't help but speak up when he saw the innocent but timid little girl in front of him. And for some reason, after hearing Killian's words, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. He had always heard those white coat sisters calling each other by their names, and she was actually very envious from the bottom of her heart. But she knew that she and her sisters were just objects in their eyes, so she hid this desire deeply in her heart. She even sometimes thought that maybe one day, after she could complete the task given to her by the research uncle, she would have her own name like other researcher sisters. Alice? Me. I have a name. But what she didn't expect the most was that she actually had her own name now, and even this sudden surprise made her unable to recover for a while, and then she said happily and excitedly. Even in the end, she didn't know why tears were pouring out of her eyes. An emotion called happiness kept emerging in her mind. Well, Alice, you will be their big sister in the future. Are you confident that you can do it well? After touching the girl's hair, which just reached his chest, with his big hands, Killian asked with a warm smile. Chapter 110 President's Endorsement. Of course. Alice, absolutely no problem. Boss, I will never let you down. Feeling the unprecedented warmth above her head, after meeting Killian's warm smile, Alice said very firmly at this moment. Well, I believe you, go and rest, you will have a mission tomorrow. After hearing the answer from the little girl in front of him, for some reason, Killian felt a deep sense of guilt for the first time. Perhaps if it weren't for his plan, the other party would not be born. Just having a name as a human being like now has become a kind of happiness after a surprise. Looking at the other party's pure eyes like a baby, and the immense trust in himself, this moment made Killian's heart fluctuate. He also realized for the first time that sometimes, with his orders, what they created was not a tool, but a living life. Maybe I'm wrong. But, Alice, I'm sorry, I need your strength now. Looking at the figure who was jumping and leaving excitedly with his back to him, Killian's guilty eyes returned to coldness, and his iron heart will directly washed away the guilt in his heart. He knew very well what he wanted, and in this dangerous Marvel universe, where planets are destroyed and the universe is restarted at any time, he cannot have even the slightest hesitation and mercy. He is not qualified now. But he also walked outside. At this time, Samuel, after keenly noticing that his boss was in a bad mood, followed him silently without saying anything. Samuel. However, after the two entered the elevator, Samuel, who thought he would remain silent until the boss left, heard the boss suddenly speak to him. Boss, you say? At this time, Samuel asked. In the future, unless I have special authorization, it is strictly forbidden to give clones any independent emotions and thoughts. Remember my words. With a sound of ding, as the elevator door opened, Killian said this and walked straight out of the laboratory. Samuel came back to his senses only after he got on the car and the motorcade drove away. After returning to the laboratory again, Samuel gathered everyone and solemnly conveyed Killian's words. In the evening, with the arrival of night, at this moment, at the gate of Pioneer Technology Company, dozens of senior officials from Florida have gathered, and even several officials from the White House have been waiting here early. just to wait for the arrival of the president, the highest representative of power in the United States. At this time, as the car slowly drove into the gate of the Science and Technology Park, in the eyes of everyone, the rider with the iconic American flag also came downstairs of Pioneer Technology Company. And Killian himself had already been ready. Congressman Kennedy. After seeing the other party coming down with Congressman Kennedy, he immediately stepped forward and greeted Congressman Kennedy with enthusiasm and grace. As for the president next to him, Killian looked at him with a smile. To be honest, in Killian's eyes, Kennedy looked several years younger than last time. Even his body was not as bent as before. After seeing this scene, the smile in Killian's eyes deepened. Ha ha ha, Mr. President, this is the representative of our new generation of young entrepreneurs in the United States, Mr. Killian, who you have been performing for me all the way. Killian, this is the president, Ellis. After shaking hands with Killian with a smile, Congressman Kennedy turned around and took the initiative to introduce the two parties. Hello, President Ellis. Hello to you, Mr. Killian, you have made our country shine. At this moment, President Ellis showed a charitable smile and spoke. As an entrepreneur, I naturally have no hesitation in contributing to the country. And this is also the result of the good development maintained when our president was in power. Killian responded calmly to President Ellis' words. If he remembered correctly, the president seemed to have been re-elected for several terms, until the Iron Man 3 era. After he was kidnapped and the vice president wanted to take power, he did not continue to be re-elected. I guess he figured it out. Compared with power, life is more important. At this moment, Killian couldn't help but think in his mind that, to be honest, the two of them had a special fate. Yes, I have been focusing on corporate development since the beginning of my term, so that we can be at the forefront of the world in any industry. Mr. Killian, you have done a good job in this regard. You are courageous, smart and courageous. Other companies have been in the project establishment stage for decades, but you have already built it. This is enough to show your vision and courage. You are worthy of being a young man nowadays. You dare to fight and fight. After hearing Killian's words, President Ellis nodded and said as he walked. As he said that, he looked at Killian's company and his obviously young face, and couldn't help but sigh. Haha, the main reason is that now is an era of rapid development. The traditional steady and cautious approach is no longer applicable to this period. We must seize everything we can use to fully develop ourselves. After hearing Ellis's praise, Killian also replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of it. No wonder you dared to extort $2 billion from Nick Fury during the last incident. Very good. I am optimistic about you. After seeing Killian's smiling face, Ellis patted Killian on the shoulder and said, don't be too stressed. Just talk about the facts. If I were you, I would do the same. The government will not have any prejudice against you. Before Killian could speak, President Ellis seemed to be afraid that Killian would think too much, and then continued to speak. At this moment, let alone Killian, even Kennedy on the side couldn't help but twitch his mouth. $2 billion. This black-hearted boiled egg is really daring to report. Not only is his appearance black, but his heart is also black. However, seeing that there are reporters all around, Killian has no intention of explaining. Instead, after a brief eye contact with Kennedy, the other party indicated that he would solve it later and nodded to Killian to let him rest assured. Then, after watching the president continue to walk forward and cast a puzzled look at them falling behind, the two followed him. You are right. From the beginning, our state has taken a fancy to Mr. Killian's courage and strength in this regard. It can be said that every time I see him, I have to admit that I am old. At this time, Congressman Kennedy was sensible and did not continue what the president just said, but echoed a previous sentence. After all, this kind of leader made a mistake and was deceived by his subordinates and defrauded a large amount of funds. Not to mention that even two people have to pay attention to the methods and ways in private, and if you mention it in an occasion like now, the other party will not think you are so kind. Instead, he will think that you are slapping him in the face in public. He is the President of the United States, the top leader of the world superpower, but he made a mistake in this regard, and it was pointed out by his subordinates in public. Then, he will definitely hammer this matter into a false one even if it is true, and you, Kennedy, are the culprit who tried to frame the president. This is also the reason why Nick Fury lied about so much money every time in the original book, but he was always safe and sound. No leader wants his deputy or even subordinates to be smarter than him. Well, This is indeed your credit. For excellent companies like this, don't hide it. Apply for more awards, give more subsidies and policy preferences, and don't be stingy in this regard. Since it is an excellent company, we must support it and let it lead the development of the industry. President Ellis nodded with satisfaction at this time. Yes, Mr. President, we remember it. After hearing the president's words, Kennedy's eyes lit up and said happily. Now who doesn't know that after these 3 pioneer technology press conferences, the president expressed his attitude on the spot and completely endorsed pioneer technology. You know, there are countless reporters present now, recording and remembering President Ellis's words. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. These words will spread throughout the entire American network tonight. After saying this, Killian took the president and his staff to visit the underground laboratory of pioneer technology, which included the production and manufacturing of T-series virus antibody drugs, the research and development laboratory of companion robots, and the controllable nuclear fusion reactor, which was the focus of the president's attention this time. In short, Ellis felt particularly satisfied after all the visits, and even felt happier than when he first took office. You know, although the president can decide almost everything in the United States, the president has a term of office. In every election, voters will look at what you actually do and what you have achieved during your term of office. If you don't have these, you will even be replaced directly. It can be said that the president and companies in the United States complement each other. As long as the companies are well supported, they will give back to the society and do charity to make everyone satisfied. Voters will naturally attribute these practices of the companies to the president and continue to support each other. This year is his 3rd year. It can be said that if the credit for pioneer technology can be attributed to him now, then there will be no problem with his election next year. Although other competitors, governors or congressmen, will compete with him, what he knows is that Congressman Kennedy, who is located in Florida, is the least ambitious one, or he has enough to realize his own value in his own small piece of land. This is also the reason why Ellis rushed to Florida to inspect pioneer technology. After visiting pioneer technology, the president took Killian to the conference room, and in front of many cameras, he asked with concern about the next development plan of pioneer technology and the satisfaction of the society and the authorities. In short, in the eyes of the public, it is the president who cares about entrepreneurs in a down-to-earth manner, and Killian, as the representative of pioneer technology, is also confidently depicting the blueprint for the future development of the whole people, everyone living and working in peace and contentment, and no pain. Anyway, it is a thriving scene. It even gives people an illusion that President Ellis and pioneer technology will create a new utopian country under the strong cooperation of the 2 companies. After Killian finished speaking, President Ellis couldn't help but nod his head, secretly admiring Killian, the young man's unique vision and insight. Even if there was nothing, with just one mouth, they painted a clear and visible pie that made people want to eat it. In short, for Killian, the president's comments were that he was a representative of young talents. Even after the visit, the president came out and proposed to invite Killian to dinner. At this moment, the eyes of the senior government officials present began to look at Killian enthusiastically. Although Killian was already very famous in their circle before. But this is the person the president invited to dinner. If you can get some more connections, won't it be stable in the future? As expected, Killian also agreed immediately. So in this way, the group went to the famous local hotel that Kennedy had arranged in advance. But this time it was not like the pioneer technology. Here are almost all government executives and some well-known local entrepreneurs, and there are no reporters outside. But even so, Ellis held Killian's hand very enthusiastically wherever he went, as if he was not holding an outstanding entrepreneur, but his newly married wife. After the president personally introduced several high-ranking government officials to Killian, Killian and the 2 also took note of each other. Since it was the president who personally made the connection, Killian would naturally cooperate no matter what. The same was true for the other party. After the president took Kennedy to greet representatives of several other well-known local companies, the executives introduced by the president also came up with a smile on their faces. The 2 sides began to reach a deep cooperation in the sound of laughter. In just a few minutes, the discussion on the exchange of interests was completed. After breaking up again, Killian's mobile phone had a few more powerful bosses who could speak in the government. Chapter 111 The Devil's Whisper, Temptation of Immortality. And what he paid was nothing but some dirty money that smelled like copper. When Kennedy was brought back by the president again, he was unhappy, But he had to smile. It was really surprising, and even Killian's eyes were full of resentment. Killian also felt that he was worthy of being in power, and the higher the official, the more powerful he was. However, the president seemed to know that what he did was a bit excessive. In the following things, except for occasionally asking Killian some questions, he kept talking and laughing with Kennedy. Even until they sat down, he arranged Kennedy next to him and didn't care about the prearranged position. Killian originally wanted to sit at another table to avoid their discussion, but he was still seen by the sharp-eyed Ellis and pulled over. At this moment, the president was like an emperor with high morale, and 2 concubines were on the side, accompanying him reluctantly. Of course, these actions were just what the 2 of them did on purpose for Ellis to see. After all, they were interrupted for no reason and a part of the benefits was divided for nothing. Although they agreed, they still had to show their attitude. Although your president is a high-ranking official, he can't do things recklessly. And as those who can sit in the position of president from the public, they are all shrewd people. So in the following time, Ellis highly affirmed Kennedy's work and decided to increase the financial subsidies to Florida. On the other side, Killian also made a deep praise for Killian's pioneering technology this year, and hoped that he would make time in advance at the end of next month. When he arrived at the White House, there would be a big surprise waiting for him. The implication of this is self-evident. For the president to say this in such a public occasion, there must be a huge surprise waiting for Killian. Even at this moment, everyone present was speculating whether Killian would be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. After all, this is the highest civilian honor in the United States, and as the President of the United States, Ellis can award anyone who has made outstanding contributions to American society. According to the regulations here, Killian is now absolutely qualified for the award. After President Ellis briefly exchanged a few words with everyone, he shook hands with everyone under the urging of his secretary again, but in the process, he still pulled Killian and Kennedy with a kind face. Congressman Kennedy, you have done a good job here in Florida. I and everyone else have seen it. I hope you can continue to maintain your current achievements and continue to develop. I will leave pioneer technology in your hands. You must keep an eye on it. As long as it is not a principled mistake, we can give the green light to support the development of the enterprise. After all, only when the enterprise is doing well can our national GDP rise, and only when GDP rises can the national treatment rise with it. So, everything is up to you. Then, under the gaze of everyone, President Ellis, with a slightly drunk face, as if he was drunk, spoke to Kennedy earnestly. After finishing speaking, he walked out of the house with the help of his secretary. After getting in the car, he went straight back to the airport. At this moment, along with the president's words, everyone began to pick up their glasses and began to toast Killian. You know, if it was at Pioneer Technologies that night, the president's tireless praise of Killian and his company in front of the media was a show. Then the words just now definitely clearly stated his position. So for Killian, everyone began to come and want to have a good relationship with him, just so that Killian would say even one more good word for them in front of the president. And an hour later, Killian, who had drunk half a round of wine, saw that most people had no intention of drinking anymore, so he did not stay too long and walked straight out of the house. But what he didn't expect was that Kennedy was waiting for him here in advance. Killian, now that everyone is gone, how about a walk? At this time, looking at Killian who had already come out, Kennedy smiled and said, "Of course, no problem, Senator Kennedy, please." Killian smiled and looked at Kennedy for 2 seconds, then immediately stretched out his hand and said. As they said that, the 2 of them walked towards the nearby path along the way. "I got the things you sent me, and they are very useful. Some of my friends want me to help ask, do you have any more?" After walking a few steps, Kennedy, who was sure that there were no other people around and no eavesdropping devices, spoke to Killian. You know, after experiencing the effects of the drug himself, Kennedy knew that the drug had a fatal attraction to people like him. Killian just gave it to him, and he didn't even need him to pay a penny. From then on, he knew that this was a bait called Pandora's box. But even if he asked his men to extract more stock solutions to analyze the effects, the results were only that this drug could increase biological functions and even extend life. But looking at the gradually decreasing stock solution, he knew that he could not wait any longer, because he was too old, and would soon be nearly 60 years old. His body was already old, and if he continued, he would only retire at home and spend his days quietly reading newspapers. So he still injected the drug that Killian gave him. The result was shocking, and he looked several years younger. Even his bones, which had been decayed and bent due to old age, seemed to have gained vitality and became firm. Even after he injected the drug, when the doctor checked his bone age again, he found that his bone age had become at least 5 years younger. In addition, there were also body cell activity and DNA tests, especially his DNA telomeres. The telomerase, which had been worn out and almost disappeared, was also repaired by something. This is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. And from then on, he also deeply knew that he and Killian, the big ship of pioneer technology, were inseparable. Originally, he was not going to look for Killian so early, but he was not the only one who had been injected with a potion before. The huge pressure on him made him a little breathless. Are you talking about the T0 antiviral drug? Of course, my friend. But it is so expensive that even if we, pioneer technology, produce it with all our strength, there are only a few. The 4 T0 serums I gave you before were also because you were our first ally to join, and we uphold the concept of mutual help. So with this in mind, I decided to give Senator Kennedy 4 T0 serums. But if you want to continue, I think it may be difficult, because our own allies are not satisfied yet, and it is impossible to supply them to outsiders. After hearing Kennedy's words, Killian couldn't help but smack his lips at this moment, and said with his back to Kennedy, "But aren't we allies? What else do you want?" After hearing Killian's words, Kennedy's turbid eyes began to flash with a gleam of wisdom, and then he asked, "Not enough? Those people just have our avant-garde technology stocks, which can't be considered true allies. If one day we encounter a major crisis, they will not try to help, but will do everything they can to tear our bodies apart and divide our flesh and blood. What I want is a true ally." I think Senator Kennedy can take a look at this plan for details. For Kennedy's words, Killian showed his fangs for the first time. Even at the end, he handed a mobile phone with a plan open to Senator Kennedy. At this time, Kennedy, who wanted to say something, was attracted by the information on the mobile phone. He took the mobile phone and read the information inside. However, the first page of the information shocked Kennedy secretly. AIM Life Foundation. Members who enter the foundation must invest 30% of their property in the foundation, and then distribute it in shares of 0.5% of $1 million. Each company must ensure that 30% of the shares of its main business are held by the foundation. The company can invest in the acquisition of shares held by partners, spouses, shareholders, etc. The parties cannot block it in any way and must cooperate. In other words, after you spend 1/3 of your total assets, you must also hold 30% of your company's shares in the hands of the foundation. If the contents of this plan are really implemented, then anyone who can join in will be a real family. At this moment, Kennedy completely understood the definition of allies in Killian's mouth. In addition to investing in shares, equity swaps must be carried out, so that the foundation and its members are in each other and become a community of interests. If the interests of other foundation members are damaged, it means that the interests of everyone's foundation are damaged, which means that everyone's interests are damaged, which means that everyone will take action. After all, they have invested a lot of money. This is a true offensive and defensive alliance. It was just because of this that Kennedy was more and more shocked. Killian's ambition was so great that he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If the other party really formed it, there would not even be any hidden deeper organizations such as the Illuminati and the Freemasons. Of course, pioneer technology is naturally a tiny ant in front of these two, but if Killian's plan is really implemented, at least in Kennedy's view, it can even easily overthrow a country's regime in the end. Of course, for these large forces now, it means becoming the president of their country to truly control the country's regime from the surface. As for the old-fashioned way of raising troops and rebelling at every turn, they have long been eliminated. Even in their view, that is just a bunch of brainless people playing around like playing house. Are you serious? After a long time, Kennedy, who had read the plan, couldn't help but look at Killian in front of him and asked seriously, "Of course, there are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests, right? So what I have to do is to condense the entire interest group together. Build a real group fortress." After hearing Kennedy's words, Killian smiled slightly. "Why? Just a T-series antiviral serum? I don't think they will honestly give up so much of their wealth to follow you." Kennedy immediately said to Killian's words, "Read on, it's not over yet. What you see now is just an organizational structure. The real plan is behind. At this time, Killian said, with a mysterious smile on his face, indicating that he would continue to turn down. As expected, after seeing this page of plans, Kennedy couldn't help but take a breath. Before he even finished reading, he looked at the information in his hand with a shocked look, and then looked at Killian in front of him, as if to ask him if this thing was serious. The Garden of Eden, Tree of Life Project. Legend has it that in the most ancient times, God created the ancestor of mankind, the man Adam, in his own image, and then used one of Adam's ribs to create the woman Eve. In the end, he placed the man and woman in the lease Garden of Eden that he created himself, where there is no illness, torture, or aging. Inside the Garden of Eden is a huge tree of life. It is said that the fruit of the tree of life will give those who eat it the ability to live forever, and even powerful strength. And this plan is the real longevity plan. And it includes several ways of longevity such as potion longevity, transformation longevity, artificial intelligence, and even mechanical ascension for members of the Foundation to choose from. Potion longevity can instantly increase your lifespan by decades, and your body will return to the state of your youth. Transformation longevity, you will become an alternative life form and even have a lifespan of at least 200 years, and you will also have extremely powerful strength. Artificial intelligence. You will become a being like Skynet. As long as there is an internet, you will be the god of the virtual world. You can do whatever you want, create all kinds of virtual worlds, and experience all kinds of life you want. There is no doubt that you are a god in it. Mechanical ascension, we will only keep your brain and put it in culture medium. After professional strengthening, you will have a lifespan of at least 400 years. In addition, your entire body will become a being similar to the Terminator T-800, with human touch, but without human fragility and weaknesses, but with powerful strength. You can experience everything about being a human. How about it? My Senator Kennedy, as long as you want, any of your dreams of longevity will be realized in the Foundation. And the most crucial thing is that pioneer technology has only been developed for less than 10 years. What if we wait for a 50, 100, or 200 years? By then, will the longevity plan of pioneer technology and the Life Foundation become eternal life? At this moment, Killian's voice was like a devil's howl, constantly whispering in Kennedy's ears with an extremely seductive tone, penetrating into his soul little by little. As Killian continued to describe, Kennedy's breathing became more and more rapid. In the end, he was like a bull, constantly panting. His originally cloudy eyes were full of bloodshot because of excitement. Anyone. At this moment, no matter who it was, after hearing Killian's words, they would not be able to remain calm. Chapter 112 The Rats in Action. This is equivalent to someone finding you and only needing 1/3 of your family property to let you achieve the immortality you want. I believe no one can refuse Killian's words. What you wrote in this plan is true. At this time, after a long time, Kennedy finally came to his senses and did not say anything else. Instead, he came close and looked at Killian with a nearly crazy face. At this moment, for Kennedy, all the noble cultivation, connotation, and etiquette were thrown out of his mind. In the face of the temptation of immortality or even eternal life, even if he was asked to sell his soul to the devil, it didn't matter. Not to mention that the other party was not a devil. Of course, I have always been honest and trustworthy to my allies. But I hope that my future allies will have enough strength. After seeing Kennedy's expression, Killian showed a faint smile, and then looked at Kennedy in front of him and said. At this moment, he knew that the old guy in front of him had completely entered the cage of immortality he created for him. Don't worry, this is not just your business. I will find a qualified ally for our foundation. After taking a deep look at Killian, Kennedy, who got Killian's answer, also recovered immediately and said meaningfully. The change was so fast that it seemed as if the person just now was completely another personality of his. However, this did not matter to Kennedy or Killian, because he only needed to make sure that the other party did what he wanted. Is anything else important? I'll look forward to this day coming soon. At this moment, Killian met Kennedy's eyes and responded politely. Next time you meet, you'd better prepare enough ways to convince those guests. With just these words now, not everyone has enough trust in you like me, Mr. Killian. After leaving this last sentence, Kennedy gentlemanly tidied his clothes that were messed up by his rude actions just now, and then walked back to the hotel. At this time, Killian, who was watching the other party leave, just smiled slightly, and then returned to his villa surrounded by bodyguards. The next day, early in the morning, Killian took a few carefully selected entourage and flew directly to Africa on a connecting flight. After Killian left the United States. Killian has left the United States. At this moment, the news about Killian was immediately spread among some high-level people in the United States. And almost all of them were companies that had been hit by pioneer technology. After all, when a whale falls, everything will come to life. If a whale wants to grow up, it also needs huge resources. The market is so big. If they sit back and watch pioneer technology develop, they will naturally be swallowed by pioneer technology. Go out, everyone go out to find him for me, no matter how much it costs. At this moment in the United States, in a villa, a middle-aged man smiled and roared at his men. This is a good opportunity for us. Killian is protected by the government and the military in the United States like a national treasure in a zoo. Not even a wild dog can get within a kilometer of him. Now Killian, the only person in charge of avant-garde technologies, has left the United States. We must seize this opportunity. As long as he dies, avant-garde technologies will be leaderless. Even if we want to mention the controlled nuclear fusion project, it will take a long time. In Texas, after hearing the news, J. Jones' eyes instantly shot at a group of brilliance. You know, when his brother brought this news back the day before yesterday, he was even desperate for a while. After all, if they want to compete with avant-garde technologies, they now have half of the United States behind them, not to mention that he has seen the news last night, and the President of the United States is completely behind him. In other words, if they want to move Killian, they will go against the entire United States. Even if their family business has been operating in the United States for decades, they can never afford to provoke the retaliation of the two behemoths of the US government and the military. And now, since the other party is gone, if there is a plane crash in a war-torn place abroad, they can only sigh. Is this guy not afraid of death? He actually ran away at this critical moment. On the other side, Nick Fury, who was watching the news at SHIELD, suddenly heard his subordinate's report about Killian's itinerary, and couldn't help but think with a puzzled look on his face. After all, the other party just announced the technology of controlled nuclear fusion yesterday, which completely offended those old energy companies. You know, if you say which industry in this world is the most profitable and violent, it is energy besides weapons. Even the meaning of the existence of weapons is to serve the purpose of grabbing energy. And the energy companies that can do it now are basically old energy companies or even families, and their foundation is immeasurable. There are even some that even if he wants to move, he must go through the formal legal procedures. And now, Killian has offended all these people. If he still stays in the United States, with the endorsement of the US government and the military, no one will touch him, and even if they want to, they dare not. And now Killian took the initiative to run away. Nick Fury can only say that he is looking for death. At this moment, on the dark web, information about Killian's trip and information began to be offered a crazy bounty, even breaking through 10 digits and heading towards 11 digits. This was the preparation before many companies began to retaliate against Killian. For them, as long as they could kill Killian during his outing, their companies would have room to turn around. At this moment, all the intelligence organizations hidden in the dark around the world were running wildly and efficiently under this huge bounty, and countless information was flowing between each other like a storm. At this moment, in the world of the internet, it can be said that there was an undercurrent. On the other side, Killian, who was sitting on the plane, was smiling as he looked at the picture of his information being spread on the internet projected on the transparent glass in front of him. Now he looked at these in front of him, and he could even imagine how crazy the leaders of those organizations would be after he left, wanting to catch him and eliminate him. Just like Tony Stark was attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan in 2008. Sir, do you need me to completely block your information? At this time, Baymax's voice also sounded through Killian's headset. No, just like that, let the bullets fly for a while. After hearing Baymax's voice, Killian looked out through the window beside him, looking at the scene of the crowds and traffic when passing over a city. At this moment, in his eyes, it was as small as an ant, and he spoke lightly. Is everything arranged? At this time, with a communication application in front of him, Killian opened it and asked silently. Everything is ready, boss, just waiting for you. On the other side of the video, it was the first batch of Black Watch team that followed Killian, and the leader was Adam, the only name Killian gave to the other party. At this moment, the face under the mask looked at Killian with great respect and said, yes. After saying that, Killian directly cut off the phone and began to take a nap. He could already foresee that when he got off the plane in Africa, it would be very lively, so he had to conserve his energy. Ding ding ding! Exclamation mark. As if it was just a joke to Killian, his phone rang again the next second. Sir, General Ross's call, do you need to block it? After seeing Killian trying to rest, Dabe's voice asked intimately through Killian's headset. Connected. Since it was Ross, Killian naturally couldn't refuse. Killian. I know you young people like to travel around, that's right, but at this critical moment, your situation is very dangerous, and many forces are eyeing you. Turn the plane around now and tell me the specific location. I will immediately coordinate with a nearby military airport and use military aircraft to cover your return. As soon as the call was connected, Ross on the other end of the phone spoke to Killian in his tenor voice that was several degrees higher. You know, Killian is now the pillar of his upcoming super soldier army. If he is in danger at this time, then his and the entire army's current plan will really be shelved. After all, they have just used the biological tyrant, and he also went to the commander-in-chief to report the humanoid tyrant that Killian asked him to watch some time ago. If Killian is gone now, he probably has to say goodbye to his future. So at this moment, he cares about him even more than Killian's family. General Ross, don't worry, am I such a reckless person in your eyes? Believe me, I'm going to negotiate a big deal this time, and when I come back, I will bring you a bigger surprise. After hearing Ross's impatient tone, Killian replied mysteriously. After all, everything he is doing now is for the other party. When he gets all the vibranium in that guy's hands, how terrifying will a vibranium version of T-800 be? And it is recyclable. As Killian unlocks more technology, more and more technologies will be put into use. Of course, the most important thing for Killian is the multiform plasticity of vibranium. You should know that because vibranium is not an element on the periodic table, it is not radioactive like all metal elements with high relative atomic mass. All newly discovered elements must have a higher relative atomic mass than existing elements. The electrons of vibranium will not move, which means that the atoms of vibranium will always be constant at absolute zero. The lack of movement in the atomic structure means that vibranium does not have the conditions for conducting force energy from the root. This property makes vibranium the most stable durable substance in the Marvel Universe. Moreover, vibranium can absorb the vibration energy and kinetic energy around it. When absorbing kinetic energy, it can be observed that the vibration frequency of the vibranium's own molecules has not increased significantly. When absorbing external vibration energy, the energy will be stored in the molecular bonds of vibranium. Generally, the more kinetic energy the vibranium absorbs, the harder and more durable it will become. But if there is enough force to break it, the vibranium will explode and release most of the absorbed energy. What attracted Killian the most was Vision's body. When the Mind Stone and the vibranium body were combined, a superhuman Vision was born. Vision could adjust himself to become as light as air, and then fly. He could also pass through solid objects. If attacked, he could make his body virtual, so that the missile would pass through his body. He could even enter other objects and materialize, which could injure or even kill the enemy. And not only that, Vision could also make his body extremely heavy and as hard as diamond, so he could be unusually strong and almost invulnerable. Among these abilities, the most likely to be realized and the most exciting to Killian was the ability to make himself virtual at any time. In this state, no attack could hide him. After being exposed to the data of the system for so long, Killian was sure that it was definitely not the Mind Stone that could give Ultron so many abilities. The Mind Stone was more like a super-optimized artificial intelligence. When you want to do something, it will plan the most convenient way for you directly, and you just need to do it. The Mind Stone is by no means the key to giving Ultron his abilities. After all, the Mind Stone's abilities are at most to modify and manipulate thoughts and spirits, and to enhance the user's mental power so that he can enter other people's minds. Even if it has other abilities, they are definitely not related to the space virtualization. If the Space Stone was inlaid on Ultron's head, he wouldn't think about it even a little bit. But this is the Mind Stone, and the two are absolutely unrelated. So according to Killian's bold guess, vibranium has a hidden third form, which can adjust its own material form according to human intervention. According to Killian's analysis, it is more inclined to pass through other substances by becoming a nearly invisible material form. It's just that in the original book, dense matter and force fields can limit its crossing, so Killian analyzed that it was a nearly invisible material form that crossed. Although there are restrictions, at the same time, there is a greater place for its ability to operate. It is because of this potential ability of vibranium that Killian came from afar and crossed half of the planet. Otherwise, I really think he is crazy, running so far and taking such a big risk. Then, after more than 10 hours of flight time, Killian woke up again and finally arrived at the international airport of a small country in Africa and landed. So far, he has completely set foot on the magical country of Africa. Then, after dozens of minutes of tedious security checks and immigration officer inspections, Killian and his party finally walked out of the airport. At this time, after Killian walked out of the airport, a large group of local African blacks surrounded him enthusiastically, especially after seeing Killian's decent manner and very professional entourage. Their eyes could not hide the heat. Everyone kept trying to speak in their own standard American English. It must be said that because this land has been ruled by European powers for a long time, these locals have become accustomed to speaking in English over time, and some even speak it quite well. It would be nice if the price they asked for was not so expensive, $10 per kilometer, starting at $200. They really think he's a rich man. Although Killian has a lot of money, it doesn't mean he's stupid. Killian ignored these people and waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need them. Finally, the expressionless men next to Killian stood in front and behind again, and the black people left unwillingly. Then, under the astonished eyes of the crowd, a team of armored vehicles armed to the teeth drove towards them through the endless stream of people. Even those who were interested could see the brand new gun barrels on the armored vehicles with engine oil. After it stopped in front of Killian and his group, everyone realized that Killian was not a fat sheep, but a prehistoric giant crocodile. So, several people took advantage of the cover of the crowd and ran away, fearing that Killian would settle accounts with them later. Although these places in Africa are not as war-torn as Afghanistan, Syria and other places for many years, and there is no year of peace, but they are only a little better here. Not only are there warlords, but there are also dozens of other large and small armed forces. It can only be said that everyone who can survive to this day has a special skill. Ignoring them, Killian took the few people behind him and got on the armored vehicle that had been arranged in advance. After all, Africa is not peaceful, and high technology cannot be fully developed here. Even many places here are still dirt roads, so don't expect anything else. So Killian arranged the armored vehicle. At least if there is any danger, he can rely on the abnormal defense of the armored vehicle to resist it first. Boss. After Killian got in the car, the man who was driving the car turned around and looked at the boss behind him who he hadn't seen for a long time, and said with excitement and admiration, "7, long time no see, how are your brother and sister?" Looking at the familiar man in front of him, Killian's mouth immediately rose with a smile, and then he said with concern with an approachable expression, "The company takes good care of them. Now they are all in kindergarten. They have made many friends in school and are very happy every day." After hearing the boss mention his family first, 7 felt warm in his heart and answered respectfully. Thanks to readers 1598261834002714624 and Jingjing Defin for their 100 points. Thank you for your support. Chapter 113 Billions of Vibranium. Then, without waiting for Killian's instructions, he took the initiative to drive the car and started driving. It must be said that 7 has definitely put in a lot of effort in this regard. Even on the bumpy roads in Africa, it still doesn't feel very good to Killian. Very good. What is the salary the company gives you now? Is it enough? Then, looking at 7 in front of him, Killian also asked. Enough, enough. Now the company has borne the tuition fees of my younger brothers and sisters, and even food and accommodation are all in school. My current salary is $50,000 a month. Originally, the person in charge of Maya said that he would increase my salary, but I refused. To be honest, this money is not enough for me to spend it all. And I stay in the company every day, and I don't do anything. I only cooperate with the company to draw blood and exercise for a few days every month. There is nothing else. I am a little uneasy about my current salary. So this time, after hearing that you, boss, need manpower, I was the first to ask to come. If this continues, I don't know how to repay you, boss. After hearing Killian's words, 7 also showed a warm smile at this time and spoke. To be honest, he had never met a boss as considerate and kind-hearted as Killian in his life. Even some of the marchers who had been holding charity slogans from beginning to end, every time they saw him, they just ignored him and walked past. It was also during that period that he saw too much indifference. And now, not only has his salary become higher than that of many urban white-collar workers, but he has also made up for everything he had lost, and his family has grown up healthily. With all these, it is worth it for him. Don't talk about repaying. This is all earned by your own efforts. To be honest, I am a little surprised that you can bring so many children to Florida. God will never let down those who work hard. Believe in yourself. 7. Your life will be better in the future. When the desperate virus in the company matures, I will arrange for people to treat your disabled brothers and sisters as soon as possible. For such a subordinate, Killian was very relieved and comforted him with a smile on his face. Alice, who was standing by, blinked her bright eyes and listened to the conversation between the two. At this moment, in her world, the personality of the boss next to her seemed to be improved a little bit. Well, I believe you, boss. 7 nodded heavily to the boss' words. At this time, as the car returned to silence, the vehicle continued to move forward on the bumpy road. Alice, who was standing by, blinked her curious eyes and looked at the outside world for the first time. Then she looked out of the car window and saw that the land on both sides of the road coming out of the airport was yellow land, which was completely different from the flat road that was all concrete when she was in the company before. And there were only a few small sheds occasionally, and there were almost no high-rise buildings and buildings. And as she began to move away from the airport, even at the end, Alice could not see a decent house. However, she should have felt sympathy, but after seeing the dirty environment and the unkempt appearance of everyone along the way, she suddenly lost these emotions. For her, it felt that there was something wrong with the people in these places. Along the way, there were all kinds of human excrement scattered around on the road and on both sides of the road. Even Alice opened the window a little out of curiosity, and was choked by the disgusting stench, and then decisively closed the car window. In short, this place gave Alice only one feeling, that is, it was dirty and messy. And it was not hygienic. When Alice thought of this, her nose couldn't help but wrinkled. Other than that, it was okay. Some pedestrians and passing vehicles took the initiative to pull over and give way after seeing their convoy. There was no scene of traffic interspersed at any time when she saw it in the United States. This was also the only good feeling Alice had for this place. This is how it is here. You will get used to it after you see it more. Looking at Alice's cute appearance, Killian couldn't help but touch the other's black hair, and then spoke. After all, he had experienced the influence of the internet in his previous life. Even if Killian had never been here, he had seen how the African brothers fought in a tenacious state. But for a little girl who was just born and less than 1 year old, the impact was still too great. Well, I will. After feeling this familiar warm feeling, Alice grinned and said with a smile. Then, as the vehicle drove, some local characteristics of Africa began to gradually emerge in front of everyone, making everyone's eyes feel a kind of shock from Africa. Some cars were only left with wheels, and even the seats were padded with cotton wool picked up from somewhere, but they could actually drive away. There were also many vans with only the frame left and even the doors were shaky. They were supposed to carry 10 people, but there were at least more than 30 people squeezed into the already dilapidated van. Even the outside was full of black people. This was not enough to be amazing. What was amazing was that when the bus entered the station, it did not stop, and the passengers on it jumped out of the window, and those who wanted to get on the bus followed it and jogged for a while and then jumped on. However, even so, these cars can still drive on the road normally, which is also a shock to Killian and his group. Afterwards, after seeing all kinds of local customs along the way, the group finally arrived at the giant dock of Salwa in Africa more than an hour later. What caught the eye was several super-large ocean-going ships, but because of obsolescence, they were transported here by some people and made into a simple factory or even a military base. Even thousands of meters away, Killian could see a steady stream of black smoke pouring out of those abandoned ships. This natural geographical advantage environment is indeed an excellent base location. Killian looked at a muddy road hundreds of meters in front of him. In this place, unless you set up artillery at a long distance, you can't hit the ship at all. Some warlords in Africa generally have rifles like AK, and there are not many heavy firepower. It's no wonder that Ulysses Claw can dominate here and even engage in arms trading. While Killian and his men were docked at the dock, a team of soldiers patrolling the perimeter also saw them and walked towards them with AKs raised high. For Africa, although AK has various problems and is disliked by the elite forces of big powers, it must be said that this gun is simple, direct, Easy to use and durable. Hey, what are you doing here? Leave here immediately if you have nothing to do. At this time, after approaching, the man glanced at Killian's armored vehicle, then looked at the people inside, and then held back the swear words that wanted to blurt out, and spoke instead. After hearing the man's words, Seven turned his head and looked at Killian. After seeing Killian nod, he opened the door and went down to have a friendly conversation with the other party. Hey, boss, someone is here to see you, saying that they have made an appointment. By the way, they said they are coming from the United States. After seeing Seven's deterrence and the bright Gatling gun on the armored vehicle, the man hesitated for a moment and began to take out the walkie-talkie in his pocket to report. Bring them here, and remember to disarm them. Just when Ulysses was about to get angry, he heard the last words of his men and immediately spoke. After the report, the man spread his hands and looked helplessly at the bald man in front of him who was full of sly aura. For some reason, his intuition told him that the man in front of him was very dangerous. Just when Seven wanted to say something, Killian took the initiative to get out of the car with his bodyguards. Then, after passing the inspection of the other party's professional metal detector, a group of 6 people, led by Ulysses' men, drove over on a speedboat. Only 2 men and 2 women were left to guard the place. But what everyone failed to notice was that bursts of purple aura began to burst out from the 2 men. You want to buy vibranium? On the other side, after being brought into a cruise ship by his younger brother, Ulysses was standing in the captain's room of the cruise ship at this moment, looking down at Killian and the others through the transparent window and speaking. Of course, but I think it's not what a qualified businessman should do to treat his guests like this. Ignoring Ulysses' brothers who were pointing their guns at him at this moment, Killian said to him with a professional smile. Qualified businessmen. That's for sincere buyers. You don't look like that. I never told the outside world that I have vibranium. Who sent you here? After hearing Killian's words, Ulysses, who was originally speaking normally at this moment, suddenly raised his voice and roared at Killian. With a sudden roar of their boss, the other party's brothers also pulled the bolts at this moment, and then put their fingers close to the trigger. As long as their boss gave an order, they would press it without hesitation. As for Ulysses, he had never told anyone that he had vibranium in his hand, and he had never even sold it. Now that the other party knew that he had vibranium in his hand, they came to him. For him, it can only be the damn Wakanda hunting team. However, he still didn't know whether they were baits thrown by the hunting team or new subordinates developed by the hunting team. You have to know that he had killed people from a small town in Wakanda in order to grab this batch of vibranium. He was very clear about the consequences if his location was known by Wakanda, so for so long, he never dared to sell the vibranium in his own hands. Even if he sold it, it was transferred countless times, and one customer after another was selected. In the end, there was only one customer who bought it, and he sold it by gram. Calm down, Ulysses. Believe me, if I were the person you think of, we would not be here now. You must have seen their technology. At this time, Killian was like strolling in the garden. While speaking, he walked upstairs, and ignored the gun barrel that was constantly aimed at him. You know them too. After hearing Killian's words, Ulysses frowned and asked. Of course, a tribe with great power but very deformed. Believe me, they are nothing to worry about. I will get those things sooner or later. Finally reaching the top floor, Killian leaned on the guardrail and looked at Ulysses and said while talking to him across the fence. Nothing to worry about. Haha, what I see now is a person whose life is in my hands. Sorry, I don't see where the word nothing to worry about is expressed. After hearing the arrogance in Killian's words, Ulysses couldn't help but smile contemptuously and spoke. Maybe Killian's speech and calmness just now, in his opinion, have some means on his body, but if that organization wants to deal with him, even he can only run away. Not to mention the man whose life and death are now controlled by him. Are you sure? Pa. After listening to Ulysses' words, Killian said with a smile. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Ulysses came to his senses again and found that all his men had fallen down for no reason. Just when he reacted and wanted to raise his gun to fight back, the bald man at the beginning leaped up and broke through his bulletproof glass, and then pressed his hot big hand on the muzzle of his gun. Just like that, the pistol melted in front of him at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it even turned into molten iron and fell to the ground with a sizzling sound. This scene made even Ulysses, who thought he had seen the storms in Wakanda, feel a little scared, and the whole person retreated to the wall. Believe me, Mr. Claw, I came here with full sincerity. Otherwise, you and your men would still be alive until now when you just pointed your gun at me. After Seven subdued him, Killian at this time also pushed the door in calmly, and then after coming in front of Ulysses, he raised his signature smile and said to the other party. To be honest, Killian hated people pointing guns at him. Whenever he encountered such a thing, he wanted to order people to tear those people to pieces. But he knew sincerely that the reason why people are human beings is that they are more advanced than animals. In addition to being able to use tools, the most important thing is to be able to control their desires. It is easy to want something, but it is the most difficult to restrain one's desires. Killian has always restrained himself with such high-intensity mental constraints. He knows that he is helpless in this world and has no ties. If he really liberates the demon in his heart, it will definitely not be a good thing for this world or even for himself. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. The wisdom passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years is definitely not without reason. You, who are you? At this moment, looking at Killian in front of him and the man next to him who was even emitting sparks from his hands, Ulysses couldn't help but ask. Now I'm asking you. I'll tell you one last time. This time I came to your damned dirty place from the United States thousands of miles away, mainly for vibranium, understand? Don't make me repeat it a second time. After helplessly tilting his head, Killian said in a threatening tone. Okay. Wait for me. Seeing that the situation was stronger than the person, Ulysses took the initiative to speak. After all, if he continued to delay, he had reason to believe that the man in front of him really wanted to kill him. Moreover, in this kind of place, there is no such thing as killing for life. If you die, you die. Even if he died in front of his men, they would not avenge him, but would choose a new leader in the next second to continue. So under the threat of Killian's almost tangible murderous aura, Ulysses immediately came to the wall not far away, and then he pressed a few times in a secret place. Accompanied by a click, the original wall opened, and then rose up a tube of vanadium alloy stored in cold storage, that is, vibranium. The hardest metal on Earth. After taking out a tube, Killian picked up another tube at random. It felt solid and cold when he touched it. In this jar, he had the vibranium he had always dreamed of. Inside, there were several large jars, no more, no less, a total of 250 kilograms. Killian only had to glance at them and knew that Ulysses had not lied to him. All his stocks were here. Although I don't want to say it, I spent a lot of money to get these things. Since your target is really it, these are worth billions of dollars. After seeing Killian and his group's eyes on the vibranium, Ulysses immediately realized that he was impulsive. Their target was really vibranium. Then he touched his neck and stood up and said. He was a desperado. For these vibraniums, even a high-tech developed country like Wakanda dared to blow up hundreds of people casually. If Killian and his group took this thing away in front of him, it would be better to kill him directly. Chapter 114 Warlord Attack. I'll give you $10 billion, and you can help me get these goods. The same quantity, the same price, I'll take as many as you want. Dabe. Seeing Ulysses's bumpkin-like expression, Killian also suppressed his disdain in his heart, and played with a jar of vibranium in his hand while looking at him and said. How should I know, you said. Just when Ulysses wanted Killian to fulfill his promise first, a series of rapid text message alerts rang on his mobile phone. Take a look, I believe you will be interested. Looking at Ulysses in front of him, who was hesitant about whether to continue talking or reading the text messages, Killian couldn't help but smile, and then spoke to him. Under Killian's meaningful smile, Ulysses slowly took out his mobile phone, but what shocked him was that these were text messages from his anonymous account to remind him to collect money. And it was all $1 billion, $1 billion transfer. After 10 text messages, it died down and there was no more movement. At this moment, when Ulysses put down his phone and looked up at Killian again, he couldn't stop being shocked. You know, he had been hiding for so long, not to mention his address and phone number were not found by the pursuit team of Wakanda, which was a group of elite soldiers in the sci-fi country, let alone his Swiss anonymous bank card information. It can be said that except for him, almost no one knows his bank card information. And the Swiss bank is also famous for its customer confidentiality, and it is even more impossible to leak his information. It is because of this that at this moment, Ulysses deeply felt the power behind the man in front of him. Now, is there any problem? Looking at Ulysses who was completely shocked, Killian continued to ask with a smile on his face. No, how can we contact each other later? After hearing Killian's words, Ulysses stumbled. Trust me, when you collect the vibranium, I will have someone find you. No matter where you are, of course if you need help, this pistol can help you very well. Smart pistol, containing fully automatic tracking bullets, made of high-strength metal, can break all known bulletproof vests, even bulletproof glass. One bullet costs $1 million, a total of 12 bullets. Just think of it as a deposit paid to you in advance. Remember to use it sparingly. After hearing Ulysses' words, Killian smiled and took out a pistol that looked ordinary to Ulysses from behind, then handed it to him and explained with a smile. And Killian's words, as well as the weight of the pistol in his hand, although each of them made him feel that this was true, there was a strong sense of unscientificness hovering in his mind. Tracking bullets? Before this, he had only heard of tracking missiles. Okay, I won't stay any longer. If you do your job well, believe me, it will definitely make more money than what you are doing now. A pile of scrap copper and iron, only barbarians would be interested in it. After smiling and patting Ulysses on the shoulder, Killian looked at the crude instruments for making guns in the ship and the artillery production line that was broken beyond repair with disdain. Then he walked out with a little girl that Ulysses had not even noticed before. Seven and several other cold-faced men and women ignored him directly, picked up the cans of vibranium and jumped straight down. At this moment, Ulysses realized that the people in this entire organization were not normal people. And it was not until now that he looked at Killian, who was about to walk out, and at this moment, the other party became more mysterious in his eyes. But not long after that, Ulysses took out his mobile phone again and started laughing again. For him, no matter what, as long as the money was in place, everything was worth it. At this time, looking at the balance on his phone, Ulysses couldn't help but flash a look called greed in his eyes. On the other side, after no one stopped him, Killian led his men, past the fallen bodies one by one, returned to his car, and started to drive back to the airport. But for some reason, after the convoy started, Killian felt that there were at least dozens of eyes looking at him along the way. At this time, he slowly turned his head and saw that several locals on cars and motorcycles were consciously looking at him. Although they would lower their heads from time to time and ride their own cars. But all the way here, they always kept a distance from them that was neither fast nor slow. Boss, we are being followed. Do you need me to deal with it? At this time, Seven, as a veteran, saw at least dozens of tracking groups around him, and looked at Killian through the rearview mirror and said, after all, protecting the boss's safety is his top priority. As for tracking and other issues, it is up to Killian to decide. No hurry, let the bullet fly for a while. After hearing Seven's words, Killian just closed his eyes and said leisurely. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. And just as the vehicle continued to move forward, even the innocent Alice beside him felt that something was obviously wrong, and finally something unexpected happened. When the car was driving in a crowded place at this time, I only saw that the originally crowded crowd around was turned into armed personnel with guns at this moment, and then they collectively raised their guns at the convoy where Killian was without any reaction. Even on the farthest hillside, there were armed personnel who had been ambushed for a long time. After aiming the RPG on their shoulders, with the trigger pressed, several rockets flew towards the armored vehicle in one breath. At this time, the terrorist who was originally next to the convoy and was about to shoot only felt a flash in front of his eyes. In the next moment, as the purple light flashed in everyone's eyes, the terrorists who had surrounded the armored vehicle all pointed their guns at the RPG-equipped personnel on the hillside. For a moment, accompanied by collective shooting, the barrage of bullets suddenly shut out. At this moment, as the RPG rocket approached, Seven, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a bohemian and playful smile on his face. He suddenly jumped out of the car window, jumped straight up, and then grabbed the rocket in the surprised eyes of the group of terrorists on the hillside. In the end, he just turned a circle in the air along the thrust of the rocket, and then threw it back intact. After a few more flashes, all the rockets in the air were caught and thrown back. For a moment, the roar of artillery fire and bullets instantly resounded across the land. Damn, these peasants are unreliable. They got the money, but they still rebelled among themselves. Not far away, a group of Stinger mercenaries who were watching the scene with binoculars saw that the warlord soldiers they hired actually rebelled on the battlefield. The leader was so angry that he could not help but hammer the ground with his left hand. Ha ha ha, boss, after all, they came from a small place. It's great that these bumpkins can grow to their current size. How can they control the minds of their subordinates when they manage hundreds of people? I've said they are unreliable. For warlords like this, our Stinger mercenaries can kill more than a dozen without taking a breath, not to mention that they have armored vehicles. What do you think, boss? It seems that we have to go on stage now. At this time, a bare-backed muscular man next to him was holding a heavy machine gun and said to the man with a smile. For them, it would be best to spend money to let the local warlords solve the target, but if they can't solve it, it doesn't matter. At worst, they can just do it themselves. Hey, I originally wanted to consume their manpower. If I can avoid it, I won't go. After all, he is a man endorsed by the President of the United States. Everyone be careful. When we get there, pay attention to each other. The main thing is to capture the bald man with superpowers. If it doesn't work, you can use it freely. Let's go. While they are still alive and can attract some firepower, everyone go. Ai, you are responsible for sniping the man just now and contain us. Otherwise, if he is allowed to use it freely, I am afraid there will be other problems. Others, follow me. After simply arranging things, the leader of the team immediately issued a combat order, and then led his more than 20 fully armed team to move forward at full speed. After all, it is a mercenary group wandering in the dark zone of the world. As they received more and more hard tasks, they gradually realized that in addition to normal humans, there are many humans who are different from them in this world. And these humans are even the objects that some companies are willing to spend huge sums of money to compete for. They also captured a lot, so they were not too shocked after seeing Seven's performance. After all, any carbon-based creature can be knocked down with one shot. At this time, the 2 men and 2 women sitting in Killian's last car seemed to have discovered something. After getting off the car, they disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, only Killian, Alice and the purple man sitting in the co-pilot seat were left in the car. Alice, who was standing aside, was now extremely tense when she heard the crackling gunshots outside. Her small eyes kept darting around, fearing that someone would suddenly appear to attack. After all, except for the man in the co-pilot seat who was led by intelligence, she was the one who had to rely on force. Now the boss's life safety depended on her little body, so she had extremely strict requirements for herself. However, unlike Alice's nervousness, Killian listened to the symphony played by Dabe very calmly, and then gestured with his fingers. Compared with the scene of war outside, it completely presented 2 extreme contrasts. What on earth are you? At this moment, as time passed, on the hill where the RPG was fired before, Seven was already completely glowing with a strange orange light. He didn't care about his tattered clothes at all, and walked slowly towards the terrorist leader with a smile on his face. However, coupled with the bullets that kept pouring out of the other party's body, the terrorist leader who saw this scene couldn't help but fall to the ground in a moment of fear, and then asked in horror. Well, when you go down and see Satan, ask him and you'll know. Be good, don't move, otherwise it will hurt next. Looking at the leader in front of him who was completely like a puddle of mud, Seven's face just showed an orange smile, and after saying that, he approached the other party. Then 2 warm big hands touched the man's cheek, accompanied by the sound of sizzling like barbecue, and the next moment, Seven saw his arms exert force, and with a click, the man completely lost his life. At this point, all the dozens of armed terrorists were dealt with by Seven. But the next second, Seven suddenly felt something was wrong, and after frowning, he subconsciously tilted his head. Bang! In an instant, a powerful bullet pierced his cheek, with a little blood and flesh, and shattered the fist-sized stone behind him. Seven, who reacted immediately, looked in the direction of the bullet after seeing this scene. Although they were thousands of meters apart, Seven's naked eyes still locked onto the sniper at a glance. Then his figure flashed again, and the whole person ran towards the other party at an extremely fast speed. Oh, my god, what the hell is this monster? The sniper on the other side saw that a bullet was about to hit the target, but the opponent narrowly avoided it. However, through the high-power scope, she could clearly see the flesh and blood on the opponent's cheek being taken away by her bullet. It stands to reason that the opponent with such a wound should be seriously disabled even if he didn't die. However, the opponent was like nothing happened. Not only did he smile at her through his high-power scope, but he also ran towards her at a very fast speed. At this scene, The woman dared to swear that even a motorcycle running at full speed was not as fast as him. Then, in just a blink of an eye, the woman saw that the opponent had closed a large distance with her. Then, with a gun on her back, she began to use the cover to place mines to try to buy time for herself, and at the same time, she began to run towards the dense forest at a very fast speed. Boom. Not long after she ran away, she heard a violent explosion behind her. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling. The distance between the two people is a full 1,000 meters. Not to mention that this is just a straight line distance. In reality there are natural obstacles such as bushes, ravines, cliffs and thorns. Even if it is a straight line distance, it can't be so fast. At this moment, a feeling called regret exploded in the woman's mind. However, after running out for a long time, after hearing no movement from behind, her brain, which had been down, came online again. If I heard correctly, that was the explosion just now. The power of the anti-infantry mine was tested by someone they personally. The fragments of the mine can kill all humans within 20 meters around, and still have strong lethality until 140 meters away. And if someone triggers it, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. At this moment, with this idea in mind, the woman finally collapsed on the ground to rest, and even the whole person was constantly panting. Short distance full speed running, even if she has experienced various high intensity actual combat, but for a while, it is also a great burden on the body. At this moment, beads of sweat kept flowing down from her forehead, across her cheeks covered with camouflage and mud, and then through her wheat-colored neck, all the way to the last deep valley, and disappeared. But before the woman could catch her breath, she leaned forward instantly, and her head began to lift up uncontrollably. In an instant, the woman was forced to be lifted up by a huge force. At this time, the woman immediately controlled her remaining consciousness and looked down, only to see a fiery red arm like magma directly through her chest. In the next second, the woman closed her eyes and was completely lifeless. After seeing this scene, Seven also pulled out his arm with a smile on his face. Then he returned to the way he came without looking back. When he returned to the convoy again, he saw that there were dozens of people, plus the team of people he had solved when he passed by, a total of 100 militants, all lying in a pool of blood. No one survived. As if he was not surprised by this, Seven smiled and ate a mint chewing gum he brought with him, then opened the car door and walked in. "Boss, it's all done." After entering, Seven changed his carelessness and arrogance in the previous battle, and reported respectfully. "Then let's go back." At this moment, after hearing Seven's words, Killian, who had closed his eyes to rest, spoke slowly. Then, the convoy once again drove on the road, full of ruins, leaving behind corpses and rags. Not long after the convoy left, the natives who had been watching the situation here in the deep mountains, suddenly rushed out like a swarm of bees, and then scrambled for the things of the people on the ground. For them, life and death had nothing to do with them, and these weapons, ammunition, and even the clothes they wore were a lot of money. Chapter 115 Dark Operation. These are free, they are gifts from God, it would be a waste you if you don't take them. So, just like that, in less than an hour, the scene had been cleaned up, and even the ground full of blood was covered with dust splashed by the crazy trampling of the crowd. On the other side of the earth, in Texas, in a royal castle. At this moment, Jay Jones was sitting in his bedroom, constantly wiping his hands on an exquisite antique in his hand, which he had bought from abroad at a price of hundreds of millions of dollars. He liked it so much that he even liked it better than those women with flesh and blood. At this time, the cold wind outside the house kept whistling. However, the security guards who were always watching the four corners of the castle, and the dozens of security guards who were patrolling at any time in the castle, compared with this huge castle, it also seemed particularly lively. After all, he made money from energy. The man knew that every day, whether openly or secretly, there were countless people, even his own offspring, who wanted him dead and took his place, so the man spent a huge amount of money every year to support these security personnel to protect him. But gradually, as his company grew in size, no one had stroked his beard for several years. No matter who wants to stop the development of the company, they must die. In the bedroom, looking at the data of the company's stock price falling every minute, the middle-aged man's slightly turbid eyes gradually revealed a gleam of brilliance, and then he gently wiped the antiques while whispering in a voice that only he could hear. Their company has been completely fought out of the sea of blood since its development. After all, that is oil and natural gas. those things will not be waiting for you to take them intact. There are countless people and forces who have wanted to rob them. But they all died without exception, and this time. He believes that the damn guy will also go to see Satan like his previous opponent. Horizontal ellipsis. At this time, as time passed, the original moon began to be covered by dark clouds. In this castle, there were dozens of fully armed elite mercenaries patrolling the castle as bright as day. Not only that, every person in every corner had a German black backguard, who would roar to warn anyone who smelled something strange, and would pounce on and bite the other person in the first moment. For this reason, there were even several murders in this castle every 2 years, but they all disappeared quietly in the end. And in the shadows outside the castle that no one noticed, at this moment, a team had secretly sneaked into the vicinity, and then took out an instrument from their bodies. Suddenly, drones like mosquitoes flew out of them and dispersed into the rooms of the castle. In a short while, the complete surveillance map of the castle appeared on their combat helmets. However, the team still did not respond until the last mosquito flew into a room with exquisite and luxurious carpets on the floor and precious paintings of various celebrities on the walls. The person at the innermost part was the target of their action. "Father, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. I'll take care of this." While the middle-aged man was wiping his antique and waiting for news, a young man who looked very similar to him walked in wearing aristocratic clothes, and then came to the middle-aged man and said softly, "It's still early. This is the biggest crisis for our family. He is our biggest disaster. How can I sleep without receiving news from there?" After hearing his son's words, the middle-aged man who was wiping the antique couldn't help but slow down his movements, but then continued to wipe it, and then spoke. "Relax, father. For so long, under your leadership, hasn't our Jones family stepped on so many old families and companies to get to this point? Pioneer Technology is just another commemorative collection for us. I have prepared the funds. As soon as they have news, we will arrange for people to go to Pioneer Technology." After hearing his father's words, the man confidently picked up the red wine glass beside him, opened a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands, and poured it directly, handed it to his father and himself, and then the two smiled at each other and drank it together. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, with a strong wind outside again, even the entire door and window were blown and shook. And the next second, the lights in the castle also flickered twice in the last persistence, and the entire castle immediately fell into darkness. However, there was no panic in the castle. Everyone, even the servants, were just doing their own things with the help of the moonlight, and most of them just stood there and never took another step. After dozens of seconds, as the lines were repaired, the lights came on again. The whole castle seemed to have returned to its original state. In a place that no one else could see, 3 figures in black began to quietly come to the top of the castle. After pulling out the dagger, they ignored the surveillance in the castle and eliminated a whole patrol team cleanly. And such a picture, in the image of the castle monitoring room at this moment, was as if nothing had happened, extremely calm. Afterwards, stealth, assassination, sharp blades, crossbows, and all kinds of cold weapons were used by this invading team in this operation, as if they were playing with flowers, and no one could escape a blow. Almost everyone fell straight down before they noticed anything unusual. The German blackbacks had already been pierced through the head by sharp arrows, and were taken away without making any sound. In a short while, there were no more survivors of the dozens of patrolling guards of the castle. Team A has controlled the perimeter. Received. Team B is moving towards the target. In a short exchange, the whole operation continued. At this moment, the father and son in the bedroom were originally immersed in the joy of the upcoming results, but were frightened by the men who suddenly broke in. "No, it's bad, boss. All the people we arranged in Africa are dead." The man who broke in, after seeing the 2 men, blurted out words that shocked both of them. "What? How is it possible? I spent $1 billion, top mercenaries, and several local warlords in Africa blocked our way. You told me that all the people we arranged were dead." At this moment, the antique in the middle-aged man's hand even fell to the ground, but he didn't bother to pick it up. Instead, he stood up with a shocked look on his face and questioned his subordinates. "Boss, although I don't want to say it, several warlords we arranged in Africa, including the so-called Ace Stinger mercenary team, all died without a single survivor. These are the photos that our people will collect later." After hearing the words of the middle-aged man, the subordinates at this moment took the pictures they had just received and handed them to the boss. "Damn, What does he do? After watching the iconic badge of the Stinger mercenaries in the video, J. Jones's face suddenly became ugly, and then he spoke. You should know that the mission completion rate of this mercenary is the highest in the market, 95%, which is almost 100%. Moreover, almost everyone who can join the Stinger mercenary group is carefully selected from major special forces around the world, and finally enters after rigorous tests. It can be said that everyone has the ability to independently raid a squad, but now, they are all gone. Where are the others? If our people are ineffective, what about their methods? Son, you should contact them now and ask them to intercept the other party outside the US territory. Even if it means that some local armed forces have to send out anti-aircraft missiles to intercept, it must be done. After hearing what his men said, the man hurriedly told his son beside him. Okay. I'll contact you right away. At this time, his son was also panicked after hearing the news, and then he took out his mobile phone to make a call. But what made him feel that something was wrong was that the several text messages he sent out were like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no news. No signal. In the end, the man looked carefully and found that his satellite phone had no signal. After seeing this scene, the man's pupils shrank instantly. He handed the screen of the phone to his father and said tremblingly, "Not good." After hearing his son's words, J. Jones thought that all his people were lost in Africa. The next second, the man's pupils shrank, just as he said this. Suddenly, with the door suddenly knocked open, a team of fully armed teams rushed in and decisively aimed their guns at them. As for the subordinate, before he had time to react, he was cleanly cut by the team member who broke into the door with a knife. In an instant, blood was thrown on the priceless carpet and even sprayed everywhere on the wall. Haha, you were sent by Killian. After seeing the fate of his men, the middle-aged man at this moment seemed extremely calm. He sat down and said self-deprecatingly. However, compared to his father's surrender, the son at the side seemed extremely panicked at this moment. When he looked around, he found that the door had been blocked by the other party, and the only place with at least a glimmer of hope was to jump out of the window. Then, after gritting his teeth, the man rushed directly out of the window, and the team members at the side also wanted to rush up and catch the other party as soon as possible, but unfortunately they still failed to catch him, letting the other party jump on the edge of the castle, and then began to escape little by little with the help of the edge. No matter how the other party ran to his bedroom, the man was convinced that as long as he ran to the gate and bought a little more time, the castle's security personnel would arrive, and then he would be truly safe. However, these did not have much impact on the team members. They just took out handcuffs from behind, handcuffed J. Jones's hands, and then escorted him back. On the other side, as he continued to run and climb, the man skillfully grasped the things on the edges with unprecedented agility, and then kept jumping down. When he was more than 2 meters above the ground, the man gritted his teeth and jumped up without any hesitation. However, the skills he had learned since childhood were reflected at this moment. He dived from the high altitude. When he was about to land, he stretched his hands forward, bent his back, and rolled on the ground in a semicircle to relieve the impact of jumping from a high altitude. However, even so, the man's body still had a certain impact. Then, even though he was injured and aching, the man did not stop. Instead, he stood up and continued to run towards the gate. Wait, something is wrong. Before he ran a few steps, the man stopped immediately. He actually smelled an extremely pungent smell of blood in front of him. If you want to create such a big smell, it is absolutely impossible without double-digit blood loss. That's right, for a man who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had experienced all the happiness of all men in the world before he was 16. And it was because of this that he got tired of it later, and even invested in a hunting island in the end. Once a year, 100 preys were released at a time for the amusement of rich people who had the same fetish as him. It was also after that that he found that the smell of blood was so fascinating. Gradually, later on, he was not even satisfied with direct hunting, but took pleasure in killing. The exhilarating pleasure made him feel as if he had experienced the gods who controlled the fate of mankind. He had long been accustomed to this cruel taste, but now he found that he seemed to no longer be excited about this taste, and even a faint tremor was constantly emerging from his bones. Until now, the man suddenly discovered that sometimes the relationship between hunters and prey can actually be interchangeable. Then, the man was fully alert, and he forced himself to muster up his courage. He began to move his trembling steps, and walked out little by little. With step by step, the man gradually came out from the shadows. Just as he thought, he saw corpses everywhere, and even the large black backs that he was good at were lying on the ground, without any life. At this moment, the man was even more afraid of the team just now. He really couldn't imagine that there was any force in the world that could break through the defense of their castle so easily. You know, they have 24-hour monitoring and real-time tracking and early warning, but now there is no reaction at all. For a moment, the man couldn't help but curse the incompetence of the monitoring guard. As the exit got closer and closer, the man also took out a pistol from a fallen patrol guard not far away. He only heard a barely detectable click. After pulling the bolt and confirming that the safety was pulled, the man eased a little fear and continued to move forward. For him, the exit, which was only 100 meters away and could be reached in a minute, seemed extremely long. When he slowly came to the corner of the exit, he mustered up his courage again and stretched his head out, but found that he was blocked by a huge black shadow. There was even a strong smell of blood coming from the black shadow. For a moment, the man felt his scalp tingling, and his body was stunned. Then his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. He could clearly judge that the black shadow in front of him was definitely the shadow of a creature. Now you have to know that he is 1.8 meters tall. With such a height, he couldn't even look at the other person's chest. Then, after looking up tremblingly, the man saw a strange white-skinned bald man staring at him with his eyes without any expression. At this moment, although he didn't know what kind of monster the other person was, the man understood the threat in the other person's eyes. If he moved a little, he would really die. Pop! At this moment, the man's hand didn't even hold his last sense of security, and the pistol fell straight down. The tyrant who saw this scene couldn't help but reveal a hint of cunning in his eyes. But he still twisted it up and walked towards the open space outside the castle. At this time, the man also saw his father again. The two met in this very familiar place. They should have been enthusiastic about reminiscing about the past, but at this moment, they seemed particularly desperate. Even after just looking at each other, the two of them lowered their heads helplessly. At this time, the roar of the helicopter also sounded. When the two looked up with hope, they found that it was a transport helicopter with the AIM company logo printed on it, and the two of them were decisively taken in. At the same time, Johnson & Johnson President Alex's New York Seaview Villa. Bang! With the last gunshot, no one was left alive in the villa except the target person. At this moment, the team leader took off his mask, revealing the iconic face of Adam that Killian had contacted at the beginning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The Scavenger Plan ends. Scavenger Plan began when Killian left the United States. Under Killian's order, anyone who opposed avant-garde technology this time and before and wanted to kill him would be secretly cleared and taken back by the Black Watch team. At this time, Adam stood up expressionlessly and walked towards the basement of the villa. Not long after, he came to the password door of the basement, but to Alex's disappointment, they did not ask him for the password. Instead, the man in the lead took out a rifle on his back and simply pressed the rifle twice. Then, a big hole was blasted out of the high-strength security door that he had originally spent a lot of money to cast. At this time, Adam took the team members behind him through the big hole and stepped directly into it. What he saw was an underground secret room filled with various treasures. However, Adam did not even look at these things, and walked directly to the safe in the center and opened it in the same way. Alex's bribery videos to various officials in his life, as well as the company's black account book records, are all in the hard drive. Then, Adam sealed it and transferred it to the base, and then asked someone to take Alex back without looking back. Not long after, with the landing of the helicopter, the hatch opened again. The two Joneses were directly taken out and walked outside. It was at this time that they saw that there were many transport helicopters parked on the island in front of them, which was similar to a military base. These planes were all filled with people from major companies, and were taken off the plane by the group of armed personnel wearing the same clothes behind them. The only difference is that there are other members, both men and women, among them, while the one on his side is a huge monster. As they got closer, J. Jones' heart was suddenly ashen, because he found that these people were all the main people they had contacted before to cooperate in assassinating the president of Pioneer Technology, Killian. Even a director of the intelligence department of the CIA was brought here by these people. It was not until this moment that J. Jones realized that compared to them, the boss behind Pioneer Technology was even crazier. He dared to kidnap so many business and political leaders at once, and the energy exerted by each of them was enough to cause an earthquake in his state. He really couldn't figure it out. Was the other party crazy? With such a big thing happening, the US government would definitely investigate it the next day. By then, the CIA, NSA, and SSA would definitely turn the whole country upside down. Could it be that the other party's power was so strong that they could even control these key national institutions? J. Jones didn't believe it at all. So, if he was a little panicked because he and his son were kidnapped just now, then now, at least there would be no problem with safety. In his mind, it was nothing more than agreeing to the various compensations proposed by Pioneer Technology, and then just saying it, and the matter would be over. Now he has let it go. As long as he and his son are fine, the amount of compensation doesn't matter. With this mentality, even the old man with cold legs, who could only walk when being escorted, began to walk on his own initiative. However, Jones, who was standing next to him, did not have such an optimistic mentality as the man. After seeing many of his best friends being caught in the same way, his legs were so scared that they became weak. Because he was very familiar with this scene. He had caught prey and brought them back to the nest countless times. As a qualified hunter, after confirming his prey and completing the capture, what awaited them was to be made into a souvenir belonging to the hunter. For a while, the man's legs were paralyzed and he had no strength to walk. In the end, he was dragged away by two team members beside him, just like a dead dog. After all, killing and facing killing are always two different situations. He can skin and bone the prey without blinking, but when it comes to himself, even a simple shooting is an extremely terrifying feeling. Dozens of people were dragged into the large elevator at the same time. As the elevator went down, they felt that they had been descending very deep before they stopped. Some of those who knew more about the speed of the elevator were shocked by Pioneer Technology. This distance was at least 100 meters down. In their company, even the 100th floor had arrived at this time. But it took several times longer. Then, as the elevator door slowly opened, they saw their target, Killian, sitting in a chair not far away, watching them with interest. At this time, all the men pulled them all out of the elevator, and then lined up and threw them on the ground one by one. Then they stood quietly behind these people, holding weapons and ready to shoot at any time. Hi, welcome everyone. Excuse me, I am inviting you all in this way, but I am worried that if I invite you directly, you may not be happy. Then he looked at everyone who had been brought together, especially the presidents of three companies, Alex, Rob Modis, and Francis Henry, who had troubled him before. As for the only one, Alfred Gerard, the CEO of Abvi Biopharmaceuticals, was dealt with by his subordinate Jin Bing first. It was a pity that he did not have the opportunity to take revenge. But looking at the people in front of him, Killian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Sir Killian, do you know that your current behavior is already very dangerous? Otherwise, you can untie us first, and I promise that when I go back, I will never have any thoughts about you again, okay? At this moment, being stubborn can change the status quo, so Robert Modis was the first to speak to Killian, and after he finished speaking, as if to increase the stakes, he continued, by the way, I still have shares in our company, a total of 5%, all of which can be given to you. He. Mr. Modis, in fact, if you don't choose to wade into this muddy water, maybe I really plan to forget you. After all, a waste like you, even if you live in this world, will only add burden to my enemies, but during this time, I seem to have heard that you are in the underground world, constantly running around for my whereabouts, should I be moved. But if that's the case, forget it, you actually secretly united the CEOs of dozens of companies, hired underground forces to put a bounty on my head, and even brought out warlords and the CIA. I have to say you are talented in group suicide. Looking at Modis, who was the first to beg for mercy, Killian couldn't help but support his cheek with his right hand, and then said to him with interest. Since Modis organized the trial in Washington to find trouble with him, all the communications of the four of them have been monitored by Killian. It can be said that every word and action, even when going to the toilet, did not escape Killian's ears. Under such circumstances, it also led to Killian knowing the plan from the beginning. Everything after that was just a natural way to lure the snake out of the hole. But I also want to thank you. If it weren't for your help, I would have no reason to deal with so many people at once. Looking at Modus in front of him, Killian couldn't help but smile. Even if he killed all these people tonight, the government would not say anything else. After all this was their own fault. A group of people arranged a large number of foreign mercenaries and warlords to snipe him. Do you really think that the United States can find out? It's just because there is no reason to attack outside the United States. And now, even if he fights back, these people have nothing to say. After all, they are the ones who started the trouble, and Killian was just forced to fight back. And from the time the incident happened to now, Killian's people have not been exposed throughout the whole process. The entire area where the incident occurred was monitored by database, and all electronic information was cleaned up. Who can prove anything? Without any evidence, who can do anything to him? Not to mention that when he returns to the United States, the military and the government will naturally stand on his side. To trouble him for those forces that have lost their leading enterprises? Funny. What are you talking about, Mr. Killian? I want to explain that all this is a misunderstanding. I don't understand it all. I just went to chat with those people. Yes, just chat? After hearing Killian's words, Modus's face changed, and then he defended himself in a panic. But no matter how much he defended himself, he couldn't wash away the video of the playback screen composed of 3 virtual projection devices that Killian threw down next. Alex, I have contacted more than a dozen forces here. They have all agreed to post a bounty on the dark web with us to snipe Killian. The amount raised now has reached $800 million. What should we do next? $800 million? That's enough. I've received intelligence that Killian's plane flew all the way to Africa. He has contacted the local warlords in advance. As long as our funds are in place, they can take action. The warlords in Africa? Are they reliable? An ordinary person with an AK on our side has better military skills than them. So I also hired a top stinger mercenary group, and then there will be several mercenary groups as a backup. This time I want him to die there completely. Ho ha ho ha. In this way, we can directly divide up the pioneer technology by then. Similar videos lasted for several minutes, playing almost every scene of Modus's external contact. Not only his voice, but even the video, the look of him laughing and holding the winning ticket in his hands was even restored. This is slander. This is blatant slander. I have never seen this before. This is definitely someone else framing me. At this moment, after seeing this scene, Modus's face changed drastically, and then he trembled and wanted to explain again. Haha, maybe, but it doesn't matter, Mr. Modus. For me, Mr. Modus, you have no use anymore. The only thing you came here for is to complete my final plan. Looking at Modus in front of him, Killian said with a calm smile. While Modus was still puzzled, a man who looked exactly like him walked out naked not far away, and Modus even saw the sticky liquid on his body. For a moment, Modus was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't speak. He even thought that the man in front of him was his father's illegitimate son who was raised outside. And now he came back to take everything from him with his appearance. Clones. You've even prepared his clones. No wonder. No wonder. But at this moment, the voice of J. Jones, not far away, rang out. Obviously, compared to the shock and confusion of others, J. Jones at this moment could recognize the origin of the Modus in front of him at a glance. But it was precisely because of this that the man realized that things seemed to have deviated from his original track. But how is this possible? If you want to clone yourself, it will take more than 10 years at the fastest. Have you been planning for more than 10 years now? At this time, J. Jones, after coming to his senses, looked at Killian in front of him with an unbelievable face and spoke. At this moment, his tone was full of incomparable fear. In his mind, it was even difficult to imagine what kind of perseverance a person had to hide for more than 10 years and then take revenge on them. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the president of Roxxon Corporation. He is indeed quite knowledgeable. He is worthy of being the helmsman of an old company that has developed from World War II to the present. I like it. I am naturally not as patient as you think, but this world will never lack creative technology. And the clone in front of me is like that. After hearing what J. Jones said, Killian turned his eyes to the middle-aged man in front of him from Roxxon Enterprise. a famous behind-the-scenes organization in the Marvel Universe, and then spoke. As far as Killian knows, in the original Marvel setting, the real culprit that caused Iron Man's parents to die was actually Roxxon Oil Company, and the biggest reason was that Tony's parents discovered what he created now, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Although limited by the technology at the time, no controlled nuclear fusion reactor that could be put into use was built. But you have to know that even now, the reactor is placed at the door of Stark's factory. It's just a showpiece. To achieve a real controlled nuclear fusion reactor, a lot of technology beyond that era is needed, and even Howard Stark needs enough time. So he stored his invention of new elements on the viewing plate, just waiting to give his son some of his own treasures in the future. But even so, Howard Stark's progress in controlled nuclear fusion has scared Roxxon Oil, because everyone knows the great power of nuclear bombs. And the nuclear bomb was also developed by Howard Stark, and he was even the main person in charge. So the people of Roxxon Energy had no doubt that the other party would develop a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. And once this thing comes out, the energy industry chain that they have worked so hard to operate will be burned. So under the huge trend of interests, they began to assassinate Howard Stark and his wife. In the end, in Captain America 3, the civil war caused by the superheroes because the Winter Soldier killed Stark's parents was also the result of their secret promotion. Winter Soldier was the one they planned to kill Stark's parents in conjunction with Hydra. And later Tony Stark was not taken seriously by them at first, which led to the nuclear fusion reactor appearing in the public's field of vision when they reacted. As for things that have been finalized, even they cannot change them. However, the bigger reason is that they have completed the transformation. The energy industry is just a part of their huge business. It can be said that in the Marvel world, Roxxon Oil Company itself is a villain organization. Its business is to extract oil on the surface, but in fact, this company does everything. From various high-tech weapons of arms to Stark Industries, to the research of semi-biochemical humans and cyborgs, and even the business of manufacturing superhumans, this company is also involved in all of them. It can be said that there is no industry that they dare not do if there are huge profits. It is precisely because of this that they did not go to Tony Stark for trouble in the end. Because they have taken advantage of the energy accumulation of the energy industry, they have jumped onto a larger arms industry chain and cooperated with major national companies and forces. However, the reason why such companies can always hide in the dark and do things without any success is that they have always maintained a low profile and hidden in the dark without anyone noticing. Once there is no disguise of shadow, such an organization will be crushed in minutes. Just like now. After Killian identified the target, he easily captured the president of Roxxon Company and his son. Sometimes the word low-key is used more than once to remind others in various ways. Chapter 117 Shocking Discovery, Aliens. Haha, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. Everyone's company here will be replaced by clones who have been brainwashed by you and only obey your orders. Awesome, awesome. After hearing Killian's words, J. Jones said with a miserable smile. His original calmness and the thought of leaving here alive had disappeared with the moment the clone came out. If the two were in each other's situation, J. Jones believed that he could do more cruel than the other. It's just a pity that their family's efforts for 100 years ended up being used for others. What's going on? J. Jones, I'm with you because you are sure you can kill him, there is absolutely no problem. What's the situation now? At this time, after hearing the conversation between the two, a rich man who had obviously guessed something was overwhelmed by fear and roared at J. Jones. But at this moment, no one cared about the man's roar. Kill them. Seeing the man's final roar, Killian stood up without any emotion, said to everyone with an indifferent expression, and then turned and walked out. He didn't have the energy and time to face these prisoners, and he had more time to use. Then, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the rich people captured by Killian all lay in a pool of blood. Boss. This. But before Killian walked out of the door, he was stopped by the surprised shouts of his men. After hearing this, Killian couldn't help but stop and turn around. In his impression, his men seemed to have never had any emotional fluctuations for anything. When he looked back, he found that he was ignorant. He saw an ugly green-skinned alien lying next to a pile of human corpses, and the green blood flowing out of it gave this place a weird atmosphere. Fuck. After seeing this scene, Killian couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that he would find the Skrulls after just dealing with a group of competitors. However, after being shocked, Killian was also very excited. You know, the talent and strength of the Skrulls are even comparable to Mystique in the X-Men universe next door. Not only can they imitate any target they see, but in a later stage, they can even imitate the superpowers of their opponents as their abilities develop. And the most important thing is that the DNA genetic cells of the Skrulls have a natural advantage in the ability of engulfment and fusion. Although Killian is not clear about the specific performance, he believes that it will not be too bad. Quick, isolate it and send it to the incubator to ensure that it does not rot. Also, call Samuel over immediately. I will be here in a while. The current situation does not allow Killian to think too much. He must now send the corpse into the incubator while the cells are still active, and then he said anxiously to the Black Watch team members in front of him. After hearing Killian's order, everyone at the scene immediately lifted it up and ran quickly towards the incubator next door. The others also hurried to inform Samuel. "Boss, you're looking for me." Samuel, who came jogging, ran to Killian with sweat dripping down his face, and said while panting, "As a researcher, he rarely exercises, and the jogging all the way here puts a greater physical burden on Samuel. Yes, look over there." After hearing Samuel's words, Killian pointed to the Skrull corpse floating in the incubator not far away. At this moment, with Killian's perspective, Samuel, who was originally out of breath, was stunned, and then ran to the front of the incubator at a strange speed, and began to observe the creatures in the incubator face to face. "Oh my god. Boss, are you kidding me? This is an alien." After repeated observations, even after Samuel looked at everything, he looked at the floating alien corpse in front of him with a shocked face, and then looked at Killian not far away and said, "Do you think I am the kind of person who has the time to spare? It is one of the rich people I asked someone to invite. It was originally a rich man before it died, but it turned into this after it died." Killian also responded directly to Samuel's shocking question. After all, as a scientific researcher, Killian also knew very well that the shock brought by the Skrull body in front of him was as intense as a nuclear explosion for any scientific researcher. After all, this would make them begin to believe in the visit of alien civilizations, and even their technological system is more advanced than that of humans, and whether there will be more alien civilizations. And this still means that the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest will force people to start uniting again. It's just that this world seems to have the attribute of seeking death. Even though aliens have invaded the Earth many times, humans still maintain their own attitude. You invade yours, and I fight my civil war. But these are not important to Killian. In the end, the forces of various countries on Earth are unreliable, so he will create an Earth Federation group by himself. Become a super-universe group like the Virtual Universe Company in Devouring the Stars. That is to say, this alien has a unique talent that can change its appearance, which is exactly what I thought. Every creature has a unique talent belonging to its own race since its birth, even aliens are no exception. If we can crack the DNA cell code of this alien, then the God-making plan that you, boss, gave me can also be easily completed. At that time, what we lack is no longer technology, but biological cell samples of extraordinary creatures. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel, who realized the key in an instant, immediately widened his eyes and wanted to see every inch of the skin of the alien in front of him, and then spoke. "This is like a chameleon. Because humans have discovered the secret of its color change, humans have invented color-changing materials based on chameleons. Because there are many kinds of pigment cells in the dermis of chameleons, the epidermal pigment cells change by stretching and contracting the body, and thus change into many colors. Even in this, in order to deal with the reconnaissance satellites of the former Soviet Union on the U.S. troops and military equipment, the U.S. Department of Defense developed a chameleon-like invisible material in the 1960s and applied them to various weapons. This invisible material can change color with the surrounding environment. It turns into grass green on the grass, and turns into sandy brown in the desert area, blending with the surrounding environment, making it difficult for photographic reconnaissance satellites to distinguish these ground weapons. Sometimes what humans lack is not the technology itself, but often what they lack is things that can be learned and a little inspiration. Just like Samuel now, the whole person began to operate the instrument to extract the biological cell samples of the Skrulls bit by bit before Killian even started to speak, and the process was so careful that people even suspected that it was him who was collected. Sure enough. Boss, the biological cells of this alien creature will change autonomously according to the surrounding environment, but according to what you said before, it should be controllable, but it will take some time to find this switch. Interesting. The outer layer of its biological cells is actually blank. So that's how it is. It can transmit information through the nervous system to the corresponding cells to receive signal changes. Amazing. This is simply God's creation. This creature can actually be cloned perfectly. As Samuel took out the biological cells of the other party and put them on the experimental control table next to him, every time Samuel began to study it in depth, his shock and surprise could not help but increase. For him, the cells of this alien are like a huge treasure house. Killian, who was standing by, just smiled helplessly after seeing that Samuel ignored him and entered the working state, and then signaled the guards to keep an eye on the scene, and then turned around and walked out. Samuel's work has just begun, but his work has been almost done. And just after Killian left the research island and returned to the villa. That night, the missing CEOs had returned to their places with their servants, and started their normal lives without anyone noticing. Although it looked like this on the outside, some wealthy people who had vaguely sensed something was wrong were surprised to see that some CEOs they knew began to sell their shares, and an organization called Eden Life Foundation came in to replace them. And as time went by, more and more companies were settled in this Life Foundation, even as many as dozens. In the end, some people even estimated that the value of the shares of the companies it recently controlled was as high as trillions of dollars. And the most incredible thing was that those CEOs actually invested all the money they had cashed out before. For a time, the outrageous rumors about the Life Foundation spread throughout Wall Street, and even in the end, this trend swept across the United States and the world. As we all know, none of the CEOs who can make their companies worth tens of billions or hundreds of billions are fools. These people can actually sell their company shares in just a few days, let the Life Foundation take over, and invest their own money in the Eden Life Foundation. This alone is enough to explain the problem. At one time, countless CEOs and financial tycoons began to find ways to get information about the Eden Life Foundation. Whether it is investment, consultation or cooperation, at this moment, the trillions of investment holdings made everyone crazy, and even in the end, some people began to rumor that the Life Foundation might really have mastered the technology of longevity. Otherwise, there is no reason for these wealthy people to willingly sell their shares, which they used to regard as their lives, unconditionally and hand them over to the foundation. After this news was revealed, the Eden Life Foundation became the object that everyone wanted to contact. But gradually, everyone found out that this foundation seemed to have appeared out of thin air, with blank contacts, blank investment resumes, and even blank addresses. At this moment, a mysterious veil belonging to the Eden Life Foundation shrouded everyone. The distance between the two is like the distance under the veil, close, but because it is invisible, it seems out of reach. While everyone was guessing the origin of this Eden Life Foundation, on the other side, AI and Pioneer Technology also started to make things happen. In the eyes of the public, Pioneer Technology first opened up to the outside world, cooperating with various countries to invest in building factories and establishing controlled nuclear fusion reactors, but for the latter, Pioneer Technology gave each country sufficient choices. Either cooperation, Pioneer Technology provides technology, and the country provides manpower, material and financial resources. In the end, Pioneer Technology will pay Pioneer Technology $1 billion in technology patent fees every year based on the operating years of the nuclear power plant, or it will buy out directly for $100 billion in one go, and Pioneer Technology will take the initiative to be responsible for the entire construction process. And here we have to mention the Pioneer Technology Construction Company, which was recently established under Pioneer Technology Company. A construction team that is completely composed of more than 90% robots, and the remaining 10% is mainly responsible for various external affairs on site, as well as other arrangements. Of course, the most important thing is that Killian does not want to completely eliminate manual labor at this stage. After all, if this is true, he can already imagine how many people will issue statements to condemn him. And in this case, the external expansion of Pioneer Technology can be said to be spreading like a virus. After all, except for the fact that the price is a bit expensive, which makes them have no profit and can't make any money, it is much safer than the nuclear power plant they are currently using in terms of performance and safety. After all, although nuclear leaks are not common, no one wants something like Chernobyl to happen in their own country. You have to know that they don't have so many unwavering volunteers to rescue with their lives. What's more, many countries don't have nuclear power plants, and even at one time they couldn't buy the corresponding equipment and technology. So now that Pioneer Technology has the option of actively helping with construction, many countries have gritted their teeth and taken a large sum of money from their own treasury to Pioneer Technology for production and construction. In the following months, Pioneer Technology's construction robots began to be produced continuously from major factories in the United States, and then after they were born, they rushed to the front line to participate in the investment and construction of cooperative countries. For a time, along with the popularization and construction of controlled nuclear fusion, global technology also began to emerge. First, Stark Group announced the official launch of the American Peacemaker, an amphibious intelligent robot. Later, the Austin Group began to enter the military industry and announced the production of single-soldier flying skateboards and single-soldier combat armor. Even PIM Technology announced in the same month that it had won a large order and would cooperate with the government in secret. Wait, there are countless events like the above. It can be said that under the bombardment of Pioneer Technology from the beginning of this year to the end of summer, every company feels deeply threatened. At this moment, everyone also realized that if their company does not make creative explosive technology, it is only a matter of time before it is swallowed up or even kicked out by Pioneer Technology. For a time, the dual-track competition in science and technology and military was kicked off at the same time. Every company is trying its best to eat up all the shares in its own field in advance. Even when expanding into other people's fields, they took advantage of the fact that Pioneer Technology had not yet shown its fangs to establish a foothold in advance. However, this also led to an unprecedented cold winter for major companies. Under the crazy expansion of several giants, the survival of small and medium-sized companies has become increasingly difficult. However, these are already trivial matters for Killian. When Killian used the Foundation to integrate the resources of major companies, he did discover some special projects that Roxxon was responsible for. It has to be said that this company is a large company that has survived from World War II to the fourth stage of Marvel in the Marvel Universe. It has been doing things in secret, and among these projects, he chose the most special projects to inspect. At this moment, under the leadership of J. Jones, they came to a secret experimental base of the other party. Here, Killian can be regarded as a thorough witness to the madness of Roxxon. As a large technology company, it can be said that the research and development of robots is a necessary research and development project for every company, because when artificial labor becomes a luxury, the birth of robots becomes an indispensable link. After all, the labor cost saved by robots is much lower than simply hiring a person. However, unlike the Black Technology Company of Pioneer Technology itself, the technology it has mastered is decades ahead of the present. Therefore, under the premise of not being able to improve the intelligent chip and internal structure of the robot, the cyborg transformation project is a product of the times. After all, since the intelligent chip of the robot cannot be developed, the human brain has become a good substitute. Chapter 118: The Foundation's Next Steps. The idea is good, but there are countless cold and bloody experiments in the process. Not every company is like Killian's Pioneer Technology, willing to follow the procedure step by step, wasting a lot of time on biological experiments, and starting human experiments only after the biological experiments are stable. For these large companies, human life is worthless to them. Just call a bunch of people and drive a van around the corners of the city to bring back dozens of people. If they cooperate with some private prisons, then the prisoners will be a constant source of income, which can fully satisfy their human experiments. Not to mention that the prisoners in the prison are almost all high-quality test subjects with excellent physical fitness. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, prisoners in foreign prisons are the most popular with human testing companies. The only difference is that they are reluctant to invest large sums of money in the parties to voluntarily sign human experiments like Pioneer Technology, and they are reluctant to develop slowly, so naturally illegal human experiments have become a major feature of foreign countries. But these are nothing more than small problems for them. Here, there are all kinds of culture dishes for those failed transformation products that have failed but not completely died. I just don't know whether it is to satisfy the weird collecting habits of these researchers, or really to collect data. My God, who is that young man? Even the boss of our company, the leader of the energy enterprise, is so respectful to him. You know, even when the governor and others came to visit the laboratory before, I have never seen the boss like this. Along the way, There were occasional passing researchers, especially when they saw the big boss they had met several times, actually took the initiative to walk in front to lead the way for a young man, and they all gossiped after Killian left. Yes, I have also seen the boss's own son, but at this age and with this treatment, it is impossible. Could it be that the country has changed its president during the time we stayed here? A researcher on the side couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. You've gone crazy doing experiments. The presidential election is held every 4 years, and it was only held in the past 2 years. There's still more than a year to go. At this time, let alone the election, it's impossible to hold a pre-election. At this time, after hearing his companion's words, an older researcher spoke up. Okay, let's do the experiment, otherwise the boss will see it and we'll all be finished. After the last voice sounded, everyone ended the gossip and walked towards their posts. As he continued to walk inside, Killian saw more and more surviving mechanical transformations. Mechanical arms, mechanical legs, mechanical chests, and even at the end, it can be seen that the researchers here are no longer satisfied with such superficial human body transformation, but have begun to install weapons and equipment. From small pistols to large shotguns, rifles, and even howitzers. But it's obvious that these have no great effect. After arriving, Killian saw the upgrade and transformation of the brain, electronic eyes, auxiliary chips, real-time network analysis equipment, and various programs to assist in combat. Until the end, Killian saw a mechanical cyborg standing in the isolation room. The opponent's hands have become mechanical arms due to the transformation, and he wears a monocle with red lenses on his eyes, just like the glasses used to check combat power in Dragon Ball. It has to be said that animation does have its merits in some appearance design. The end of the glasses is hung on the ear, and there is a signal receiver on the hanger, which allows the user to receive external instructions from the headquarters at any time. At this moment, outside the isolation room, a group of researchers are gathered in front of the computer and start programming bit by bit, trying to create a perfect cyborg control program. Sir Killian, this is our latest achievement, the cyborg. I call it the Death Warrior. A collection of human wisdom and mechanical power. His laboratory combat efficiency is several times higher than that of ordinary special forces. At this time, J. Jones brought Killian to the front of the innermost mechanical cyborg and spoke to Killian respectfully. The researchers on the side couldn't help but widen their eyes after seeing this scene. You know, the person in front of them is the direct controlling shareholder of their company, and can be said to be the behind-the-scenes boss of the behind-the-scenes boss. Even their laboratory, which is the company's top priority project, doesn't come here often. And now the other party is so servile to a young man who is not even half his age. For them, it can be said that they are shocked. However, neither J. Jones nor Killian cares about their ideas. After all, they are working for themselves, and some ideas are not necessary at all. In this line, Killian just wants to take a look at the cyborg transformation project of Roxx & Company. If there is really something to recommend it, he doesn't mind investing. But looking at the appearance of the goods in front of him, Killian couldn't help shaking his head. The actual combat capability is too low, and it is estimated that even a fully armed Black Watch soldier can easily deal with him. Not to mention the question of whether it is humane to transform a cyborg into a war weapon. Whether from the perspective of public opinion or actual military value, this has no development value to invest in. Unless he could reach the level of cyborg in the DC universe next door, he might as well focus on robots or biological weapons. After all, no matter which one, there are countless experimental subjects that can be compared, and for cyborgs, Killian couldn't find any other except Cyborg, the representative superhero. Or the Nebula of this world? After shaking his head, Killian began to walk back the way he came in disappointment. Next, I need you to help me do 2 things. First, find a way to collect all the rare metals on the market. I will use them, and then send a few special expedition teams to Antarctica to find a rare metal. Second, pay attention to some technologies and potential investments on the market. Don't be afraid to spend money. As long as there is value, buy it. In this regard, the Foundation will unconditionally support you. Third, do your best and low-key to acquire the shares of Stark Group and PIM Technology. In this regard, I will let all members of the Foundation cooperate with you at the same time. After returning to the office where the base was located, Killian walked directly to the main seat and sat down, and then looked at the clone J. Jones standing behind him with a face full of diligence and said, "Okay, boss." The clone did not hesitate at all for Killian's words, but directly agreed. After all, for him, from the beginning of his birth, his life and thoughts were running for Killian's will. Coupled with his style of doing things without any emotions, he is definitely a perfect executor. Here we have to mention the Black Technology memory extraction and editing technology in the world of Resident Evil, which can completely arrange the memory of a clone's life in a short time, and the other party will never have any doubts. Killian believes that if it were not for the Umbrella Company's continued biochemical simulation experiments after the Great Purge, it would not be difficult to counterattack with these clones directly deployed in major cities, coupled with the support of the huge arsenal of human weapons. Not to mention the conceptual weapons with superbugs. A bottle of T-virus serum can be spread all over the world to solve all the biochemical virus transformations. To be honest, the back of this Resident Evil is completely a magical theme. However, this also shows from another side the terrifying dominance of the T-virus serum over the T-virus series of creatures. No matter how you evolve, as long as a can of serum is smashed, you will die. Unfortunately, with so many bug-level black technologies, the Umbrella Company still cannot escape the fate of constant death, and was eventually completely destroyed by the protagonist. I can only say, the screenwriter is really good at making things happen. If the two were replaced, even if the T-virus broke out, with the existence of major underground bases around the world, Killian couldn't think of how he would lose. However, this also sounded a wake-up call to Killian. With the increase in the number of bases now, although the major responsible persons are controlled by smart chips, they still cannot strengthen the various operations they may do. Therefore, it is imperative to monitor everything with artificial intelligence. As for the problem of artificial intelligence rebellion, Killian has never worried about it. The system must be a fine product. The restrictions on artificial intelligence are all in the instructions. Killian input the core logic architecture as early as when Baymax was created, so no matter what, at least when he's alive, artificial intelligence will never go against his will. As for what will happen after his death, I'm sorry. According to the ancients, after he dies, who cares about the flood? After giving all these instructions, Killian turned around and was escorted by a group of security personnel to the helipad on the top floor of the laboratory. Then, under the cover of the transport aircraft that has been installed with the latest stealth module, he returned to the company. After several months of development, the company's external expansion and laboratory research have all been on the right track. For Killian, the rest is just a matter of time. After returning to the company, the first thing that greeted Killian was good news. Boss, the person you asked us to find has been found and has been taken downstairs to the company. However, the other party's father is not in good health. The company has arranged a comprehensive physical examination for them. Just after Killian returned to the office, the secretary pushed the door open and reported to Killian. Really? Take me there immediately. By the way, have someone prepare a can of T0 and bring it over immediately. After hearing the secretary's words, Killian also stood up from his chair excitedly, and then hurriedly spoke to the secretary. You know, with the company's layout all over the world and the large-scale start, Killian is increasingly feeling that there are not enough talents. Even several of his veteran employees have been sent out by him to take charge of various bases. For a long time in the future, during the time on Earth, Killian's development plan for the company is to build multiple underground experimental bases in various continents and major countries like an Umbrella. However, the premise is that someone who can take charge of a place is needed, and now Killian lacks such a person. In the original plot, although Ivan Vanko cannot be called a good person, he is definitely not a bad person. At least no matter what, he was definitely not a bad person before his father died. After all, if he was really bad, he would not wait until his father died to avenge his family's blood feud. It was precisely because his father died, and Tony Stark was still relying on the arc reactor developed by the two companies to make a big splash in the world, that led him to want to pull this god who is admired by thousands of people off the altar in public. Completely destroy the undefeated myth that Tony Stark created for himself. Therefore, this is why Killian wanted to find the other party before the plot happened. When a person has weaknesses and is easy to control, this is a real good subordinate, not to mention that his father and Vanko must be a genius who is not inferior to Howard Stark, otherwise the arc reactor would not be developed by two people together. It's just that the last one chose to go to the Soviet Union with technology, and the other chose to go to the United States. Because Howard Stark was in the United States, he was preempted and Vanko was squeezed out. Otherwise, if the two sides exchanged positions, the result would be the same. The only difference is that Howard Stark is a little smarter than Anne Vanko in foreign business. Then, with the elevator door opening again, Killian also came to the medical room on the first floor underground. Boss. At this time, after seeing Killian walking quickly, all the staff present looked at Killian nervously and said, "You must be Ivan Vanko." After nodding casually, Killian quickened his pace and came to the innermost clinic where the doctor was introducing the examination. At this time, Killian also saw the tattooed boy, Ivan Vanko, and then said with a smile on his face. However, the heavy breathing, the sweat on his forehead, and the way the staff members addressed the man in front of him when he came over just now made the young Ivan Vanko feel mixed emotions. He really couldn't imagine that on the other side of the earth, there was a boss who valued them so much. He even sent someone to invite them from thousands of miles away, and now, it was obvious that he ran over desperately after knowing that they were coming. At this moment, in Ivan Vanko's heart, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. Up to now, he didn't think that there was anything about his father and son's personality or technology that could attract the other party, and then he would spend a lot of money to invite them from the Middle East to this place. Even the technical drawings of the arc reactor were impossible. After all, the man in front of him had developed a controlled nuclear fusion reactor by himself. Putting these aside, Ivan Vanko didn't think he had any other place to attract the man in front of him, so he could only say that the other party really valued them. At this moment, Ivan Vanko was even looking forward to showing something to Killian. After all, as a child who grew up with his father in the war-torn region of the Middle East, he had never attended any elementary school, and even had not been to school much. He had always relied on his father's teachings, and later on computers to learn. So he knew better than anyone that in this world, you are not afraid of others taking advantage of you. You are afraid that you are not even qualified to be taken advantage of. After all, the former means that you are valuable, and if you are valuable, you can live and live with your father who depends on you to eat well. As for the latter, you will only become a corpse under the war. So since he was 14 years old, he has been trying his best to support a stable home for his elderly father. Fortunately, he has a genius in technology, so he can find the weapons, tools and even some more secret information on the internet that he modified. So his life with his father has not been bad, but it is just not bad. It was barely enough to maintain food and clothing in the dilapidated house, but if he wanted to live in a better house, use better appliances, or even eat better, there was no possibility. No matter how hard he tried, there was no way. As time passed, he was now in his 20s, but even so, his family's situation had not improved much, and his father's health had been getting worse recently. Even those half-baked doctors suggested that he should just give up. After all, in such a war-torn place, a person who could not move and had poor health represented a burden. Not to mention that he himself had no way to make money. But all of these were beaten away by him with one punch. Just when he was about to despair, someone from Pioneer Technology Company came to him and said that their boss valued him very much and was going to take him to the head office for development and training. Even his father's illness would be easy to cure. Then everything came naturally. You must be Boss Killian. I've heard my father mention you before. He said you are the most talented scientist. After a brief thought, Ivan Vanko nodded and looked at Killian with a helpless expression, but Ivan Vanko's eyes would occasionally look through the glass at his father who was undergoing the examination. Chapter 119. If I hadn't seen all this. Haha, I'm just a little bit luckier. You and your father are not bad either. You two are both real geniuses. Don't worry. As long as you come here, even if your father is only half dead, he can be saved. Don't worry about it. Seeing the other party's eyes that care about his father from time to time, Killian is even more satisfied. He likes to recruit talents, and he doesn't care whether the other party is a bad person, but he still has to have the bottom line and the ethics of being a human being. After all, no one wants his subordinates to be unforgivable, raping, plundering, killing, arson, changing their camp, betraying their master and killing their master like drinking water. Such a person, even if he has a brain control chip, Killian is not at ease using it. Thank you, Sir Killian. After hearing Killian's words, Ivan Vanko couldn't help but thank Killian again. Boss, this is the T0 antiviral drug you requested. Due to production efficiency reasons, there's only this one left. I took it from your share. Look. At this time, as the elevator door opened again, the secretary came in with a cryogenic suitcase. and then spoke to Killian with a hesitant look. "It's okay, take it in," Killian said to his secretary without changing his expression. After confirming Killian's expression, he took the cryogenic suitcase in his hand and opened it, extracted it, and then injected it under the skilled operation of the doctor. The whole process was done in one go. At this time, Vank's vital signs began to calm down after the injection of the T0 antiviral drug. Even the wrinkles on his face caused by old age, various diseases, and excessive fatigue began to slowly dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, Sir Killian. If it weren't for you, my father. After seeing this magical scene, Ivan Vanko was shocked. Then, after reacting, he began to thank Killian in front of him with red eyes. After all, that was the relative who raised him alone from childhood to adulthood. He didn't even leave home very often when he grew up, because his father's will to survive was getting lower and lower, and his body had hidden dangers due to years of hard work, causing him to become weaker and weaker. He even made mental preparations in his heart. Anyway, he would try to make his father live as long as he could. As for money, he could earn it little by little. But fortunately, everything is fine now. It's okay, as long as your father is okay. You go in and take a look first, I'll wait for you outside. Looking at Ivan Vanko's tearful look in front of him, Killian just comforted him and motioned him to go in. After all, under the powerful effect of T0 antiviral agent, Vank also woke up from the coma caused by overwork due to long-term bumps. Then there was a conversation between Ivan and Anton. After a while, Anton began to walk out slowly with the support of Ivan. "Sir Anton, it's our first meeting. Nice to meet you." Looking at Vank, who seemed to be several years younger in front of him, Killian also stretched out his right hand and shook his hand with him before speaking. "Sir Killian, thank you for saving my life, but you really don't need to use such expensive medicine to save me, and you are using your quota." After shaking hands with Killian, Vank said to Killian with a forced smile on his old face that had just turned a little red. Although T0 antiviral serum can strengthen and prolong the host's life cells, after all, Vank has not eaten much for so long due to physical reasons, so even if it is effective, it will not show further until the cells in his body have new energy supplements. The drip not far away was originally to supplement his body with nutrients, but old Vank still insisted on coming out to thank Killian. "It's nothing. If the medicine is gone, it can be produced again. It's just a matter of time. But for me, a talent, if you miss it, you really miss it. It's hard to find another one in this life." Seeing Vank's attitude and persistence in front of him, Killian smiled and said to him, "To be honest, the father and son are not too bad. It can be said that they are similar to Howard and his son. It's just that the two people chose different camps and led to different situations now. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Killian, but I still want to ask a question. I don't know if it's presumptuous." After hearing Killian's praise for his father and son, Vank hesitated and asked, "After all, everyone knows that there is no free lunch in the world, and you have to know that the price of T1 alone is now sold out. If you want to get a bottle on the black market, it is priceless. It costs at least hundreds of millions of dollars, and it is not certain that anyone will buy it." The medicine that was just brought to him for injection, according to his son, was of T0 grade. Even T1 grade was so expensive, not to mention T0. Billions of dollars were hard to describe its value. Even Vank could clearly feel the strength in his body. If he had been injected with nutrient solution for a while longer, he would probably be able to walk independently like a 60-year-old grandfather. As for the diseases that had tortured him in the past, they were gone at this moment, as if he had replaced the body of a healthy person of the same age. "Of course, please." Killian just smiled at this question. "To be honest, please allow me to be presumptuous, because whether I am standing on a neutral position, my own position or your position, I can't find any reason for you to use such a valuable potion on me. I know this sentence may make me seem very, ungrateful, utilitarian, and selfish. But please forgive my little selfishness. After all, the gap between us and you is too big. It is so big that I even felt that an ordinary bottle of T3 potion was out of reach before, not to mention seeing your company's T0 potion and using it. I hope you can satisfy my doubts." At this time, Vank no longer had the ambition he had when he first studied the arc reactor with Howard Stark. Now he only has the concerns and worries of an old man who was taken away by a big man when he was dying. After all, his previous employers did not bring him very pleasant memories. During the Soviet era, he was sold. He switched to Stark Enterprises in the United States, but was sold again in the end. The experience of being imprisoned in a Soviet prison is still unforgettable. So Ivanko has seen more and become more cautious. Even his hatred for the Stark family is not that great. Of course, this is only for now. Killian, who knows the original plot, naturally knows that when the old man saw Tony using the technology he created and announcing in front of the whole world that it was his own research and development, and completely erasing his name, his anger and hatred reached an extreme. This is also the main reason why Ivanko retaliated against Killian. It's very simple. Our company needs talents, a lot of talents. Your resume has been included in our company's investigation scope, and of course the most important thing is your son. He has a good talent in electronic technology. The tasks he took on several times before were all assigned to him by us, and he also perfectly completed the tasks with knowledge reserves that are not appropriate for his age. So after the company's internal assessment, you got this opportunity. As for the T0 antiviral agent given to you, this is purely a personal investment. I believe that you and your son will not let me down, right? In response to Ivanko's question, Killian looked at the two people with a sincere face, and then spoke. But I am a person listed as a deportee by the United States. After hearing Killian's words, Ivanko subconsciously wanted to refuse, and then spoke. However, his son on the side was like a child who saw a toy in front of him and wanted it very much but had to be quiet because of his parents. His eyes were anxiously rolling around, constantly trying to signal his father to agree. After all, the reason why he wanted to stay in the Middle East before, in addition to the main reason of taking care of his father's health, was that he felt that the Middle East where he was enough for his development. But in the short time of less than half a day after arriving at Pioneer Technology, he was conquered by the strict facilities, well-trained security personnel and high-tech equipment he had never seen before. As a boy, especially a boy who has just passed his early 20s, no one does not hope that he can make a name for himself in the world one day in the future. And his father had done it in the first half of his life, although he was expelled from the United States for various reasons. But at least he had achieved a glorious moment, and now, he also wants to start his own glory and journey. I'm sorry, Mr. Killian, my father may have just woken up and is a little unconscious, I'll take him over. At this time, Ivanko, who saw his father was about to say something, couldn't help but interrupt, and then smiled at Killian and said, "Of course it's okay. Don't worry, no matter what choice you make, our door will always be open to you." After seeing Ivanko's eager look, Killian couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement in his heart, and then he spoke. Okay. Then Ivanko took his father next to him and walked to the corner. "Father, you are confused. Didn't you tell me before that you must make me have a promising future and go to big cities to find opportunities for myself? Why do you suddenly change your mind now?" After pulling his father to the corner, Ivanko spoke anxiously. If he had never been to such a big city and big company, it would be fine, but since he had been here, how could he give up? "Ivan, that's right, I did ask you to go out and try your luck before, but that was for you to find opportunities on your own and work for some small companies to gain experience. The waters at Pioneer Technology are too deep. How can a company that can create medical robots, construction robots, epic-making mobile phones and even controlled nuclear fusion be simple? You are still young now. If you join, I'm afraid you will never have a chance to come back." Looking at his son's anxious face, Ivanko, who hadn't seen his son behave so immaturely for a long time, couldn't help but look confused for a moment. He didn't know when his son learned to be strong and responsible in front of him. He even thought his son had matured before. Now it seems that perhaps his son has only been holding on to make him feel at ease. However, he still opened his mouth to explain after a short while. "Father, benefits and risks coexist. Since I want to get glory and rewards far beyond everyone else, I will have to pay 1,000 times the effort and price. Isn't this the spirit of our scientific researchers? Even if the road ahead is confusing, didn't you persevere?" Listening to his father's persuasion, Ivanko couldn't help but argue. "You are still young, you don't understand, these two are different, pioneering technology. If it is really what I think, it is even more dangerous than I was at the beginning, at least I can still stand in front of you alive now." Looking at his son's innocent expression, Ivanko wanted to scold him, but because there were outsiders around, he suppressed his emotions and said in a low voice, "Father, for me, The most important thing in this world besides you is to explore the mysteries of science and technology, and here, I have discovered many things I have never seen before. The door to the new world is here, I don't want to give up. Ivan knew what his father said, but if he gave up this opportunity and went back, then what? What can they do? Should they continue to hide in that abandoned building, or wait for a bomb to fall from the sky at any time and turn them into cannon fodder? Not to mention that there are all kinds of high-tech equipment and knowledge here that he has never seen even on the internet. Looking at his son's stubborn look, Anton's body, which had been a little better, couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. Father, if I had never seen everything outside, I think I could go back to the old days. But now, when I see all this, I don't want to go back anymore. At this moment, looking at Anvank in front of him, Ivan couldn't help but speak firmly. Hey. Forget it, it's up to you. Looking at his son in front of him, now it was the same scene as when he faced his father when he was a child. Anvank couldn't help but blur his eyes for a while, and even at this moment, the figures of the two overlapped in his eyes. Then, Anvank had no choice but to wave his hand and resigned himself to his fate with a helpless look on his face. Yes. After hearing his father's words, Ivan couldn't help but get excited at this time. To be honest, for a child in his early 20s, if he stays in a small county town or a rural area from birth to death, he can definitely stay there, but if he has been to a big city even once, it is a great yearning for them. And in the days to come, they will try their best to go to the big city to fight for their own deeds. This is exactly the same as Ivan now. Boss, my son and I have agreed, I don't know how the company will arrange us. At this time, after pulling his son back to Killian, Anvank looked at Killian in front of him and said immediately, "Are you really sure?" Looking at the two people in front of him, Killian said with a smile. Killian can hear the conversation between the two people just now clearly. Although they have tried their best to control their voices, the earphones in Killian's ears are specially strengthened and can freely adjust the receiving audio. It can be said that as long as Killian wants, he can hear clearly within a radius of dozens of meters. Yet, for some reason, Anvank always felt that the conversation between him and his son had just been heard by the other party, but he still said it with a stiff upper lip. After all, in this situation, if he didn't agree, he was not sure that he and his son could really leave. The other party has invested at least billions in him. Originally, his idea was just to stay and work for Pioneer Technology, and let his son go back. But he didn't expect his son to be so persistent. This is an accession agreement, you can take a look at it first. After hearing Anvank's reply, Killian didn't say anything more, but took out 2 Pioneer Technology senior employment contracts from the secretariat next to him and handed them to the 2. Brain control chip. When seeing the various benefits and salary packages offered by Pioneer Technology, even Anvank, who had seen the wealth of the Stark Group, could not help but be shocked by Pioneer Technology's hand. The permanent profit share of the project and various bonuses were simply given out as if they were free. However, after seeing the bold red line at the end, Anvank completely understood the reason for these generous benefits. Yes, brain control chip. We don't have a confidentiality agreement with those big companies. After all, we are all adults. If one party must disclose it, we will disclose it even if his mouth is sewn shut. Chapter 120 Nuclear Power Armor Development. And we are not so inhumane. In order to ensure that the company's secrets are not leaked and to show the company's humanistic care, the technology of brain control chips was born. It can allow you to actively cut off your nerve perception in any situation, even when you are captured by a spy organization and interrogated, so that you will not be forced to confess due to torture. Of course, the most important thing is that it can take over your body to fight. It can be said that with its help, even if you are just an ordinary person, you can play a 300% combat efficiency. As for security issues, you can also be completely assured that there will be no problems. Seeing that the two were shocked by the brain control chip after seeing the last page, Killian also patiently explained to the two. After all, accepting the company's brain control chip is equivalent to someone putting their life on your shoulders, so for this situation, Killian has enough patience. And even if Killian is not here, the company will be extremely humane and give the other party half a month to think about it. It's okay not to sign, but you just can't touch the company's core projects and take charge of peripheral projects little by little. In order to improve the value of the company, in addition to the T3 antiviral agent, which can be given to each employee unconditionally, T2 and T1 can be given unconditionally for free as long as they become the company's core project members and project leaders. Not to mention the other hidden benefits of sending houses and cars. This. After hearing what Killian said, Vank obviously hesitated at this time. After all, not to mention the safety of the operation, the mere fact of putting his life in the hands of others from now on makes Vank full of concerns. But compared to Vank, Ivan Vank on the side seemed much more free and easy. He directly picked up the pen and left his name on it before his father could react. After seeing that his son had written his name, Vank did not say anything else and had to resign himself to signing his name. Welcome, both of you, and officially join our pioneer technology company. From today on, you two are senior employees of our company. Ivan, you will be responsible for taking care of your father in the next period of time. When you recover, the company will give you new tasks. Then this company is equipped with artificial intelligence. You can tell it if you have any doubts or needs. After the secretary took the contract signed by the two, Killian said to them with a smile. Then after a few simple greetings, they walked out. The remaining Ivan Vanko was also arranged to be injected with T1 and T-viral serum in the medical room. On the other side, after finishing all this, Killian also received good news that the 3 million square meters of land purchased in the suburbs of Miami for the construction of the Pioneer Technology Entrepreneurship Park was finally completed. This cost tens of billions of dollars in countless manpower and material resources. In the later stage, Killian arranged a construction robot construction team to take over. After 24 hours of work day and night, it took 10 months to finally build the largest science and technology entrepreneurship park in human history. In the future, the pioneering technology employees will no longer have to work in this park where dozens or hundreds of companies are squeezed together. That night, Killian went to check the entire science and technology park. The park is mainly divided into 4 areas. The office area is mainly responsible for external reception and office. It is located in the 100-story building in the middle of the company. From the 1st to the 30th floor, it is an open work area. From the 30th floor up is where the company's senior executives work, and the top floors 90-100 are Killian's exclusive office area. The 100th floor is a lounge, gym, study, bar and even a semi-open open-air helipad. This is based on the top floor design of the Stark building. There are also stealth helicopters ready for use 24 hours a day, and the performance and efficiency are several times higher than those currently in use. The 90th to 99th floors are multifunctional laboratories specially arranged for Killian, integrating R&D, manufacturing and production. From biological cloning to mechanical production workshops, all of these are gathered here. It can be said that it is a smaller version of the factory. After all, for Killian, sometimes he needs to complete some technologies by himself, and they are all completed here. After all, as a company boss, Killian will do it himself when there are some technologies that are not convenient for the outside world to know, and he can also ask a few capable subordinates to help. Below this is the office row in order of functional level. Although not everyone can use it, almost everyone has it. In addition to this, there is a product display area, where the latest products of Pioneer Technology will be displayed and open to the outside world in this park. At present, the park has companion robots, Baymax, holographic projection technology, and Pioneer smartphones that have been iterated and upgraded again. It is worth mentioning that with the maturity of holographic projection technology, more and more game developers have set their sights on this area. With Pioneer Technology opening up free licenses to the public, countless game manufacturers have adapted some of their own games and put them on it. What is unexpected is that the effect is exceptionally good. You don't even need anything else but an open space to play all day without stopping. This has also made holographic projection popular again. But these are just things about game platforms. For Killian, honestly developing technology is the right way. After visiting the R&D area and the manufacturing area in turn, Killian finally came to the bottom of the building, all of which were underground experimental bases built according to top defense requirements. However, unlike other places, right below the base here is a super underground space the size of dozens of football fields, and there are several huge steel skeletons of 70 or 80 meters high being built little by construction robots. And Dr. Otto, who was originally responsible for controlled nuclear fusion a few months ago, is also here. Otto, how is it going? After taking the transparent elevator to the experimental platform, Killian couldn't help but ask Dr. Otto, Who is holding the blueprint and watching the robots work bit by bit? Boss. Now the progress is normal. If we continue at the current progress, we can build the first nuclear-powered mecha in a year if nothing unexpected happens. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto, who was too focused on the blueprint, even looked around a few times before seeing Killian behind him, and then said to Killian with respect. To be honest, when he completed the controlled nuclear fusion technology before, he thought his boss would let him work on other scientific and technological research and development projects with peace of mind. What he didn't expect was that he would start such a huge nuclear-powered mecha project now. Until now, the money burned every month for this thing is painful for him. Tens of millions of dollars are like running water, flowing out with a continuous purchase of various materials. Now, in less than 4 months, billions of dollars have been burned. And then, there are nuclear turbine engines, super torque drives, powerful gyro stabilizers, plasma cannons, blasters, and smart tracking shells that he wants to add according to his ideas, and so on. In short, even if there are ready-made drawings, with manual labor, Otto will need a lot of time to complete the progress. 1 year is the maximum time he has compressed himself. It can be said that it is completely 000. It doesn't matter, there is no rush. You have to take care of your body. These are the foundations of our future. Whether our pioneering technology can stand up completely in the days of future technological explosion depends on you, Dr. Otto. After hearing Dr. Otto's words, Killian couldn't help but pat the other's shoulder, and then spoke with a serious and sincere face. Don't worry, boss, it's just a matter of time to make it. But I still have a question to ask, boss, can you help me answer it? After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto also nodded, but then wanted to raise his doubts. Although he worked at Pioneer Technology, he only needed to do his own job, but sometimes he still hoped that he would not be so confused. Of course, you ask. Killian nodded and motioned for the other party to continue. Please forgive my frankness, boss. I really can't imagine what role a giant mecha like this can play in the current war era. From the perspective of combat effectiveness, the power caused by any nuclear bomb is greater than it. In terms of mobility, it may be more sensitive, but for current technology, it is a live target. Even because of its huge size, it doesn't even need soldiers now. Anyone with a gun can hide it. So, boss, I really can't understand how much practical significance this giant mecha has. Not to mention that the driver it requires is extremely strict. Perhaps you replace it with a normal-sized robot that Stark Group has recently launched. I am confident that I can do better than them according to current technology. After seeing Killian nod, Dr. Otto at this time also expressed all the doubts that have been hidden in his heart for some time. After all, in Otto's view, things like this mecha, if you said it's small, can meet the superb mobility and have heavy firepower, and the labor costs can also be controlled. It is a must for future technological wars. But this large mecha is useless. Its only function is to attract firepower. Unless an energy shield is developed, the technological requirements will be raised to a higher level. The energy may be enough, but the technical content of the energy shield is not low at all. If there is no defensive measure such as energy shield, these steel mechas will probably be grounded after a few rounds of missile salvos. Not to mention that based on the current progress in budget, if this thing is fully built, its price will not be less than $100 billion. Even if everything is stable and the technology is mature, the final cost will not be less than $50 billion. What is the concept of $50 billion? Let's put it this way. In 1990, a W-80-1 nuclear bomb with a TNT equivalent of 50,000 to 150,000 tons cost $720,000. Even if the current equivalent is increased and the manufacturing cost increases, the cost of a super large nuclear bomb is only $1 million, and this number is definitely higher than its actual value. That is to say, when the technology of this giant mecha moves from the research and development stage to the mass production stage, all the technologies are mature, and then the $50 billion for a mecha on it can match 50,000 super large yield nuclear bombs. Not to mention the more powerful hydrogen bombs at the same price. What is the concept of 50,000 large yield nuclear bombs? It can turn the land of the whole world over once, destroy the United States 20 times, and destroy the countries of the world 10 times. Although it is impossible to destroy the Earth, under such an explosion, it can easily change the environment and climate, enter the ice age, and make animals and plants extinct. And it is such a terrifying concept of power to build a giant mecha, and this mecha has no other use except for its large size and sci-fi weapons. It is impossible that the boss has already thought of the future space war, but space war is impossible. After all, everyone can play StarCraft. Who will play close-range boating battles with you, and compete whose soldiers are bigger and more powerful? Isn't it a matter that can be solved directly with a Star Destroyer cannon and energy beam? Benefiting from the current explosion of movies, Dr. Otto has also watched a lot of science fiction movies to get inspiration. It has to be said that many of the things being studied now are concepts or ideas first proposed by others, and then improved and studied by later generations. So after watching those things, Dr. Otto has a basic idea that even if this thing is used in space combat, it has no place. But according to normal thinking, Dr. Otto's question may not be a problem. But this is the Marvel Universe, a place where even the rulers of the universe use cold weapons to fight. Can you expect them to use any powerful energy attacks? I admit that you are right. It is true that in wars on the surface of the Earth, compared to the current way of warfare, this kind of mecha has no feasibility at all. But if you think about it from another angle, when it becomes a star war, what about is landing infantry on the human side? It is true that the large-scale lethal weapons such as nuclear bombs or hydrogen bombs you mentioned can destroy an area or facility, but you have to know that the essence of war is occupation and plunder, and to satisfy these, it ultimately depends on people and infantry. And arming infantry with mechas is the most important way to effectively reduce casualties and enhance individual firepower. Believe me, it will become the mainstream in future wars. And our pioneer technology company cannot be limited to development within the Earth. Dr. Otto, our goal is the Sea of Stars. Since we now have the conditions, financial resources, and manpower, why not plan this step in advance? After hearing what the other party said, Killian explained with a smile. Let's not talk about the final battle in the future. In the end, the two sides actually fought a traditional explosive force battle. Even in the most representative interstellar war in the universe, the fleet sent by the Golden Sovereign was just a group of remote-controlled fighters in outer space that fired energy bombs. So under such conditions, close combat is almost certain, so why not follow the trend? Of course, the most important thing is that Killian's current technological reputation is very cheap to exchange for this dangerous wanderer, because it does not have much black technology. In addition to plasma cannons and driving synesthesia, Killian also has the most important nuclear power energy. So it was easy to change this large mecha. And, who said that this thing is useless in planetary combat and is a live target? Killian has long set his sights on energy shields. This thing has a lot of figures in major science fiction movies in the current Marvel world. Even before Killian crossed over, British scientists were developing this kind of protective shield. Its principle is to use electrical energy pulses to resist the attacks of rockets, shrapnel and other shells. The method is to combine the material supercapacitor with the vehicle's armor to make it a huge battery. When the vehicle detects an attack, the energy stored in the supercapacitor will be quickly transmitted to the armor covering the vehicle, generating a strong electromagnetic field. Scientists studying this project said that this electromagnetic field will form a short-term force field shield to bounce off incoming shells. Although this shield can only last for a fraction of a second, if the timing is accurate, it can effectively prevent the explosive attack caused by the impact of the rocket. In addition, this supercapacitor has the function of rapid charging and can quickly defend against a second attack. This is also an electromagnetic armor shield, although it is a bit inferior compared to the energy shield. But it is enough to prove that it is feasible with current technology, and its main problem is also energy. Chapter 121 Pioneer Technology Park officially opens. But these are not a problem for Killian now. A controlled nuclear fusion reactor can be enough for a mecha to operate for hundreds of years. Even if it is fully used to maintain the energy shield, it can be used for decades or even more than 10 years, which is completely enough for the ground war inside the planet. However, he has not yet told Dr. Otto about this technology. After all, the other party is now responsible for the manufacture of the Wanderer mecha. It will take a long time to fully understand the technology inside. At this time, giving the other party an energy shield will add dozens of tasks to the dozens of tasks that the other party has not completed. There is no use. Okay, I agree with your statement, boss. But I still reserve my opinion. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto nodded to show that he understood. After all, According to his own idea, this kind of mecha can only be used as a deterrent in surface wars at most, but if this thing is regarded as an infantry and starcraft, it is reasonable. After all, a battlefield is inside a planet, and the war between the two sides is at most a continent-sized area, which is not enough for the mecha team to set up a battle formation. If it were Star Wars, then everything would be fine. After all, it's like playing with a ping-pong ball on a table, which is enough, but if you want to use it on a football, then it's a big difference. Both are the same theory, and the role of the mecha in front of you is shown at this time. It's just that my boss's vision is too advanced. Now even the United States only dares to focus on landing on planets and exploring alien civilizations. And my boss actually directly focused on interstellar warfare. It's like two children fighting, one is still thinking about how to beat the other, and the other is already thinking about how to kill the other. The two people look at the problem in completely different ways. Even the point of view that my boss is telling him now, if this point alone is known by the ruling party of the United States, Otto estimates that his boss will be in trouble no matter how big the relationship is. After all, this involves foreign negotiations, and it's an alien civilization. But these are not a big deal for Otto. For him, the greatest joy is to give birth to these high-tech products one by one from his own hands. Well, come on. Don't worry, your family is doing well, and the company will send someone to pick them up in a few days. The company has provided you with a villa in the park. If you want, you can live here. The company does not force you, and they don't have to come all the way to see you in the future. After patting Otto on the shoulder, Killian said with a smile. Huh? Really? After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto looked at his boss excitedly and said, you know, before this, although he met with his family every month or had video chats, the distance was too far after all, and he often worked in the company. Even if he wanted to go to the nearest town, it was too far. Although there are employee dormitories under the base now, it is still different from home. So in this regard, it has always been Otto's regret. After all, for a man, what is the purpose of working hard outside? Isn't it just to have time to accompany his wife and children? What he didn't expect was that this regret was actually realized at this moment. Of course, the company has planned a villa area during the planning process, which is specially provided for the company's senior executives to live in for free. Here, they have all the necessary food, clothing, housing and transportation, and can receive all-round and meticulous care. Whether it is the children's education, the safety of the family or the housework, there is unified management and dispatch by Dabe. As long as you don't think too much, have any psychological burden, and feel that the company is holding your family hostage in disguise, if you want to live in, you are welcome at any time. We will further strengthen the welfare and treatment of your relatives in the future. Looking at Dr. Otto's happy look in front of him, Killian couldn't help but smile, and then spoke. To be honest, from the company's perspective, he really wanted to arrange for all the employees' families to live in the company park, but he also knew that employees are also human beings. As long as they are human beings, they have desires and yearn for freedom, and it is impossible to be tied to one place. So what Killian can do is to increase the attractiveness of his park, so that employees can feel at ease and eager to sign up. Of course I don't have any psychological burden. To be honest, the crime rate in New York has always been high, and the night is dominated by gangs, especially Hell's Kitchen, which is very dangerous no matter day or night. It would be a real burden to have my family there. We actually wanted to buy a house in Miami from the beginning and let my wife and her family move in. After all, the housing prices in Miami are changing every day. If it continues like this, it will be more expensive than New York. It's just that I'm busy with work here and I can't get away. Besides, my wife is also handling the handover procedures for her job and the transfer procedures for my son, and she hasn't been busy yet. Boss, the company has completely solved my worries. After hearing his boss' sincere speech to him, Dr. Otto immediately took the initiative to explain. After all, he has lived in New York since he was a child until now. Even though he teaches at the university most of the time, he often meets with murders and school shootings. It can be said that it is not uncommon. And the crime rate is still rising every year with the passage of time. On the contrary, the crime rate in Florida is indeed much lower than that in big cities like New York, where people of all kinds gather. Not to mention that this is where he works, and he can meet his wife and children every day when he goes to and from get off work, which is simply the happiest thing in life. That's good. If you have any procedures later, you can tell Dabe, and it will coordinate all the procedures in the middle. Come on. I believe in you. After listening to Otto's words, Killian nodded, and then patted Otto's shoulder heavily before turning around and walking out. Now with the expansion of the company's top secret projects are constantly launched, and there are many places he needs to go to in person. Although everything is managed by Dabe, he still holds the idea of at least seeing everything in person. After all, a project boss coming to inspect and not coming to inspect are completely two concepts. The former person in charge will feel that he has been valued by the boss, and will be more attentive and even motivated, while the latter, even if there will be no negative emotions, at least a motivation will be less than the former. After that, after inspecting several other projects of the company, Killian completely ended today's itinerary. The next day, with the official opening celebration of Pioneer Technology Park appearing on Pioneer Technology's official website, it immediately set off a tsunami of topics and talk around the world. For a time, on the internet, the topic of Pioneer Technology once again set off a wave of global discussion. On the day the news came out, it attracted tens of millions of netizens to watch. What's more, relying on the fact that it is not far from Miami, some people directly took a plane or a car to watch it by themselves, and it became the most popular opening holy place on the same day. Because it is the headquarters of Pioneer Technology, many products that have not yet been released have also been experienced here for the first time, and some people have even seen VR virtual goggles. It can even give people a more realistic and engaging experience than virtual projection. And if virtual projection images are to perfectly restore people to the real world, then VR virtual goggles are to perfectly restore people to the world in your eyes, and you can arrange it according to your preferences. And because it is also abroad, as long as you are over 18 years old, you can use the technology without any restrictions. It is precisely because of this, coupled with the huge venue of Pioneer Technology, which is different from other technology parks, and the huge high-rise building of Pioneer Technology building that soars into the clouds, that the Pioneer Technology Park in Miami has become the focus of everyone's attention. The entire park has been crowded since 2 p.m. There are crowds of people wherever you go, but fortunately, all of this is coordinated and handled by the Artificial Intelligence Dabe. With the assistance of the Artificial Intelligence Dabe controlling the on-site robots, the entire park is managed in an orderly manner. And the tourists are extremely satisfied with the experience of Pioneer Technology Park. After all, although they can only visit the exhibition area, the area is there after all, and the office area can also punch in, and the various food and bars operated by robots in the park give everyone a complete amusement park experience. Even at the end of the day, the wine and food industry in the park alone brought Killian tens of millions of dollars in revenue. For a while, Killian couldn't help but sit in the office and watch the crazy tourists in the park punching in. It has to be said that the tourism industry is indeed very promising. If Killian sets up tickets, it will probably take only a few months for the construction of the Science and Technology Park to pay for itself. However, Killian did not do this. After all, these people were not passing through the company's key parks, and the traffic was only about 100,000 people, which the park could afford. There was no need to do such a thing that would ruin the popularity of passers-by. However, in the next few days, Killian was completely slapped in the face. With the passage of time, more and more tourists from all over the world came to check in. The previous few days were more like a warm-up, letting Pioneer Technology know that the large troops were about to arrive at the battlefield. Then everyone rushed directly to the Pioneer Technology Exhibition Park, and it was even exaggerated that even the extremely wide road, which was tens of kilometers away from the nearby city, was full of cars during these days. From day to night, the traffic volume was not reduced at all. And the turnover in these days has skyrocketed to several times the previous level. But, according to the current data, and the unprecedented surge in enthusiasm of netizens, this is an estimated data. At this rate, it is estimated that it will take another 2 months for the enthusiasm of netizens to drop to the level of the 2 days before the opening. At this time, in Killian's office, a secretary took a report sheet, walked to Killian, bent over, inadvertently revealed the beauty of her chest, and handed it to Killian, and then spoke with her flaming red lips. My God, these people are too crazy. After seeing this data, although it was expected, Killian still didn't expect so many people to come here. For a moment, even Killian couldn't help but feel that he was being slapped in the face. Let's put it this way, before crossing over, The flow of people in Shanghai Disneyland was 150,000 people a day on weekends, and now the number faced by Pioneer Technology is several times the former. Even the purchase of raw materials for food is transported by special aircraft every day, otherwise it can't be transported in at all. It can be said that even Killian himself did not expect that tourists from all over the world would be so enthusiastic. Forget it, announced to the public that because there are too many customers, Pioneer Technology Park can't bear such a huge flow of customers, so start charging admission fees. After waving his hand, Killian said with a headache. At this moment, even he couldn't help but compromise. Otherwise, if it continues like this, it is estimated that in a few months, the land of Pioneer Technology Park will be trampled. Okay, boss, how much is it temporarily? After hearing the boss's words, the secretary asked seriously. For the time being, set it at $100. At this moment, Killian could only come up with the most unacceptable price he imagined, but it would not cause the company to suffer too much criticism. Okay. After Killian finished speaking, the secretary turned and walked out. After handling this matter, Killian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I think the flow of customers in the future will not be as crazy as today. But what he didn't expect was that even if the ticket visiting system was introduced, the tourists' intense enthusiasm was still not dispelled. They even thought that Pioneer Technology was normal. After all, in the past 2 days, except for food, all the equipment experiences were free. They didn't pay anything at all. It was a bit illogical. They were even afraid that Pioneer Technology would lose money in order to benefit the people. If there was no money to make and it couldn't develop more and better technologies, it would be over. Now that Pioneer Technology has launched a ticket system, almost a vast majority of people support it unconditionally. They even booked tickets for themselves and their families for the holidays in order to visit this unprecedented high-tech science and technology park. The next day, it once again ushered in a huge flow of people. In this regard, the global media could not help but lose their voices collectively. Pioneer Technology once again proved its strength with facts. And as long as the technology is sincerely developed for everyone, it can be supported by everyone. At this moment, because Pioneer Technology is once again developing rapidly as always. Even according to the latest evaluation of professional institutions, in external news, the market value of Pioneer Technology is estimated to have exceeded $1 trillion, or to be precise, it has reached $1.5 trillion. What kind of concept is this? You should know that the current market value of Osborne Enterprises is only tens of billions of dollars. The overall market value of Stark Group is only more than $100 billion. Although it has been rising steadily, it will only reach $200 billion at most. After all, although Stark Group is already a long-established leader in the arms industry, but it does not have the all-round crushing attitude and cross-era technology in the fields of robotics, energy and medical care like Avant-Garde. It can be said that each product of Avant-Garde technology is tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars more than the market value estimated by outsiders for Avant-Garde technology. Especially recently, Avant-Garde Technology's T-series of antiviral drugs have shown significant effects after more and more people have been injected. This alone can be worth nearly $500 billion. If Killian really intends to sell it, it is estimated that it will be even more. After all, this is a super-nuclear weapon that can monopolize the entire medical industry. No matter which of these, you can see the gold content of Avant-Garde Technology's trillion-dollar market value. You must know that in the era of 2000, when all companies only have a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars, a company with a market value of trillions of dollars can be said to be extremely terrifying. It can be said that this is a historically commemorative number. Looking at the history of technological development from the founding of the story to the present, before the birth of Pioneer Technology, there has never been a company with a market value of more than $1 trillion. Even Microsoft, which is now believed by everyone to be bound to reach $1 trillion market value, has a market value of only $530 billion, not to mention that Microsoft is a joint stock company, and Bill Gates holds only 20% of its shares. Moreover, there is no comparison between the gold content of technology and the development potential of the company, not to mention that Pioneer Technology is still an unlisted company. In short, with $1 trillion valuation reported, on this day, Pioneer Technology can be said to have shocked the world and made everyone thoroughly understand what it means to be truly rich enough to rival a country. It can be said that from today on, The influence of the 4 words pioneer technology is unprecedented. Even in the end, the word pioneer has gradually evolved into representative of quality. Pioneer products must be fine products. And when the world was still amazed at the horror of pioneer technology's achievements, avant-garde technology is still leading at full speed without stopping for a moment. In the heart of a valley in a remote and confidential area of Australia. In the highly confidential research base of avant-garde technology. Chapter 122 Virtual Reality Entity Projection? At this moment, hundreds of scientists are busy with their own work. If someone comes here at this time, they will find that although the scale of the entire base is not as large as the headquarters, its precision and the things it manufactures are no less important than the headquarters. After continuous debugging, the scientists present began to press the start button with a person in charge of the site. The base on the scene also started to piece together the final parts little by little with the assistance of artificial intelligence tab and the efforts of the high-end robots on the scene to build 24 hours a day. And soon after, when the fuselage was completely fixed, a future spaceship with a sci-fi look appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it after seeing this scene in front of them. You know, in just a few months, it is not a small project for them to understand the manufacturing formula of high-strength alloys and the various high-end and complex functions they have. And now, hard work pays off, it is finally completed. The rest is debugging. Start the test now, ignite and start. At this time, Roman Burr, the first senior researcher to follow Killian, had already been the on-site person in charge of the base. He looked at the intelligent fighter in front of him with a serious face and spoke. After all, this was the first project given to him by the boss, and it was also the first project after he came out. If he messed it up, his future would basically be over, so Roman Burr had always been 300% serious. Received, ignition started. Startup test is normal, energy output starts now. 5%, 10%, 30%. Output is maintained for 1 minute. Output is normal, now start to increase the output ratio. 40%, 50%. 70%. 100%. Output time is maintained, the engine is normal, and the engine is functioning normally. Counting, 10 minutes, the engine is starting to overheat. Counting, half an hour, the engine temperature is starting to rise. Counting, 2 hours, the engine temperature is overheating. Start the cooling system. The cooling system has been started, the engine has returned to its initial state, and the function is normal. As Roman Burr's order was issued, the researchers in the main control room began to slowly record and observe the engine data of the spacecraft in front of them. End the ignition state, and now report the status of the spacecraft. At this time, after seeing that everything was normal, Roman Burr continued. Received, end the ignition state. The spacecraft device is stable, the spacecraft shell is stable, the spacecraft interior is stable, the spacecraft line is normal. With nearly 100 tests reporting normal results, Roman Burr's heavy heart could not help but let go. Continue the test, start functional debugging. And then, Roman Burr also spoke up. Doctor, it's actually not necessary. After all, Baymax has already calculated that the function of this spacecraft is 99% compatible. At this time, the deputy beside him looked at the next nearly 100 test items and couldn't help but whisper to Roman Burr. After all, they have always been very confident in Baymax's data calculations. You know, this is artificial intelligence. From the establishment of the project to now, all data reasoning has been completed by the other party. And now continuing like this is just a waste of effort. It is better to save some time and use it for flight testing. Dab. Expel Level 4 employee Piero Mardell. Remove all permissions for the current Institute project, authorized by Roman Burr. You are now fired, transferred out of my laboratory, and go to the periphery to reflect on yourself. People who don't even respect the most basic test experiments will not have offer unknown technology. After hearing his deputy's words, Roman Burr just glanced at him coldly. Just when the deputy was scared by the look, Roman Burr's cold and emotionless voice came out. Beep. Authorization approved, Piero Mardell, who is not related to the project, detected, start clearing. After hearing Roman Burr's words, Dabe's mechanical voice also rang in the main control room. Then, with the opening of the door on the side, several mechanical guards walked in expressionlessly. Ah. Doctor, I'm doing this for everyone, to speed up the project and save time. After hearing Roman Burr's words, The deputy was stunned at first, and then he opened his mouth and explained hurriedly after seeing that the other party was serious. In the end, he even wanted to kneel down to Roman Burr on the spot. You know, this offer from Pioneer Technology was something he had finally won, and he spent countless efforts in it before he came to the current main control room to work in the middle of thousands of people crossing the single plank bridge. What he didn't expect was that after coming here with his ability and qualifications, he was fired just because of his mouth and a word. At this moment, regret filled his mind, and the whole person knelt down and hoped that Roman Burr would give him another chance. However, for Roman Burr, this was a good opportunity to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and naturally he would not let the other party go easily. He knew that now everyone in this base has become obviously lazy as Dabe's help to the progress of the project became more and more obvious. Although they didn't bring it up like this idiot, they must have the same idea in their hearts. What he has to do is to dispel the ideas of these idiots. No matter how strong, fast, and excellent the computing power of artificial intelligence is, it must always maintain the most basic respect for each project, that is, the control of safety and performance. I know that you people here may think that I am making a fuss. You may think that I am ruthless and indifferent. But I just want to tell you that I don't care. In this base, I am your highest leader and direct person in charge. I don't care about other projects. But in my project, any machine equipment will not be submitted to me based on cold analysis data without undergoing comprehensive on-site testing. Then, that idiot just now is your role model. After several robot guards pulled the other party away, Roman Burr said to the people present with a cold face and a deep voice. Now, continue. After seeing the assistant being pulled away, Roman Burr also said coldly. After hearing Roman Burr's words, all the researchers present shivered in fear, and then began to devote themselves to the work in front of them. After all, they didn't want to be the second unlucky person. Moreover, the treatment of Pioneer Technology can be said to be the best among all technology companies in the world. After joining the company, the whole family can enjoy the company's welfare care, and even free housing and medical treatment within the group can be allocated. It is simply as good as it can be, not to mention that Pioneer Technology also has a salary of 20 salaries per year. It can be said that entering Pioneer Technology is a complete change of life for everyone. No one wants to fall behind, so under Roman Burr's reprimand, the morale of the entire base was instantly improved. After a day of hard work, all the tests finally ushered in success. Ho ha, Burr, you really deserve to be the veteran of our company. You didn't let me down. When Killian learned the news at the first time, he also took his own private plane to this underground laboratory. Looking at the huge sci-fi spaceship in front of him, Killian couldn't help laughing and said, "It seems that when he returns this time, the special plane may have to be changed. Boss, I have lived up to your expectations and finally completed it. Now all that is left is the test flight." After hearing Killian's words, Roman Burr's face, which was slightly tired due to staying up late, could not help but reveal a hint of joy, and then spoke to Killian. "Really? Then it seems that I came at the right time. I will test fly it myself." After hearing Roman Burr's words, Killian also laughed and said, "Boss, but this is against the rules." Seeing his boss so excited, Roman Burr said with an embarrassed look, "If it were someone else, he would probably just push the other person down, but the person in front of him was his boss, the boss of the bosses, with thousands of scientific researchers and countless high-tech geniuses under him, asking him to say no to his boss. He felt that he was not so courageous. It's okay. I believe you. You can stay in place even for the test. You are the research leader who has not slept for a whole day and night. If I don't trust the things developed by a leader like you, who else can I trust? Don't worry." Seeing the embarrassment of Roman Burr in front of him, Killian just smiled and patted the other's shoulder, and then said, "Just like Tony Stark, Killian felt that he might have a virgin complex, that is, as long as it is something he uses or something he develops, he must experience it for the first time in person. And the one in front of him is the same, especially this is his favorite king-level intelligent fighter in the Devouring Star before he crossed over. It can be said to be the top intelligent aircraft in the Earth chapter. The whole body length is 32 meters, the wingspan is 36 meters, and the height is 10 meters. Inside and out, whether it is from materials to flight capabilities, it has a qualitative difference in leap from the performance of ordinary fighters. It can be said that the financial and material resources spent on such a fighter are even greater than the previous Pacific Rim Mecha project. The metals needed for the outer shell of the fighter plane all require the purchase of millions of tons of steel iron ore at one time, and then other rare ores for purification and then smelting according to a special formula. It can be said that if you want to build such a large fighter plane, the materials required will cost tens of billions of dollars. And this is just the material for the construction of the body, not counting the various technologies installed inside. Its cost can be said to be inestimable, but the only advantage is that for this kind of fighter plane, Killian is not ready to mass produce it at present. To the outside world, he will mainly focus on ordinary fighter planes in the devouring star. Now he is just accumulating experience. Then, while Roman Burr was hesitant to speak, Killian took people on the long-lost fighter plane. Because the design drawing prototype of this fighter plane is very suitable for Killian's mind, it has not been moved, and it completely restores Luo Feng's car next door. As Killian approached, Dabe also took over the intelligent fighter plane at this moment and opened the tail hatch. Killian walked into the aircraft without hesitation. The interior space was very large, and the cockpit was also designed with transparent glass, which allowed the pilot to observe the surrounding situation. As he continued to walk inside, Killian soon came to a special iron door. When he was about to approach, the iron door opened immediately. Inside was revealed various advanced configurations of the spacecraft, but the two rings in the middle were emitting faint blue light beams. The entire light beam was like a light warehouse against the background of the rings, which was particularly conspicuous. "Sir, welcome to your King-class fighter. I will serve you wholeheartedly as the artificial intelligence program of the fighter." Then, with a condensation of light particles in the blue light curtain, the cute data image of Dabe also appeared in front of Killian, and then he greeted him cutely. "Haha, Dabe, it seems that you like this design very much?" Looking at Dabe in front of him, who was still in a silly state, Killian couldn't help but smile and said, "Yes, it allows me to immerse myself in the real world in a virtual way. I can feel that my overall work efficiency has increased by 30% now." After hearing what Killian said, Baymax spoke honestly after some self-examination. "Really? It seems that I should have put this technology on the agenda earlier," Killian said with a slightly surprised look on his face. After all, in terms of artificial intelligence, he really didn't know that the happiness of artificial intelligence could improve work efficiency. "Thank you, sir. Can I request authorization to allow me to deeply explore and develop this technology?" And this time, Baymax also raised his request to him for the first time, which was beyond Killian's expectation. "Of course, no problem, but I still want to ask, do you have any ideas?" Killian naturally agreed to Baymax's request directly, but what puzzled him was what Baymax's demand for this technology was. After all, when the former had virtual reality technology developed, Baymax didn't have such a reaction as it is now. Of course, it is also possible that Baymax's intelligence has just evolved to the point where it can get this technology, but no matter what, Baymax's growth is 100 benefits to Killian. It's just like Tony Stark's unconditional trust in his artificial intelligence Jarvis. "I have detected a feasibility. This technology may be combined with the currently known database information, through continuous formula calculations, and then programming, to finally perform remote entity landing. But this requires a lot of computing power." After hearing Killian's words, Baymax also replied directly. Virtual reality entity projection. After hearing Baymax's words, Killian was shocked. He didn't expect Baymax to be able to calculate the ultimate cutting-edge technology of this virtual reality technology at this stage. This is just like a child telling you that he discovered the Goldbach conjecture through 1 + 1 = 2 and proposed it without looking up any relevant information. This outrageous degree even made Killian a little unbelievable. But to say that this technology does exist, and it is one of Tony Stark's strongest armors in every parallel universe, and it is rated as the greatest armor in history. You have to know that in Killian's impression, in the universe, Iron Man has had many powerful armors, including the anti-Phoenix armor numbered Model 38 that can divide the Phoenix Force into 5, the God Killer II armor numbered Model 61 that can fight the Celestials, and the anti-God armor numbered Model 63 that was made in the Escape system using infinite wisdom and imagination. Even though he has so many powerful armors, Iron Man still regards the holographic projection armor as the greatest armor in history. Its status in Iron Man's heart can be imagined. This set of solidified projection armor is called virtual armor, which is made entirely of solidified holographic projection. The number of the virtual armor is Model 68. It can be said that this thing is completely a virtual armor transformed from the Marvel version of the Green Lantern ring. And its energy source is also the energy pulled from the virtual world. It can be said that Tony's armor is linked to a world, which is simply invincible. If it weren't for Baymax saying the words physical projection before, Killian wouldn't even dare to think about it. This theory is too cutting edge. However, it must be said that if Dabei succeeds, the overall combat power and technological level of Pioneer technology will be greatly improved. According to the data search and summary. Sir, that's what you mean. As for Killian's words, Dabei said immediately after summarizing his own prospects for the possibility of this technology. No problem, just do it. Killian said generously without any hesitation. After all, in this case, for Killian, if Dabei succeeds, it is a great joy, and if it fails, it is nothing more than a loss of computing power for a period of time. Moreover, in order to comprehensively strengthen Dabei's computing power, he is not only building large servers, but also spending a lot of money to support the sale of smartphones and the popularity of the internet. Thank you 40 for the 500 points reward. Thank you for your repeated support. Thank you! Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, The Terrifying Performance of the King-Level Intelligent Fighter. For example, buying mobile phones at a reduced price, discounts, playing games, punching in and drawing prizes, and drawing red envelopes. Unlike other unscrupulous profiteers, he really wants to reduce the price within the permitted range of various countries and industries to sell all mobile phones. The mobile phones only need to have the cost to maintain the normal expenses of factory workers. However, as Killian spent more money, in the past few months, the related profit income was returned dozens or hundreds of times, and Killian didn't know what to say for a while. In the end, the computing power of Dabei became more and more expensive. In the end, only the company's key top-secret projects could use the company's artificial intelligence computing power, and then it was downgraded to confidential, level 1, level 2, level 3. Even now, even an ordinary employee can use it normally. It can only be said that what Killian lacks the least now is the computing power of artificial intelligence. Not to mention that he is now planning to launch a satellite into the sky in the next step to build a real signal base station in space to achieve all-round seamless coverage of the air, land, and sea. After finishing the matter of Dabei, Killian continued to walk inside. As he walked along, the configuration here gave Killian a very good feeling. Each one was top-notch, equipped with 6 advanced combat intelligent robots, which could ensure that the user would not be without subordinates under any conditions. They would perfectly meet any combat instructions of the user, and each one had top combat data. It could be said that each one was a cold combat robot, and its firepower configuration was also extremely powerful. Not only did it have a high-power blaster rifle that could blast a boulder with one shot, but it also had an MK Smart pistol to ensure that when encountering any combat situation, whether it was a large-scale weapon lethality breakthrough or a single-target attack, it had extremely high efficiency. Then there were 2 advanced life robots, one male and one female butler, who were mainly responsible for the living expenses of the fighter owner in the fighter. It could be said that they could meet all the needs of a normal human being, and each one was equipped with the top memory and intelligent programs of humans in the current stage of butlers, nannies, servants and chefs. Then there was a companion robot, which was automatically equipped with an intelligent debugging compartment. The fighter owner could adjust the configuration and debug any aspects of the companion robot he wanted and DIY it himself. In addition, the fighter plane itself has powerful artillery devices and a super strong alloy shell that can withstand the attack of large-yield missiles without being damaged. It can be said that on this fighter plane, these are all made by combining the most advanced technology and configuration within Pioneer technology. As for the above technologies, these alone are priceless if they are auctioned. Not to mention the fighter plane that integrates all these cutting-edge technologies, let alone the quintuple SHIELD. Even if the aerospace carrier comes, it will not be afraid of this record. Then, as Killian continued to move forward, he finally came to the innermost cockpit of this trip. At the front, there was an open and controllable driving seat, which allowed the fighter pilot to manually drive at any time. However, Compared with a fighter plane's own automatic driving, this manual driving can be said to be extremely tasteless, and even to a large extent, it is just to let the driver experience a feeling. After all, this king-level intelligent fighter plane itself has an artificial intelligence server cluster, which means that even if there is no network connection, the fighter plane's artificial intelligence can make self-judgment flight driving when the network is lost. It can even attack the enemies around it, so manual driving is useless compared to this point. But it is still set up. After all, Killian believes that many people will be like him. When they have this kind of fighter, they will not be able to resist the feeling of driving. Dabe, open the skylight platform. The king-level intelligent fighter is ready for a test flight. At this time, Killian came to the front of the driver's seat, stood directly in front of the transparent glass, observed everything on the scene, and then spoke. Received. Starting the skylight platform, in operation. After receiving Killian's order, the platform originally loaded with fighters was immediately dragged and transported to the takeoff and landing room not far away by the mechanical device. When they came to this huge landing room that can accommodate dozens of aircraft at the same time, they can clearly see that on the ceiling hundreds of meters high, the virtual mapping with the appearance of a rockery began to disappear, and then with the closing of the ceiling, the original appearance of the sky began to slowly reveal itself. At this moment, this top-secret base deep in the mountains with no human habitation in hundreds of square kilometers began to slowly appear in front of the world for the first time. The skylight platform has been opened. You can take off. After completing these operations, Dabe's voice also rang in Killian's intelligent fighter. Then, with Killian's takeoff order, the king-level intelligent fighter that was originally quietly parked on the apron suddenly began to burst into hot flames, and then with the bottom spraying fire, the entire fighter took off vertically at a very fast speed. Then, in just a few seconds, it appeared at the top of the valley. A silver-white fighter with a sharp flowing fuselage appeared in the sky. Let me see its speed, Dabe. At this time, feeling the extremely fast speed when it just took off, Killian couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he spoke. Received. Test flight started. Start calculating flight trajectory. Flight trajectory calculation completed. Start flying. After hearing Killian's order, Killian saw the air control panel on the driver's seat not far away began to flash, and various values began to appear and increase continuously. Then, after waiting for Dabe's last sentence, the entire plane began to cut through the sky like a sharp sword. The clouds that had originally gathered together under the night sky were also cut off and scattered after being pierced by the king-level intelligent fighter. Awesome. Looking at the scenery passing by and everything in front of him, Killian, who was controlling the flight of the plane in the driver's seat, felt that his heart, which he thought had calmed down, was once again hot. Dabe, increase the horsepower. I want to experience what is called the limit. Exclamation mark. Full speed ahead. Then, in his heart, Killian once again increased the horsepower after he finished speaking, and began to move forward madly at a lightning speed. However, when Killian was having fun here, radar detection in various countries around the world was blown up. A flying object with extremely strong high temperature appeared in their country at a very fast speed, but disappeared at a very fast speed. Even in Russia, before the head of the Air Force Command put on his clothes, the radar warning sound had ended. What's going on? Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a high-ranking military rank in a certain Russian Air Force Command hurried in with a look of dignity, and then asked the person in charge of the monitoring room in a stern voice. You have to know that such border radar alarm events are top priorities related to the strategic security of the country, and there is no room for ambiguity for a moment, which is why the man rushed here at a very fast speed within a few minutes. Report to the commander. The radar just detected an unidentified flying object flying towards our territorial defense at a very fast speed between 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 37 seconds and 45 seconds. It flew out in a straight line. Before we could lock on to the target, it disappeared from the radar as if it had never appeared. After hearing the senior commander's question, a young person in charge stood up and saluted before replying. How is it possible? Can you identify which country the flying object is from? After hearing the young man's words, the senior officer came forward with a shocked look on his face, and asked while trying to check the previous data. I'm sorry, Commander, I can't identify it. It's too fast. The young person in charge shook his head and replied. As for the on-site data, he had also looked through it all, and couldn't find any useful clues at all, even. Could it be from the United States? Or next door? No. Impossible, they won't fly fighter jets to other countries at will. Could it be Britain? After hearing the words of his subordinates in front of him, the senior officer also looked at the data in front of him and the direction of the flying object and muttered thoughtfully. It was as if he wanted to check all the targets again. Sir, although it sounds a bit sci-fi. But as far as I know, based on the distance and time when the UFO disappeared in front of the radar, it is not an aircraft that any known major country currently has. It's even inferior to the fighter jets that just launched next door some time ago, and if they really have such technology, it's illogical to show the newly launched aircraft in front of outsiders. The speed of this aircraft, as far as I know, is at least 50 years ahead of the current technological level of the world's major powers, including the United States. At this time, the subordinates on the side, after hearing what their leader said, hesitated for a while and then spoke. After all, as a veteran who has been on the border for nearly 10 years, he is also familiar with the values of cutting-edge aircraft in various countries. He even knows a little about many of their country's top aircraft, whether they are in use or under development. Among the data currently announced to the outside world, the fastest is still the MiG-31 fighter developed by their predecessor, and no one has surpassed it since then. Not to mention the UFO that just appeared on their radar, its speed is several times faster than the MiG-31. No matter what, he couldn't imagine which country developed this thing. What do you mean? After hearing what his subordinates said, the senior officer pointed to the sky with his finger, and after seeing his subordinates nodded slightly, the middle-aged man did not continue the current topic. Prepare a report and come back to the center with me immediately. I need a report. No matter what the thing is, for us, this is something that we absolutely cannot allow to happen again. From now on, I order the entire border command to be on full alert until I come back. Anyone who dares to illegally invade our airspace will be directly destroyed without any report. I will take all the responsibility. Then, after a brief thought, the senior officer began to speak to all the officers in the command in a very serious and tough manner. Received. After hearing the words of the senior officer, everyone present stood up instantly, saluted in unison, and then shouted loudly. In this way, as Killian experienced a King-class flying fighter flying around the Earth, every country began to be on alert with an extremely nervous expression. At this moment, countries around the world are suspecting that it is a test of them by neighboring countries or the 5 permanent members. It can be said that for a long time in the future, the border defense vigilance of major countries has begun to rise unprecedentedly. Of course, this is except for the Middle East, which is still fighting desperately. For them, unidentified flying objects can't stop them from fighting at all. Ho-ha-ho-ha, this stealth function is really powerful. When flying through the airspace of these big countries for the second time, there was no reaction at all. On the other side, at this moment, Killian drove the spacecraft into space after realizing that it was almost done, and then laughed and said, "You know, for a fighter that meets humans' perfect fantasy, in addition to the necessary maneuverability, the most important thing is stealth ability, and the first requirement is radar stealth, and the second is optical stealth. Now both have been achieved. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a king-level intelligent fighter, developed with huge investment and coordination with the system's capabilities." At this moment, Killian even imagined the Kyankan-level intelligent fighter and the prehistoric-level intelligent fighter after the king-level intelligent fighter. There are even powerful spacecraft such as interstellar transport aircraft, Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft and sea-level spacecraft. It can be said that even relying on the black technology of this plane alone is enough for Killian to develop. However, it is still too far away for him to unlock the latter technologies. Not to mention the C-class spaceship, even if it is an interstellar transporter, it will probably take several years for him to build it at this stage, and the cost is so huge that it is difficult to estimate. The only advantage of the spaceship technology in the Devouring Star is that it is durable, resistant to manufacture, and extremely hard. It will not be like the spaceships in other science fiction movies that are easily smashed by a passing meteorite. The whole spaceship is like paper. If he simply builds such a spaceship, Killian would rather not go out to the universe. Otherwise, if he enters the hibernation chamber, he will not know how he died. After coming to his senses, Killian immediately looked outside. At this moment, the vastness of the universe and the endless black fear like the abyss appeared in front of Killian. In the universe, anyone who sees what Killian is seeing now will feel his own insignificance. In this huge universe that is difficult to contain even with the naked eye, let alone a person, even a planet is like dust. At this moment, Killian understood why many astronauts had to receive psychological counseling after returning to Earth. Staying in such a place for a long time was simply torture. However, all this was still very new to Killian now. The King-level intelligent fighter itself had an oxygen regeneration device and a gravity device, so even if he was in the universe, he would still be the same as inside the Earth and would not be affected by the disappearance of gravity. Sir, after analyzing the video data, there is something wrong in the area of 300, 1894, 1222, not far away. It is suspected that there is a special optical cloaking device here. While Killian was still sighing at the vastness of the universe, the voice of Dabe came from the fighter. Then, in front of Killian, a magnified picture of the area specially marked by Dabe appeared. Although he could not see anything in general, according to the continuous magnification of Dabe's video, and then combined with a unique environment simulation algorithm, Killian finally found a big difference in the details with the help of Dabe. That is to say, there should be a large building or a spaceship invisible in this place, right? After Baymax scanned and reconstructed the model of this place through data inversion, a large building object also appeared in front of Killian in the form of virtual projection. When he saw this thing, Killian couldn't help but mutter. At this moment, Killian could be said to be frantically searching for the known forces in his mind. During this period, there were many possibilities for appearing in such a place, such as the Kree spaceship, the building of the Inhuman royal family on the other side of the moon, or SWORD, another highly confidential organization headed by Abigail Brand and Nick Fury. The only difference from SHIELD is that in this organization, the former is the main person in charge of the organization, while Nick Fury is the person in charge of the organization. The members of the organization are almost a combination of the world's top elites, aliens and Skrulls, forming an organization that is completely responsible to the outside world. The full name of the organization is Space Civilization Observation and Response Center, which sounds a bit difficult to pronounce. Simply put, it is a base set up by the Earth in space to monitor threats from space and respond to these threats. In fact, to put it simply, it is the SHIELD. In space. Chapter 124, Heavenly Sword Bureau. The Kree spaceship should be in hibernation and far away from the Earth, at least at the edge of the solar system, so this one should be impossible. The Inhuman royal family should not be possible either. After all, their purpose is to escape from the world, and this is also a group that advocates their own power. Even on the moon, there is not much development in spaceships and buildings. So for Killian, the only possibility is the latter, that is, the SWORD. Of course, all this is just inference. While Killian was still thinking, accompanied by a ripple not far away, an alien spaceship came from a distance under the detector of Killian's spaceship, and then when it was about to collide, it slowly stopped, and then lifted the invisible state and appeared in front of it. At this time, the huge building that was originally invisible began to emerge part of its true appearance, which was a location similar to the exit of the space station. After the door outside it slowly opened, the spaceship also entered. Then with the end of all this, after the door was closed again, the huge building that had originally emerged also disappeared into the universe again. Sure enough. SWBR. With the help of Dabe's surveillance camera, Killian clearly saw the logo on the entrance of the spaceship, and an image of an alien sword. At this moment, Killian began to re-examine everything now. There are so many technological forces on Earth alone, not to mention the even larger universe. He doesn't have the capital to settle down now. At least if he wants the whole Earth to hear his voice, he still has a long way to go. Dabe, let's go back. After taking a deep look at the place where the spaceship disappeared, Killian said to Dabe. Then, with Killian's order, the King-level intelligent spaceship in stealth mode also turned around and disappeared at the same place. The whole place was like a void from beginning to end, and nothing had stayed there. You did a good job this time. I am very satisfied with this fighter. After returning to the secret base in the valley again, Killian was extremely satisfied with Roman Burr's research and development this time, and said to him happily. This time, both the fighter's speed and concealment have been done to the best. Moreover, the other party not only developed on the original technology map provided by Killian, but also expanded many other technologies in the company and integrated them perfectly. It has achieved real expansion and development. Boss, you are too kind. All this is still the drawings provided by you. All I did was to restore the things the company told me to do impartially. As for Killian's praise, Burr smiled and nodded. Of course, the most important thing for him was that the fighter plane that the boss took this time had no problems. Well, you can speed up the research and development of the next generation fighter. It will be our main force in the future. Don't be afraid of money. My requirements for them are tough, durable, secretive and powerful. As long as these points are achieved, they will be perfect, and the performance can be compared with the current top fighters. Are you confident? After seeing that almost all of his men had this kind of mentality of not being affected by honor or disgrace, Killian couldn't help but feel satisfied, and then he spoke to them. Of course, no problem, boss. If it is developed according to the next generation fighter, it will only take me about 1 month to design and assemble, 2 months to debug, and 4 to 5 months to start full production. After hearing the boss's words, Roman Burr still smiled and nodded. After all, they were originally the group's Air Power Research Institute, and even the production line was fully equipped, so Roman Burr knew his mission from the beginning. And Roman Burr was not surprised by his boss's words. Very good, is there anything else you need here? People, money, materials, if you need them, I will approve them all for you. Seeing Burr's calm attitude in front of him, Killian was even more satisfied, and then he spoke. Thank you boss for your strong support, but so far the company's care and supply for us are sufficient, and we don't need anything for the time being. After hearing the boss's words, Roman Burr answered. Well, I'm relieved to have you in this base. Don't be afraid to do anything. Just say it when you need to say it and start it when you need to start it. In this base, you have all the power to appoint and dismiss anyone who doesn't meet your employment conditions. Don't have any mental baggage. After patting Roman Burr on the shoulder, Killian threw down a word and got on his new special plane to leave here. Sir, an abnormally powerful energy source has been detected. However, on his way back to his base camp, Dabe's reminder suddenly surprised Killian. Projected. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian also spoke decisively. Then a red dot appeared in front of Killian, only more than 10 kilometers away from them, and it seemed to be on an island. Interesting, get closer. Looking at the strange data on the map that was different from the energy fluctuations of other known energy sources on Earth, Killian couldn't help but smile. Then, with a mentality of being skilled and daring, Killian also let Dabe drive towards the target. Then, as it got closer and closer, Killian's spaceship also drove towards the sky above the red dot, and finally overlapped with the dot. At this time, Dabe also projected the scene below very considerately. I saw a woman holding a bag of minerals similar to crystals, followed by a child, and then the two of them moved towards the edge of the city little by little under the cover of dusk. At this moment, through the continuous magnification of the night imaging instrument, the woman's appearance was also clearly visible. Sir, according to the comparison with the databases of various governments around the world, the woman holding the unknown energy source below is named Eva Belikov, 35 years old, a Russian national, family relationship, living habits. According to the monitoring data in recent years, she will disappear for a period of time in a certain period of time every year. And after testing, the target has abnormal brainwave activity similar to the Purple Man. While Killian was still thinking, Dabe revealed all the information about the woman. Holding an unknown crystal ore and taking her daughter with her, she disappears every year, and she also has the brain waves of the Purple Man. Interesting. After saying this, Killian's smile became even wider. It has been revealed to this point, and Killian probably knows the current plot. In the second season of SYNOPSIS, a woman stole the Terrigen Mist crystal from the shelter of the global Inhumans on Earth and ran away. Her superpower is to touch and control others, and the more painful the controlled person is, the stronger her ability will be. And her daughter also perfectly inherited her superpowers. After awakening, she even obtained a perfect evolution on this basis. As long as she touches, she can absorb other people's emotions, and then she can control the characters and further strengthen her superpowers. But in this way, it means that the person involved will be completely blackened. After all, even if this is not the Marvel world, even in the real world, if you want to become stronger with the help of such an ability, it is the beginning of blackening and mental illness. You have to know that everyone has a dark side in their heart. If it weren't for the constraints of perfect laws, coupled with the venting of games, it can be said that the crime rate would increase several times or even dozens of times. And this is why many countries have always been actively supporting games. That is because there is only one real world, and online games have created a large number of parallel virtual worlds, which has created more possibilities, allowing people who walk on a single plank bridge in the real world to have more ways to go, so that people can get relief, and then indirectly reduce the crime rate. In short, it means dimensionality reduction. But Eva's daughter obviously does not have this ability to vent, or even if she has this ability, she can't use it. After all, eliminating the negative emotions in her heart means that her superpowers will become extremely weak or even useless. And ask yourself, if everyone here has this superpower, would you choose not to use it? You must know that this is a superpower that can control others in all directions without any side effects, and make them listen to you unconditionally. And it will also be accompanied by the more you control, the stronger your ability will be. If you dare to think a little, in the end, all mankind will be your private amusement park. Even an adult may not be able to resist this huge temptation, let alone a little girl. So in the end, Eva's daughter turned evil, controlling her mother to strengthen her own abilities, and controlling the residents of the town, and even trying to control May in the end, and finally made the legend of May's Iron Cavalry. After the recollection, when Killian came to his senses again, the mother and daughter had quietly entered a family's home. Then they drove the people in the family to cook and prepare dishes for them. This set of smooth operations seemed to be not the first time for the mother and daughter to do this. But what made Killian happy was that his daughter was just accustomed to all this, and the mother took the initiative to control it. And it seems that Eva's daughter has not yet started to contact the Terrigen Mist. But think about it, if you want to formally awaken, you have to find a better and safer place. After all, as a fugitive from that gathering place, Eva also knew the ability of the terrifying superpower who could teleport anywhere in the world, so she had been busy escaping and had not put it on her daughter's awakening. But now, after Eva finished her meal, she began to prepare for her daughter's awakening. "Baby, are you ready?" Looking at her well-behaved daughter in front of her, whose little face was now covered with dirt because of her wandering with her, Eva couldn't help but use a wet towel to wipe the stains on her body with heartache. After wiping, she gently put the handkerchief aside, and then took out a Terrigen Mist crystal from the bag beside her, and then asked her daughter in front of her. "Well, I'm ready, Mom. I will definitely not let Mom down and awaken the most powerful superpower." Then let the tribe leaders be surprised. Let them regret their decision. After hearing her mother's words, the little girl, who was only 6 years old, also looked at her mother's eyes and said with extremely firm words, "Okay. You are worthy of being my daughter. Let me start. I can't wait to see the moment when you completely transform." After hearing her daughter's words, Eva said with a satisfied look on her face. Even at this moment, Eva, who was opposite her, seemed to see a kind of reluctance to be worldly and a rage called revenge surging in her daughter's eyes. However, Eva did not reject these, but felt more excited. Because she knew that she was also such a person, and her daughter would eventually become a superpower like her, truly transcending the world and becoming the queen of the world. And revenge is just for them to take back everything that should belong to them. Then, Eva took the Terrigen Mist crystal in her hand and prepared to smash it down. But when she just threw it to the ground, she was surprised to find that the crystal that should have exploded on the ground strangely stopped in the air. It was as if the pause button was pressed. However, after all, Eva had seen big scenes, and she instantly realized that a superpower had come here, and it was very likely that it was an invisible person. In response, Eva waved her hand, and the family of 3 who originally lived in the house immediately came to where she was, surrounding the mother and daughter. "Jia Ying. I know it's you. Don't dream of taking us back. This should be my daughter's innate talent, and no one can take it away. I warn you. If you don't stop, I will let these 3 people die here immediately." After seeing the family of 3 protecting her mother and daughter, Eva breathed a sigh of relief and then shouted at the air in front of her. In her impression, the only one who could chase her here and approach quietly was the superpower from the next life. She lived there for several years, and she couldn't even count how many superpowers there were and how many strange abilities they had. After all, no one there could reveal their abilities. But this did not prevent her from knowing the horror of the next life. It's just that she is confident that in terms of the power, her ability is the most powerful, and then her daughter. Just give them a little time, the world will crawl at their feet, and everyone will kiss their toes. But what disappointed Eva was that after she yelled out the words that she thought would make Jia Ying admit her defeat, The other party should have appeared and admitted her mistake, and then left here, but until a few minutes passed, there was no change at the scene, except... Wait, where's the bag of Terrigen Mist Crystal? At this moment, Eva finally understood the other party's purpose. The treacherous Jia Ying actually took away the Terrigen Crystal Mist while she was focusing on the safety of herself and her daughter. At this moment, Eva, who understood everything, wanted to kill all the people in the town to vent her anger. However, she also knew that doing so would not bring any benefits, and would also attract the attention of the local government for no reason. Damn Jia Ying. You are so cruel. Looking at the empty bag in front of her, Eva stood there and said with gritted teeth. At this moment, she was filled with deep regret. Why didn't she use the Terrigen Mist Crystal to awaken her daughter earlier? Why didn't she protect the Terrigen Mist Crystal in the first place? But, wait, I will never give up. Then, after tightly clenching her fists, Eva looked ahead and said viciously. Haha, I didn't expect to get this thing. This is really a pleasant surprise. At this moment, looking at the Terrigen Mist Crystal that the combat intelligent robot equipped inside the fighter plane easily took back, Killian couldn't help but smile and said, Sir, according to the data scan, its interior exists in the form of gas, and the outer crystal layer is just a layer of protection. It is detected that there may be dangers, such as flammable, explosive, and hazardous gases. Please operate carefully. At this time, the voice of Dabe also sounded. Of course, but the danger is not great. This layer of glass cover is enough. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian spoke calmly. The biggest danger of the Terrigen Mist Crystal is that normal people will turn into ash and die after coming into contact with the mist inside, and anyone with a little inhuman blood in their body will be completely activated. Therefore, it is also a key prop used to activate the Inhumans who have not awakened their powers. It can be said that without this thing, there would be no Inhumans. Sir, I don't understand. In my scan, there is a high-intensity energy reaction inside it. Dabe asked about his boss's judgment. After all, he couldn't understand why his boss could see the degree of danger of this unknown energy crystal in front of him with just his naked eyes. Eva appeared in the 17th episode of the second season. She is an Inhuman. She stole the Terrigen crystal and fled to Bahrain Island. Her superpower is to control others by touch. The more painful the person being controlled is, the stronger her ability is. In the end, she was beaten to death by May. On the other side, with a continuous expansion of pioneering technology. Chapter 125 Terrigen Mist Crystal. Its full name is Terrigen Mist Crystal. It is a substance produced in the form of steam. As long as it is exposed to the right temperature, exposed to water or broken, it can cause a chemical reaction and then produce Terrigen Mist steam. And this mist steam can change the biological genetic characteristics of the Inhumans. The energy source you detected is also the mist steam inside it, but it is only useful for people with Inhuman blood, and for normal ordinary people, it will completely kill them. At this time, Killian also explained to Baymax. Understood. After hearing the boss's explanation, Baymax also said suddenly enlightened, and then took the initiative to add its information and Killian's description of it into his own database. At this time, Killian began to think about the use of the thing in front of him. A total of 17 Terrigen Mist crystals in a bag, it can be said to be very embarrassing, not too much, not too little, and for Killian, there are few targets that can be used. You know, this amount of Terrigen Mist crystal is not enough to support Killian to blend it into water, dilute it, let people all over the world drink it, and then collectively awaken all humans with Inhuman blood. Even according to Killian's own estimation, even if this amount is to achieve the spread in the original book, it can only barely affect one city. And a city, for Killian now, it is basically scratching the itch. The amount is too small, and he also needs a certain amount of Terrigen Mist crystal to do experiments. It's a pity that this thing is still too little. Looking at the Terrigen Mist crystal in front of him, Killian couldn't help shaking his head inside. It's a pity that almost all Terrigen Mist crystals are now controlled by Jia Ying, and outsiders can't find any. And the afterlife established by Jia Ying, unless Killian is willing to take the initiative to find them, otherwise. But this doesn't seem to be impossible. At this moment, Killian touched his chin playfully, and then said with a playful expression. After all, Jia Ying's afterlife is also an extremely large organization. Not to mention that since its establishment, it has awakened the abilities of countless people around the world, and has great reputation in the hearts of these people. The fixed members of the Afterlife organization alone have great deterrence. And if Killian is right, Jia Ying's thoughts are all about finding her daughter and revenge. The man who killed her and transplanted all her organs before has survived to this day with a body of more than 100 years old. Even according to Killian's estimation, if he had not been killed in the middle of this, Daniel Whitehall, the man who transplanted Jia Ying's body organs, would still be alive. And this is exactly what Killian wants. Since the other party is the leader of the afterlife and he has no most direct conflict of interest with the other party, it seems that it is not difficult to communicate with each other. And just when Killian was determined, as he looked towards the village under his feet, he saw an Asian woman and a man without eyes, who were looking at him silently. But they disappeared in the next second. Jia Ying. Garden. Looking at the two people who disappeared, Killian spoke silently at this moment, but in his eyes there was a flame of excitement. The former has the terrifying superpower of absorbing the vitality of others to achieve immortality, and the latter has the superpower of teleporting around the world. Both of them are superpowers that ordinary people dream of. And for Killian now, he wants both. Dab A. Global target search. Daniel Whitehall, the former leader of Hydra. Cross-search of pictures and appearance information. I want all his information. Also, notify the Phantom Guard to be ready at all times, and go out immediately once there is news. At this moment, Killian didn't want to wait for a moment. If he hadn't seen these before, it would be fine. But since he had encountered them, and this overwhelming wealth was still the kind of thing that was within easy reach, Killian couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately spoke. As Killian gave his orders, the Phantom Guards of the Miami Experimental Island at the headquarters also began to come out of the training room, and after putting on their combat uniforms, they all landed on the transport plane and took off into the sky. Sir, after searching for information, Daniel Whitehall has appeared many times this year in San Juan Bay on the northeast coast of Puerto Rico, and according to the monitoring probes and life path analysis on the scene, the target's final location is in the villa. Sorry, sir, I can't conduct further precise exploration. I suggest launching a dedicated satellite as soon as possible, which will enhance my detection capabilities. Less than a minute later, Dab A, through big data comparison, had already found the target Daniel Whitehall, and then spoke. Ha. Found you. All hands on deck. Don't worry, Dab A, I have someone prepare your eyes. In a few days, you will have a pair of eyes that can see through thousands of miles. After hearing Dab A confirm the target, Killian stood up excitedly and spoke. The proposal made by Dab A also touched Killian's heart. He had already prepared a plan for the satellite launch, but the progress required some time, so it was delayed. However, according to Killian's speculation, it would only take 1 or 2 weeks. By then, Dab A, with a super powerful space satellite locking on, would be able to truly detect any place in the world without blind spots. Thank you, sir. Dab A was naturally happy about the upgrade of his body, so he opened his mouth to express his gratitude. Then, under the acceleration of the King-level intelligent fighter, the entire aircraft began to rush towards the distance at a very fast speed. Sir, the combat team has arrived at the designated area and is waiting for the next instruction. As Killian was about to reach the destination, Dab A's latest progress on the combat team was also transmitted. So fast. Then let's act first. We must ensure that the target survives. This time, my requirement for them is to capture him completely. After hearing what Baymax said, Killian was surprised at first, but after realizing that Miami was not far from San Juan, he came to his senses and immediately gave the order. After all, the reason why he called the Phantom Squad was because this team was composed of superpowers, and the Purple Man was particularly important. As long as he controlled the people on the scene, it basically meant an all-round victory. At that time, there would be no need to worry about Whitehall escaping or being killed accidentally by disguising himself as a soldier. After all, escaping would be fine, but if he was killed by his own men, that would be really tragic for Killian. So his requirement for the action was to capture him alive, and even this time, the weapon equipped by the Phantom Squad was only a blaster that could make people stun. Then, he only heard Baymax's action order coming from the earphone of the team leader. The team leader also began to order the action. Then the eyes of several purple people present began to become extremely sharp. A total of several teams began to jump straight in from the outer wall. After seeing the patrolling soldiers, they also directly began to penetrate their consciousness into the other party's brain. In just a moment, Dozens of guards on the periphery were completely disintegrated and assimilated by the purple people. At this time, there were also several patrolling guards in the house, pacing back and forth in the villa to inspect the surrounding situation. A purple man then controlled 2 soldiers to walk towards the gate of the villa, and then under the puzzled eyes of the innermost soldier, he immediately leaned out, and then ruthlessly manipulated the other party to open the gate of the villa. The entire interior of the villa was completely exposed to the team members. Then, under the leadership of the purple team, a group of team members began to rush into the basement of the villa at a very fast speed. However, when they finally came to a metal iron door, even the soldiers controlled by the purple man said that they had no way out. After all, this was the door that their immediate superior, Daniel Whitehall, entered and exited alone. No one else had the key to this door except him. However, according to his description, the number of guards in this room was still no less than that outside. At this time, the team leader, Adam, thought for a while and immediately issued an order to violently demolish the door. Then, under the unexpected attack, a loud bang, the sound of the breakthrough made by the clone of Jessica Jones with superpowers beside her, suddenly resounded throughout the villa. The power contained in her thin body was so strong that even the soldiers hypnotized by the purple man could not help but be stunned. However, without paying attention to these eyes, she still smashed the metal door as solid as steel, and the whole villa was shaking at this time. Then, as she continued to hit the metal door with force, and then with a bang, the entire metal door was kicked directly into it. All of a sudden, the defensive soldiers who had been prepared in the back were firmly pressed under the huge door. Even the rubble brought up by the door flying away also splashed in all directions. For a moment, the Hydra soldiers on the defensive side began to shoot randomly because of the sudden splash of rubble. After seeing the soldiers inside fighting back, the purple superpowers and Jessica Jones clones outside the door immediately began to rush in and launched a crushing attack, forming a swift offensive in an instant. Before the Hydra soldiers inside could react, they easily overturned the inner wall and pressed it on the soldiers behind the wall. Although other Hydra soldiers who reacted began to organize a counterattack, the Phantom Squad led by Adam on this side acted very quickly and had sufficient combat experience. They attacked and defended alternately, cooperating with each other and understanding each other very well, just like fighting machines, cold and ruthless, only caring about completing the assigned tasks quickly and efficiently without injury. At this moment, the members of the Phantom Squad were more like a group of hungry beasts, fierce and unstoppable. Their offensive was like a storm, roaring all over the underground space. The Hydra soldiers had no way to resist their attacks and were forced to fall one by one. They were even knocked down cleanly without even a face-to-face encounter. At this moment, the walls, doors and even furniture of the entire underground space were completely destroyed by this crushing attack. Report: no target was found. After patrolling the entire underground space, a purple man clone finally came to Adam and reported. It should have run away. It must be here. Search all directions. Chase it. After hearing the words of the clone, Adam did not hesitate too much, but directly opened his mouth and ordered. After all, it can be confirmed that the other party must be in this villa, and according to the posture of resistance just now, there must be a senior leader here. So Adam was more inclined to believe that there was a secret passage here. As expected, after a careful search, in a distribution room, everyone found a wellhead leading downwards. Judging from the rope that was still shaking, the other party had just gone down for a short time. Then, Adam pulled the rope with one hand without any hesitation and fell straight down at a very fast speed. When he was about to land, he held the rope tightly with his hand. After falling several meters at high speed, Adam just landed on the ground. Not far away from the passage was his target, running towards the distance without any image. At this moment, Adam smiled. Then he took out a large caliber blaster behind him and shot Whitehall, who was wearing glasses not far away, and flew away. At this time, the other team members also fell down one after another. After seeing the target not far away, they also walked straight towards the target, and then they were skilled in controlling and tying, and then began to return along the original route. However, Adam also began to find something wrong in this underground space at this time. There were all kinds of strange patterns and various buildings like idols. Everything indicated that this place was abnormal. And did the other party come here just to escape? Adam was deeply puzzled. Then, after Adam signaled a team of men to bring Whitehall back to the fighter plane, he also began to explore here with the remaining team members. The entire underground space can be said to be very large, just like an underground city. Even with Dabe's guidance, it took him an hour to explore. Even at the end, he found that there was a strange magnetic field here that affected the transmission of the signal. At this moment, Adam stopped completely, and then signaled a man beside him to explore. But the only advantage is that this underground city, from the inside to the outside, seems to be composed of multiple concentric circles, and he only needs to walk along the straight road, and he will not get lost. Sir, according to the current progress detection, there is a huge underground building under this villa. Do we need to send soldiers to help explore? At this time, Dabe's voice also resounded on the spacecraft. After all, through the 3D map drawn by the locator on Adam, they can clearly see the huge size of this underground building, and Adam may not have even finished exploring it. Let a team of robot soldiers go down to explore. After hearing what Baymax said, Killian couldn't help but touch his chin, and after thinking for a while, he spoke. Although Killian knew that this was the ancient awakening place of the Inhumans, after all, there was also the technological power of the ancient civilization of the Kree. If this aspect could be studied thoroughly, it would be a great gain for Killian. Then, under the arrangement of Baymax, a team of robot soldiers began to reactivate from the fighter plane, and then jumped directly and flew straight towards the villa. In the live projection here, after a team of robot soldiers entered the underground base under the villa, they began to fly around, and then scanned and explored at the fastest speed. On the intelligent fighter, with a continuous exploration of the robots, an overall 3D map began to be perfected. And it was only now that Killian finally understood the hugeness of this underground space. If Adam were to continue exploring alone, even if he walked along one road, it would take several days to explore all the way, not to mention that the space here was particularly large. If he explored one road, he would not be able to get out if he came to a dead end. A suspected target was found. Just like that, under the high-speed flight scanning of the robots, the whole team of robots finally gathered together at the final point, which was the center of the city, more than half an hour later. Then, under the prompt of Dabe, only the vague images sent back by the robots on the scene were seen. In the center, there were 6 tall stone doors distributed in a ring, 2 meters apart, supporting the internal stone chamber. There was a 1-meter-high stone platform in the center, and at the top, as the camera looked, a beam of not very strong light also fell on the stone platform in the middle after several refractions. Sir, there is a strong magnetic field interference in this area, which has a great impact on the robots on the scene, and it is difficult to record the video. At this time, Dabe was also looking at the shaking picture in the video like snowflakes, and spoke. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.